Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. In this game, two players duel each other using a variety of monsters, spells, and traps. To defeat their opponent, they must be the first to drop their opponent's life points from 8,000 to 0 by attacking with their monsters. This is the most common way to win a duel. But there are also several other ways to win. You can obtain an alternative win condition, such as getting the 5 pieces of Exodia the Forbidden One into your hand, and some duelists try to win by utilizing enough cards that they could inflict 8,000 points of effect damage to their opponent. We call this burn. And the last way to win is to arrange a scenario in which your opponent is unable to draw cards from their deck when they are required to do so. This will cause them to lose the duel, thus winning you the duel, and we call this deck out. So what is a trading card game? A trading card game is simply a game where all players have to obtain their own deck by purchasing cards, either from sealed products bought from retailers or as singles from other players, for money. Sealed products are booster packs, starter or structure decks, or other special game boxes created by the creator of the game, Konami, that they sell in order to make a profit as a business. Whereas singles are cards that have already been obtained by other Yu-Gi-Oh! Players who either don't need them or have them so that they can trade them for other cards that they do need. Alternatively, they can just sell their cards to make their money back. There are over 10,000 cards in the game, so you can technically make your own unique deck. Although many players choose their first deck by doing research on the internet from places such as YouTube or other websites, or from their friends to help them get started. Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be a very expensive game, and it's important to try and do research in order to make sure you don't overspend on your first set of cards. As you will be changing your deck over time, as you obtain newer and better cards, you don't want to overinvest in the cards that you're not going to be using long term. So it is either recommended that you immediately start out and spend the money to buy the deck that you want, or to buy a cheap deck so that you can learn how to play the game, and then buy a good deck when the cards you wanted to play get reprinted, making them cheaper. This will happen from time to time. In order to duel, you will need to obtain a deck. The main deck includes 40 to 60 cards. That's the minimum and the maximum. You can play up to 3 copies of any card with the same name in your main deck, extra deck, and side deck combined. There are also some cards that are officially forbidden from tournament play, as in you can play 0 copies. Limited cards, meaning you can only play 1 copy, or semi-limited cards, meaning you can play 2 copies of the card between your main, side, and extra deck. There are some cards that are always considered to have the same name, such as Polymerization and Fusion Substitute. You can play 3 copies of Polymerization, but if you do that, you can only play 0 copies of Fusion Substitute. But if you play 2 copies of Polymerization, you can play 1 copy of Fusion Substitute. There aren't too many cards in the game where their name is always treated as the name as another card. But if it happens, it's something you should be aware of, as it affects deck building. Deck building is one of the most important aspects of the game. It's generally a good idea to play a deck as close to 40 cards as possible, because there is an optimal number in which a deck should be at in order to function with its maximum efficiency. And generally, that number will be something under 40 cards. And since 40 is the smallest number of cards you can play in a deck, it's generally the number of cards you would like to try and play, as it means you'll get the cards you'll want to draw faster. Depending on what your strategy is, the optimal number may be something higher than 40, in which case you should play that many cards. You'll also need an extra deck, which consists of 0 to 15 cards. The cards that are put into the extra deck are Exes Monsters, Synchro Monsters, Fusion Monsters, and Link Monsters, or one of those types that is also part Pendulum Monster. You can play any of these types of cards or none of them at all. This decision will be based on the deck you intend to build. These cards do not count towards your 40-card minimum deck list, nor your 60-card maximum deck list. They do count against your 3-card maximum copy of a card with the same name. These monsters are generally going to be a toolbox of options of effects that you can access at any point during a duel if you build your deck to allow you to access these different options. It is very rare that you will ever have a logical reason to play a number of cards in your extra deck other than 0 cards or 15 cards. The more options you will have access to during a duel, unless you wish to play a particular deck that will require you to play less than 15 cards in your extra deck. Usually 0. There are a few cards in the game that have effects that work specifically because you have less cards in your extra deck than your opponent. But that is very rare, and generally these cards don't see any play. There are actually some decks that require you to have no cards in your extra deck at all, and these decks are more likely to be played than those cards that require you to have less cards in your extra deck. But usually having cards in your extra deck will be better than playing a deck that chooses not to use them. You may also play a 0 to 15 card side deck, which is a separate deck of cards that you can use to switch into your deck in between games of a match. A duel is a single game, and a match is a best 2 out of 3 duels. So after the first duel of a match, you gain access to your side deck. The cards in your side deck can be cards that belong in either your main or your extra deck that you are currently not playing in your main or extra deck at the start of the match. After the first duel, you're allowed to take out 1 card from your main or extra deck and replace it with 1 card in your side deck that can be put into that deck. You can take out more than 1 card at a time and put in more than 1 card at a time, but each card in your side deck can only take the place of 1 card in either your main or extra deck. The number of cards in your main, side, and extra deck should be the same as they were before side decking, when you begin games 2 or 3. Cards from your extra deck can only be substituted with cards that can go into the extra deck, and cards in the main deck can only be substituted with cards that can go into the main deck. You can substitute any number of cards from your side deck into your main deck or extra deck as long as you side out the exact same number of cards from both the main and extra deck. Every time you start a new match, your main deck must be constructed as if it was when you originally began playing in the tournament. So any cards that you sided in must be sided out, and any cards that were sided out must be sided back in for the start of Game 1 of any new match. For this reason, it's always important to make your main deck built to be able to go first and second, because you don't know if you'll be going first or second during Game 1, as this is decided by both a random method and a player's choice. Additionally, there is no reason to ever play less than 15 cards in your side deck. The side deck is almost more important than your main deck because you'll play more games with your side deck than without one. Because a match is played as best 2 out of 3 duels, the only time you will ever not be playing with your side deck is in Game 1, which means if you ever get to Game 3, you'll have automatically played more games with your side deck involved than without having access to your side deck. You may also want to have a couple of additional items to help you make sure that a game maintains a proper game state. You might need a coin or some dice available, as some card effects require you to flip a coin or roll dice. Most players favor using a die. When using a die for a coin effect, you can simply determine if the die landed on an odd number or an even number. Duelists also usually use dice to determine who will go first in Game 1 of a match. Usually, both players will roll 2 dice and see who can get a higher roll to determine who will choose who will go first on the first turn of the duel. The winner of the dice roll gets to choose if they want to go first or second. Winning the dice roll does not state that you have to go first or second. It gives you the choice. After winning a dice roll, you must state if you intend to go first or second before drawing your starting hand and looking at it. If you look at it before declaring who will go first, you will have to go first. The loser of a duel chooses who goes first in the next duel of that match. Additional things you might want to keep around are called counters. Counters are applied to cards by card effects and are used to keep track of how many times something has occurred. The most common type of counter is called the spell counter, and is usually applied to a card every time a spell is activated and resolves. So a card may get anywhere from 0 to infinity spell counters. Counters are usually an object that is placed on top of an item in order to keep track of how many counters an item has. During official tournament play, you are not supposed to use a die and just place it onto the number of the counters that a card should have. You are supposed to actually have a certain number of objects placed on top of the card. But most players will still use a die as it's just far easier. A concern with a die is that it could roll onto an incorrect number. But you could just as easily lose one of the objects being used for the counters. While discussing counters, I figure I'll discuss a rule related to spell counters. If a card can put spell counters onto itself and it would be negated, it will no longer be able to hold spell counters, as being able to hold counters is part of its effect. Most cards that allow them to do something they normally wouldn't be able to do stop applying when they are negated. Some cards put counters on other cards like Predaplants and Cubics, and they will not go away when the card is negated, as there is no effect allowing those counters to be held. They can just be held. Another thing that would be good to have is called a token. A token is a card that is created by another card's effect. It is not a real card. You can buy or obtain official tokens in sealed products or as singles. Tokens cannot be face down and are treated as normal monsters. Tokens cannot be used for Exes summons because they cannot exist as Exes materials. You can use any object to represent a token as long as it can be clearly distinguished whether it's an attack or defense position. All properties of any face-up monster apply to tokens with the exception that they can never be face down. If a token would leave the field for any reason, it is simply removed from the game instead. Because tokens are simply removed from play when they would leave the field for any reason, they cannot be used as a cost for cards that would send a token to a place it cannot go. So if a card requires you to send a card to the graveyard as a cost, or return it to the hand as a cost, you cannot do so with a token. If a token were to leave the field by a card effect such as being destroyed or returned to the hand, it will simply be removed from the game instead, with the exception of being banished face down. Any card effect that would attempt to banish a token face down cannot be used on a token. So a card such as Cyframe Overload, which targets a card and banishes it face down, cannot be used against a token. It cannot target the token, as a token cannot be banished face down. Even a card like Evenly Matched, which requires your opponent to banish cards face down, cannot be used on the token. They will be unable to choose the token to banish. So they will choose as many other cards as possible to banish face down to resolve Evenly Matched. It's also a good idea to have a calculator around to quickly determine what damage is inflicted during a game. Given the opportunity to write down life points versus keep track of them on a calculator, it is preferable that you do so with pen and paper. It's also important that both players actually keep track of life points. Disputes over life points can be frustrating for both players. I'd recommend both players take life points at all times and then confirm with their opponent if they have the same life points before continuing on with the duel. Another thing you're going to need are called sleeves, which are simply plastic covers for your cards so that they do not get damaged while they are placed onto the field or while you are shuffling your deck. They prevent your cards from being marked, and having marked cards is not allowed in the game. A marked card is simply a card that you can identify while it is face down, or that you would be able to locate in a deck while shuffling. The last thing, which is technically optional, is called a game mat. There are two-player game mats and one-player game mats. If two players bring their one-player game mats together, you create what is called the field.
Many players have what is called the game mat. There are two-player game mats and one-player game mats. If two players bring their one-player game mats together, you create what is called the field. Many duelists use two-player game mats folded in half to be a one-player game mat. There are several different zones on the field. You don't actually need a physical mat to play, as long as both players know where the center of the field is. You can actually interpret where all other cards go, relative to the center of the field. Let's go over the actual zones on the field and come back to the field center later, as it is between two actual game zones. At the start of our duel, our deck is placed into the deck zone, which is on the lower right portion of our side of the field. It is shuffled and placed there face down, and at the start of the duel, both players will draw 5 cards from their deck. Drawing cards means to take a card from the top of your deck and add it to your hand. Our hand will consist of the cards we are going to be playing against our opponent. The contents of our hand are private knowledge, and we're not supposed to share that with our opponent. Certain pieces of information are considered public knowledge, and they can ask about them, and we are supposed to answer those questions as long as we don't reveal private information while doing so. And certain pieces of information are considered private knowledge, and it is against the rules to share this information. Things that are considered public knowledge are the number of cards in our hand, the number of cards in our deck, the number of cards in our graveyard, the number of cards in our extra deck. If someone asks for these numbers, we can always count the cards in these zones. Also, public knowledge is any other card that is face up on the field or in the graveyards or in the face up banished zones. Pretty much all cards that are face up are generally public knowledge, as well as the card text of any card in the game. If you want to know what any card says, you can look it up on your phone. You cannot demand your opponent answer what a card you believe is in their private location says, as it could force them to reveal private information. In a tournament, a judge can give you the information on any named card. In casual play with a friend, you would look it up on your phone. If a card is searched by a card effect to be added to a private location such as your hand, you are allowed to look at it to verify it fits the criteria of what card was being searched. That way you'll know the card's name before the card is placed in a private location. Once the card is placed in the hand or set, the information is no longer public. If you remember the searched card's name, you can still look up what it says or ask a judge to share the card's text. Things that are considered private knowledge are the contents of our hand, extra deck, face down banished cards, our entire main deck, or any of our cards that our opponent cannot see because they are face down. At no point are we supposed to share any of this information with our opponent. Even though some things are considered private knowledge from our opponent, we are allowed to look at certain things ourselves, such as our own hand, our face down extra deck, our face down banished cards, and our own face down cards on the field. The only face down section of cards that we control that we are not allowed to look at is our shuffled face down main deck, because it's meant to be in a random unknown order. We are also not supposed to be looking at our side deck during active games. The reason you're allowed to look at most of these locations is it allows you to determine if you're allowed to activate cards, because you need to know how many cards are available in your deck in order to activate certain cards. By looking at the contents of your hand, your graveyard, and your banished zone, you'll be able to determine if a card is still in your deck, assuming you haven't sided the card out after side decking during tournament play. Should you activate a card that you cannot legally resolve, you will get a warning and potentially an upgraded penalty that could cost you games or matches in a tournament. So it's important to know what cards are in your deck at all times. At the start of every turn during the draw phase, the turn player will draw 1 card from the top of their deck to their hand, with the exception of the first turn of the duel, in which case the turn player does not draw a card. This has been the case ever since the 3rd master rule of the game. We're currently on the 5th. The master rule is updated when new types of cards are added to the game, and some rules are completely changed to work with new types of cards and mechanics. The most recent one were Link Monsters. The extra deck is placed face down, on the bottom left side of our field, opposite of the main deck. In between the main deck and extra deck are our 5 spell and trap card zones. Spell and trap cards in our hand are placed into these zones either face up, which is to activate a spell or trap card, or face down, which is to set a spell or trap card. If you have no open spell or trap card zones, you cannot activate or set any more spell or trap cards, so it is important to try and leave some space available in your spell and trap cards zones if you need to activate a card later in the duel. The left and rightmost spell and trap card zones are also called the Pendulum Zones, but they are only considered the Pendulum Zones when they are occupied by Pendulum Monsters as spell cards. We'll talk about Pendulum Monsters and Pendulum spell cards much later on. Just note that these zones are considered regular spell and trap card zones unless they are occupied by a face-up Pendulum Monster as a spell card. Unless the card effect makes you do so, a Pendulum Monster should never be in any of the other spell and trap card zones. Above the 5 spell and trap cards zones are our 5 main monster zones. This is where you can put monsters when they're played. You can have up to 5 cards in these zones. There are 3 different positions a monster can be played in. There's face-up attack position, face-up defense position, and face-down defense position, which usually happens when a monster is normal set, which is to place a monster in face-down defense position using our turn's normal summon. We'll talk more about normal summon and set in a future video. When a card is upright, it's in attack position, and cards that are sideways are in defense position. Special summon monsters are generally summoned face up unless the card says otherwise. If you have no open monster card zones, you generally cannot summon any other monsters, with the one exception, which is if you were using the monster as a cost to summon another monster, such as summoning a monster from your extra deck, by using your monsters in your main monster zones as a material for those monsters. So filling up your monster zones is not nearly as dangerous as filling up your spell and trap card zones. The zone above our deck is called the graveyard. This is where cards go when they are destroyed or sent as material for the summon of extra deck monsters. Spells and trap cards that resolve generally go to the graveyard after their effects are done resolving. There are spells and traps that would stay on the field after they resolved, such as continuous spell cards, equipment spell cards, as well as continuous trap cards. Pendulum monsters that would normally go to the graveyard from the field are placed face up on the extra deck instead. If they are in either the main monster zones or the pendulum zones, they would be placed face up on top of the extra deck. If they are sent from any other place, they would go to the graveyard like any other card. The zone opposite of the graveyard on the top left of our field is called the field spell zone. This is a special spell card zone which can only contain field spell cards. Field spells can be placed face up or face down in this zone. Both players can only control one field spell at a time. If you use another field spell, you can send your previous field spell to the graveyard and then activate a new one, or set a new one. The first one is sent to the graveyard and is not considered destroyed. This is different from any other spell and trap card zone. If your other spell and trap zones are occupied by other spells and trap cards, you cannot just simply send them away in order to activate a new one. In the middle of the field, there are 2 zones called the extra monster zones. These are above the 2nd and 4th main monster zones and are used to summon monsters from the extra deck. Link monster summoned from the extra deck must be summoned to an extra monster zone or a main monster zone that another link monster points to. The same is also true for pendulum monsters that would be summoned face up from the extra deck. They must be summoned to the extra monster zone or a main monster zone that a link monster points to. Link arrows will not allow you to summon monsters into spell and trap card zones, or to your opponent's field just because they point there. All other monsters that are summoned from the extra deck, such as fusions, synchros, and exceeds, can be summoned to any main monster zone or the extra monster zone. Monster summoned from any location besides the extra deck cannot be placed into the extra monster zone. Any monster that makes its way onto your field by any card effect cannot be placed into the extra monster zone unless it's being summoned from the extra deck. Each player can only control one extra monster zone. If you currently control an extra monster zone, your opponent can summon monsters to the other extra monster zone. If you have a monster in the extra monster zone and the other one is empty and you would like to use it to summon another monster from the extra deck, you can. By using the monster you currently control in the extra monster zone, you already control as material, and the new monster could be summoned into either extra monster zone. If the zone is occupied by your opponent's monster, you cannot switch into that extra monster zone. There is a way to control both extra monster zones called the extra link. We will cover the extra link in a future video on link monsters and link summoning. The space between the 2 extra monsters zones is known as the field center. While it is not technically part of the field, most players actually place an object into this part of the field because it's useful for identifying which zones are being used on the field. If you are playing with game mats that do not have any zones on them, the field center will let you determine which monster is in which zone, whether it's in the center main monster zone or one of the end main monster zones. While a field center is not technically required, it is very useful for keeping proper track of what cards are in which zones. While not technically on the field, the final zone is known as the banished zone and is generally placed above the graveyards, next to the extra monster zones. Some cards are placed in this zone by card effects or summoned from this zone by card effects. So the zone is used, but it technically does not exist. It is relevant for certain parts of the game. I like to think of this zone as the super graveyard. It's similar to the graveyard, but cards are a little bit harder to interact with in this zone. In the next part of this series, we'll learn how to read a Yu-Gi-Oh card and discuss the relevance of the different parts of each Yu-Gi-Oh card. We're now going to go over the parts of a Yu-Gi-Oh card. The different features of cards are relevant for supporting the different strategies you might choose to play. This is the card's name. When a card name is mentioned in another card's text, it will appear in quotation marks. If cards have the same name, they are considered to be the same card, even if they have different artworks. And as mentioned in the previous video, cards whose name are always treated as a named card count towards the 3-copy maximum when building your deck. Some cards will have a card's name when in certain places like the graveyard or field, but because they aren't always treated as having that card's name, they do not count towards the 3-card maximum. So you can play 3 copies of Cyber Dragon and 3 copies of Cyber Dragon Core, because its name isn't always treated as Cyber Dragon, only while it's on the field or in the graveyard. Some cards in the game will interact with specifically named cards, such as Eternal Soul, which interacts with cards specifically named Dark Magician. Many older fusion monsters require specifically named monsters as fusion material. Occasionally, extra deck monsters require specifically named materials, although more current cards require all kinds of requirements that are less strict than a specific card's name. Monsters' different features can always be a requirement of being a material for all types of extra deck monsters or for different card effects, costs, or activation requirements. Things such as their attributes, type, level, and stats can also be referenced, and we'll get to them shortly. A card with a specific name such as Dark Magician have many cards that interact with it. We call these cards support cards, such as the previously mentioned Eternal Soul. When building your deck, you should do research and see if any of your specifically named cards you intend to play have additional support that are worth playing. Some cards will actually share a few words or characters of a word in their name. All monsters which contain the word Evil Swarm are part of the Evil Swarm archetype and gain access to support cards that specify Evil Swarm card, Evil Swarm monster, or Evil Swarm spell or trap. The reason I chose this archetype is because most of the support cards refer to L-Swarm cards because the cards work on both Evil Swarm cards as well as Steel Swarm cards. The archetype names need not contain the exact text on the card, but should contain the characters specified on the support card to be able to use them in your deck. Most decks in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Are from different archetypes providing different supports to different decks. When cards are not restricted to working with other cards, everyone plays the exact same best cards. The restrictions on cards is what actually creates diversity in Yu-Gi-Oh! When cards have little to no restrictions on their use, we call them generic. Generic cards being good leads to everyone playing the same cards. Most monsters have a level. Count the number of stars here to find out the monster's level. Levels are used to determine if a normal monster or effect monster can be normal summoned or normal set without tribute. Ritual monsters cannot be normal summoned or set and are the only other type of monster that appears in the main deck. Pendulum monsters are half spell card, but their levels are only relevant for them being normal or effect monsters. Most monsters can be normal summoned or set. Some effect monsters do say they can be special summoned in some other way. Some effect monsters say they can only be special summoned and cannot be normal summoned or set at all, but for now we'll discuss how levels relate to normal summoning and setting. Assuming a monster can be normal summoned, you can summon it as long as its level is 1, 2, 3, or 4 without a tribute. A level 5 or 6 monster requires you to tribute one monster you control to normal summon it. A tribute just means to send one monster you currently control on your field to the graveyard and is the cost for normal summoning monsters with higher levels. Level 7 and higher monsters that can be normal summoned require 2 tributes. There are a few cards in the game that have their own special rules for how you can normal summon them. Some require 3 tributes, some can be summoned by tributing continuous spells or traps. Most players try to special summon higher level monsters as the tribute is a mechanic of the normal summon, so they will try to only normal summon low-level monsters. A monster's level is important for many reasons beyond the ability to be normal summoned. It's also relevant when performing Synchro, Exceeds, and Pendulum summons, which we'll discuss in a later video. Some monsters actually don't have levels. Exceeds monsters' stars are called the rank of the monster and is on the left side of its card. Link monsters have a link rating which will correspond to the number of the monster's arrows and is stated on the bottom right of the card. Cards effects that discuss level like Gravity Bind do not affect Exceed or Link monsters. Cards that would refer to monsters' link rating would not affect monsters with levels or ranks, and cards that would refer to ranks would not affect monsters with levels or link ratings. A monster's level, rank, and link rating can appear on different support cards and are things that can be interacted with. The Phantom Knight rank up Magic Force interacts with ranks, 1-for-1 interacts with levels, and Link Bound interacts with link rating. So it's important to consider the cards in the game that interact with the different types of cards in your deck. All monsters have an attribute. There are 7 different attributes: light, dark, earth, fire, wind, water, and divine. Spells and traps have a symbol as well, but they just say spell or trap on them. Just like all other parts of a card, a monster's attribute gives it access to different support cards. For instance, Allure of Darkness is often played in decks whose monsters are primarily dark. All monsters also have a different type. There are over 20 types in the game, such as Warrior and Dragon. New types come out on occasion. The Divine attribute came out after the other 6, but otherwise attributes have always been the same. A monster's type can also be relevant when looking at support cards or when making specific extra deck monsters. For example, the Synchro Monster Baxia. Brightness of the Yongxing actually requires worm-type monsters to be used for its Synchro summon. The last feature unique to monsters are their attack points and defense points. High attack and defense points are good when battling. Link monsters actually cannot be in defense or face down. Some cards interact with monsters' attack and defense points such as Deck Devastation Virus. It requires a dark monster with 1500 or more attack to be tributed as a cost to activate it. We'll discuss costs more in the future, but for now I'll say that when cards have costs it is written prior to a semicolon in its effect box. All cards have a description box or effect box which tells you about the card's effects. Normal monsters have what is called flavor text, which is usually something fun about the card or story between cards in the game. Card effects are written in specific ways to be able to interpret them all the same way. Card effects are written using problem-solving card text or PSCT, and it allows us to read all cards same way to interpret how they're meant to work. We'll learn more about PSCT when we learn about the different types of effects in the game. The statement I made about cost being before a semicolon is an example of problem-solving card text used when writing newer Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Older Yu-Gi-Oh cards without reprints may not have PSCT, but they usually get reprinted if they ever see play, eventually with an errata, which just means an update to their card text to better represent what the card is supposed to do and will at that time get PSCT. Most spells are called normal spells, but there are several subtypes which each have different icons to identify what type of spell they are. The subtypes of spells are Equip, Field, Ritual, Quick Play, and Continuous. They each have their own rules in play and we'll address them in another video. Traps have two subcategories besides normal traps. There are also continuous traps just like there are spells. And there are also counter traps. In the next video we'll talk about the different monster types as well as how to summon them.
Monster cards are used to battle and defeat your opponent. Battles between monster cards are the foundation of any duel. There are many kinds of monster cards. This game is more than a simple slugfest, so monsters with high attack and defense points will not be enough. There are also monsters with strong special effects, even though their attack and defense points are low. Therefore, your success in a duel depends on how skillfully you can make use of the different kinds of cards. Let's take a look at the different kinds of monsters. First, there's the normal monster. Normal monsters are basic monster cards without any special abilities, and they have a yellow card border. There are other monsters without effects, but unless they are normal monster cards, tokens, or cards that say they are treated as normal monsters, then they are technically non-effect monsters, such as Scrap Archfiend, which is a Synchro Monster with no effect. It is a non-effect Synchro Monster, not a normal monster. Tokens are treated as normal monsters because it's in the rulebook on page 49. Many normal monsters used to have higher attack and defense points than effect monsters did, instead of having their special abilities. They've become less useful over time as effect monsters started having larger attack and defense values. Most duelists which play normal monsters tend to play them for reasons other than their stats. Sometimes they're used as targets for certain support cards that help their overall strategy. The rock deck Adamantipator used to play the normal monster, Beta the Magnet Warrior, as the target for the spell card Unexpected Die, which allows them to access a level 4 rock monster very easily. There weren't many other support cards that can achieve this objective. The Harpy deck also plays the Unexpected Die to summon a normal monster from the deck, so it plays the normal monster Harpy Lady. The Harpy deck also has a support card called Harpy Perfumer, which when it is summoned can search for Elegant Egotist, which is a normal spell card that can be used to summon Harpy Lady from the deck. So the normal monster was played as a combo piece, rather than for just being a normal monster. Other normal monsters that see modern play are the Mystic Shineball in Agent decks, as they can be summoned by the effect of the Agent of Creation Venus multiple times per turn and create material for powerful extra deck plays. Some decks play Psyframe Gear Gamma as a form of disruption, but Gamma requires you to play the normal monster, Psyframe Driver, to use their powerful effects. Many players get upset when they draw a Driver, as it has limited use in your hand because it is a high-level monster and would require a tribute to summon it, and you'll usually have effect monsters that you would prefer to summon instead. Also, it can be summoned for free from your deck by the Psyframe Gear Gamma, so it's preferable to never draw this card. Currently, a very powerful deck is the Sun Avalon Plant deck, which can perform its entire combo line if you open the normal monster Sunseed Genius Loci. Explaining the combo is not the purpose of this video. I'm just trying to show you that different normal monsters are occasionally played. An effect monster is a monster with special abilities and has an orange card border. The effects of monsters are split into 4 different categories: continuous effects, ignition effects, quick effects, and trigger effects, and we'll be discussing a particular subcategory of trigger effects separately called a flip effect. Continuous effects are active while an effect monster is face up on the field. The effect starts once the monster appears on the field and ends once the monster is no longer face up on the field, or if it is negated. There is no trigger for its activation, so it will not start a chain at all. We'll talk about chains in a future video. Most continuous effects can be identified by a monster's effect being written as a single sentence without any punctuation to indicate that the card activates or has a cost, such as a colon or a semicolon. These monsters are most useful if you play a strategy to protect them while they are on the field. One of the most commonly played monsters with a continuous effect at the moment is Vanity's Ruler, which prevents your opponent from special summoning while it is on the field. Many continuous effects prevent your opponent from doing something, and we refer to cards that prevent your opponent from doing something as floodgates. Vanity's Ruler also happens to have a condition, which is not a continuous effect. Its condition is that it cannot be special summoned. This is not an effect, it is just a restriction, and it cannot be negated. Some cards have restrictions in their text that cannot generally be avoided. Another card with a restriction is the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche, which says it cannot be used as link material, which would actually make the card much better, as being able to link climb is a good thing. We'll actually be talking about link summoning in the next video. The next type of effect is the Ignition effect. Ignition effects are a type of effect you can activate by just declaring that you're going to activate it during your main phase, while the card is in a place where it can be activated. Usually this will be on your field. The monster Sword Soul of Taiye has an effect that can be activated while it is face up on your field during your main phase. There are other monsters that actually have ignition effects that can be activated in other places. Also in the Sword Soul deck is Sword Soul Strategist Long Wan, which can be activated while it is in your hand. The Sword Soul deck often also plays Tenyi monsters. The Tenyi monster, Tenyi Spirit Ashina, has a ignition effect that you can use during your main phase while the card is either in your hand or in your graveyard. The biggest benefit of an ignition effect is that you can choose when to activate this effect, as trigger effects are often forced to be activated at a particular moment, and you may not want to use them at those moments. You can identify an ignition effect because it will not state anywhere on the card that it can be used when something happens. It might have a condition to activate, such as the card must be in a certain place, but it will not say if something happens or when something happens. The best type of monster effect is the quick effect. If a monster has a quick effect, it can activate in response to other monsters or other cards. Quick effects can be activated during either player's turn, and are often not restricted to being only activated during the main phase. Although with so many cards in the game, there are often cards that do have restrictions on their quick effects, whether they be to be used during one player's turn, both players' turns, on certain phases, or only in response to other cards. The reason you can use quick effects in response to other cards is that they have a speed spell of 2, and all other monster effects that activate have a speed spell of 1. Continuous effects do not activate and have no speed spell. We'll discuss speed spell in another video, but do know that generally being a quick effect makes a card better than being an ignition effect or a trigger effect. That's because of the freedom that's awarded to these cards by being quick effects. An example of a monster with a quick effect would be the incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous, which if it's just on your field, at any point you can tribute it to summon a Sword Soul monster directly from your deck. The most commonly played card in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which has a quick effect. This quick effect has the requirement that it must be activated in response to a card that would be activated. Most cards that negate other cards have quick effects that can respond to other cards. Most cards that have quick effects say the quick effect on them in parentheses, although older cards might say during either player's turn, such as the card Cosmo Dark Planet. Should Dark Planet ever get a reprint, it will most likely be updated to say quick effect in parentheses, as an errata. Trigger effects are effects that can be activated when certain conditions are met. These effects are activated at specific times, such as when this card is used as link material, such as Marin's Spring Girl, which can be activated when it's used to perform a link summon of a water monster, or when a card says when this card is destroyed, such as the Unchained Twins Aruha, or many cards have the trigger effect when this card is normal summoned or special summoned, such as Tour Guide from the Underworld, which you can activate when it is normal summoned. These cards can be great for some combos because when you activate multiple trigger effects at the same time, you can build a chain and make certain plays safer than others by following the rules of simultaneous effects go on chain, also known as SEGOC, which we'll talk about in another video. There are times when trigger effects can be better than ignition effects, and sometimes where ignition effects will be better than trigger effects. One of the benefits of trigger effects is creating a chain and protecting certain cards. Additionally, trigger effects are not restricted to only being activated during the main phase, as if a card's trigger condition is to activate when it is destroyed, it can be destroyed during any phase. A card with a trigger effect would be Sword Soul of Moyi, whose condition is to activate when it is normal or special summoned. Trigger effects don't activate in response to other cards, and will usually activate in the next available chain after their trigger condition is met. If multiple cards meet their trigger condition simultaneously, you will then create a chain of those cards. With a recent update to the rules of the game, if a card does meet its trigger condition, but is removed from the location where its trigger was met before the chain in which it would activate would occur, the card cannot activate. The most common scenario is when Cyber Angel Ben 10 is tributed to activate the effect of Drytron Alpha Thuban, but if the Cyber Angel Ben 10 is then banished by DD Crow before the next chain when it would activate its effect to search for a fairy, Ben 10 will not be able to activate, as it had met its trigger condition, but it's not in the location where it was when it met its trigger condition. Flip effects are a type of trigger effect. This is an effect that would activate when a face-down defense position monster is flipped face-up. This can happen when a monster is flip summoned, which is a type of summon that involves making a manual battle position change of a monster that is face down in defense position to face-up attack position. You're allowed to make as many flip summons as you want per turn. In general, a monster's battle position cannot be changed the turn it is summoned or set, or if it had already attacked during that turn. So a flip summon can only really occur on a monster that was set during the previous turn. Another way a flip effect monster could meet its trigger condition is to be attacked while it is face down, or to be flipped face up by a card effect. These effects start with the word flip on the card. When you have a face down monster, your opponent must be wary because they don't know if it has a flip effect or not. Flip effects were a large part of classic Yu-Gi-Oh, but currently see very little play. I'm addressing them here as they are a subcategory written next to a monster's type, such as dragon, it might say effect, and if it is a flip effect, it will say flip. A flip effect monster that does currently see play is Shadal Dragon. There are other subtypes of monsters that we'll be addressing in the future, such as Gemini, Spirit, Union, and Tuner, but these are more conditions of a card rather than a different type of effect, such as a flip. While talking about trigger effects, it's important to mention that there are if effects and when effects. Cards with if effects cannot miss timing, which means that if a trigger meets its condition and says the word if on it to activate it, it will be allowed to activate in the next available chain, such as Graph, Melbranch, or the Burning Abyss. Although there are also cards that have when something happens that they activate, such as Dupe Frog. Dupe Frog is notorious for missing the timing. Its effect can activate when it is sent to the graveyard, and will not be allowed to activate in the next chain if it wasn't the very last thing that happened when it was sent there. Unlike Graph, which can activate just about every time it is sent to the graveyard. We'll discuss if and when effects in more detail in the future. There's another subcategory of trigger effects we should also mention, which are mandatory and optional. A mandatory trigger effect is an effect that, if the condition is met, must be activated, such as Sangan, which when it is sent to the graveyard, you must activate it to add a monster from your deck to your hand with 1500 or less attack points. You can tell it's mandatory because it says when this card is sent. It does not have the word can in it. Can is a word indicating that something is optional. Most trigger effects are optional nowadays, but there are some mandatory ones. An optional trigger effect is many of the ones that we've discussed already in this video. For this example, I'll refer to Tour Guide from the Underworld, which says when this card is normal summoned, you can special summon a level 3 Dark Fiend from your deck. But you have the option to do that. You can choose not to. Depending on what is happening in the game, that might actually be the correct course of action. In a future video, we'll be discussing simultaneous effects go on chain, addressing mandatory and optional trigger effects in more detail. But in the next video, we'll be discussing the first of our summoning mechanics, which is the Link Summon.
Today we're going to go over missing the timing, which is an unofficial game term that refers to effects that can only be activated when something happens, but not if something happens. All cards that miss timing are optional effects that say when their activation condition is met, you can activate their effect, not if. Welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel. My name is Benji, and today we'll be looking at 5 metagame scenarios in which timing can be missed. Our first example is Dupe Frog, which is going to be played in the Sprite deck. It has an effect that says when this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add 1 frog from your deck or your graveyard to your hand. So this is a when optional trigger effect. This card misses timing when it is sent to the graveyard for a Link, Synchro, or Tribute summon, because it'll be sent to the graveyard followed by the monster being summoned. So the last thing that occurs whenever one of those game mechanic actions are taken is that the monster is summoned, not that Dupe Frog was sent to the graveyard. So its timing of when it's sent to the graveyard is missed. If your Dupe Frog is sent to the graveyard as the cost for Totally Awesome's effect to negate the activation of your opponent's monster, spell, or trap card, it will also miss timing, because no matter what part of the chain that you use Totally Awesome, you're sending Dupe Frog as cost. So when the chain resolves, whatever chain link 1 is, the last thing that happened will not be that Dupe Frog was sent to the graveyard. The most likely scenario in which you'll be able to activate the effect of Dupe Frog if it's destroyed by battle with a monster that's bigger than it, such as Baron de Fleur. Also, if it's destroyed using a card effect as chain link 1, that specifically sends it to the graveyard without doing any additional effects in sequence, would also trigger the effect of Dupe Frog. So if you use Baron's effect to target Dupe Frog and destroy it, the only thing that happens in that chain is that Dupe Frog will be destroyed and sent to the graveyard. Being destroyed is being sent to the graveyard, so this will be a scenario in which you can activate Dupe Frog. Dupe Frog misses timing whenever a card has an effect that does multiple things in sequence, and the last one is not destroying Dupe Frog. This is even if the effect resolves as chain link 1. Normally, cards don't miss timing if the effect that makes their trigger condition occurs as chain link 1, with the exception if the card has multiple effects that resolve in sequence. For instance, if Nibiru the Primal Being is activated as Chain Link 1, Dupfrog will miss timing. So assuming your opponent summoned several monsters during the turn and Dupfrog is on their field, if you activate Nibiru, it'll tribute all the monsters on your field and then summon Nibiru. Now normally this would actually allow Dupfrog to resolve because the conjunction on Nibiru says, and if you do. So if you tribute all the monsters and if you do summon Nibiru, those things are considered to happen simultaneously. But it also has the conjunction then, which happens after the Nibiru is summoned. It says, then summon the token. So because the token is summoned last in the resolution of this chain link for chain link 1, Dupfrog will miss its timing because even though it was sent to the graveyard, the last thing that happened in this chain is that the Nibiru token was summoned. An effect that might come up is Visa Starfrost. If Visa Starfrost is used in a Dupfrog, it'll destroy the Dupfrog and then special summon itself, but both of those effects occur as of the conjunction of and if you do. The and if you do conjunction, even though both things clearly happen in sequence, they are considered to happen simultaneously. This is from the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Sources available. I'll link them in the description below. So if a Dupfrog is sent to the graveyard by a card effect as Chain Link 1, and the effect says, and if you do, the sequenced effects are considered to occur simultaneously. Our next scenario is you want to activate Demise of the Land to activate Mystic Mine against your opponent. If you were to use Cosmic Cyclone to target your opponent's set Scarlet Sanguine, and they chain Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine to summon their Golden Lord from the deck, when the chain resolves, you will not be allowed to activate Demise of the Land. The reason for that is because the chain resolves backwards. Scarlet Sanguine will resolve, special summoning Golden Lord. Chain Link 1 will then resolve, banishing the Scarlet Sanguine, and the last thing that occurred was not a monster was summoned, and the condition to activate Demise of the Land is when a monster is summoned. So in order to activate Demise of the Land, a monster must be special summoned by a game mechanic. So unlike Dupfrog, a game mechanic special summon generally will not miss timing because the monsters are sent to the graveyard and then the monster is summoned. So the last thing that occurs is the monster is summoned. Or if the card effect that special summoned the monster was as a result of Chain Link 1 and wasn't part of a card with a sequence of effects that use the word then to indicate that the last thing that happened during Chain Link 1 is that the monster was summoned. So Demise of the Land can miss timing. Also important to note, if your opponent just activated Scarlet Sanguine, after the Golden Lord is summoned as a result of Scarlet Sanguine, you can activate Demise of the Land at any point in the chain that followed the resolution of that effect. So when that chain resolved, if Scarlet Sanguine was Chain Link 1, the last thing that happened is a monster was summoned, which meets the condition of Demise of the Land. So if you were to then chain Cosmic Cyclone or Twin Twister or Forbidden Droplet, at any point in this chain it is actually now legal to activate Demise of the Land because it's a quick effect. It can be chained in response to other cards. Even though the last thing that happened is now cards have been activated, Demise of the Land responds to a particular kind of summon window or the on resolution part of the chain, not directly in response to other cards. There are cards that have to be used in response to other cards, and they can also miss timing using what's called Seagok, and we'll get to that shortly. But another scenario where timing is missed is using cards like Magical Meltdown or Branded Lost. The important part is it says that your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is fusion summoned this way. It says when. This means that this part of the effect can miss timing. So if you activate Cosmic Cyclone targeting your opponent's set Branded in Red, and they chain Branded in Red, and they summon Guardian Chimera. Guardian Chimera was summoned as a result of Chain Link 2. This is when it was summoned. It was not summoned as a result of Chain Link 1. Chain Link 1 will resolve. Cosmic Cyclone will resolve, banishing the Branded in Red. And then on the next chain, Guardian Chimera's trigger effect was met. It has an if effect. It was summoned. But because it was summoned as Chain Link 2, this is not the point in time where Guardian Chimera is summoned. It was summoned as a result of Chain Link 2, not as Chain Link 1. So you can actually respond to Guardian Chimera with a card like Forbidden Droplet. I've actually done this quite a few times, this format. And every time my opponent summons a card in Chain Link 2, it's an argument. But they miss timing. The next scenario is an example of missing the timing via Seagok, or simultaneous effects go on chain. If we were to activate Tier Element's Hoffness, which would special summon it when your opponent activates a monster effect and send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard, if you milled a Shadal Beast and a Tier Element's Meru, both of them have trigger effects that are met when they hit the graveyard. They're both if effects. Neither of these cards can miss timing, but you can build the chain in any order you like because they're both optional effects. Optional trigger effects can be placed onto a chain in any order. So if I were to activate Tier Element's Meru as Chain Link 1 and Shadal Beast as Chain Link 2, I would miss the timing to use a card that would negate the activation of Tier Element's Meru. Any card that negates activations or responds to a card that activates can miss timing. They're usually quick effects. They have to respond to chain links, which is a little different than the other cards we talked about earlier that either had trigger conditions or trigger effects. So quick effects can miss timing as well. It's just usually done via chain blocking. Chain blocking is not an official term, but the idea that these are when effects that based on what the last thing happened is that you can't activate them, they qualify as missing the timing by the definition of the last thing that occurred was not the thing you're allowed to activate these cards to. So that's why Ghost Bell is not as good as something like DD Crow for stopping the tier elements, because there's a chance that they're chain blocked, or you miss the timing to activate them because they've chosen their chain links in such a way where the last thing that happened is not the thing you're allowed to respond to. Quick effects always respond to the last thing, so it just doesn't feel like it's missing the timing, whereas the other cards, the thing happened, they just happened in like a weird position. That's exactly what's happening with quick effects in this scenario. And the last scenario is a battle-based scenario, so if I have Monk of the Tenyi on the board and I have Shaman of the Tenyi on the board, if I declare an attack with Monk of the Tenyi into an open board, this is the point in time when you'd have to activate the effect of Shaman of the Tenyi. So if my opponent activates the effect of Masquerade the Blazing Dragon in the graveyard to summon itself because my opponent controls an extra deck monster, a replay will occur. If I then re-choose my attack target with Monk of the Tenyi, I cannot actually activate the effect of Shaman of the Tenyi because this is a replay. This is not an attack declaration. You are not declaring an attack with a non-effect monster now. You are re-choosing the attack based on a replay. So the timing of Shaman of the Tenyi must be used on attack declaration. So if a replay occurs because a card is activated, you do not get another opportunity to activate the effect of Shaman of the Tenyi. So if an attack is declared and then a chain is activated and resolves, you continue the battle, but this is no longer the attack declaration window. So the timing is missed to activate this effect. If you have any complaints or comments on my thoughts of what missing the timing means, feel free to leave them in the comments. I will disagree with most of what you say. These are all scenarios where timing is missed. The cards cannot be activated. They're all when optional effects. If you want to hear about something else in the future, just leave a comment down below.
A link monster is a monster with the ability to increase the number of link monsters and pendulum monsters you can summon from the extra deck. In addition to the one extra monster zone, you can also special summon link and pendulum monsters from the extra deck to any of your main monster zones that either player's link monster's red arrows points to. In order to perform a link summon, check the materials required to summon the link monster you want to summon, which is written on the card. Then, during the main phase, declare that you are going to perform a link summon. Then send a number of face-up materials from your field to the graveyard equal to the link rating of that link monster, that match the materials required listed on the monster's card. Then summon the monster to the extra monster zone, or a zone that a link monster on the field points to. All link materials must be face-up monsters. Monsters used to successfully summon a link monster are called link material. If the summon of a link monster is negated, the monsters used as material will not be considered monsters sent to the graveyard as link material. If the summon of a link monster is negated, the materials used for its link summon will not be returned to you. There is a link 1 called Clara and Rushka, and its material is one normal summoned or set monster. But that doesn't mean you can use a face-down monster. It means a monster that was originally on the field that was normal summoned or was set, but has then since been turned face up. For this video, we'll be looking at link summoning Nightmare Unicorn as our example. Its materials are 2+ monsters with different names. So we can send our face-up Cyber Dragon, our Dark Magician, and our Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring from our field to the graveyard, and then place Nightmare Unicorn from the extra deck into an open extra monster zone. Alternatively, we can summon Nightmare Unicorn to the extra monster zone by using a monster that is already in our extra monster zone, such as our Link Spider, as well as 2 other monsters to summon the Nightmare Unicorn. We can summon it to either extra monster zone, including the zone that the Link Spider was occupying. If our opponent controls one of the extra monster zones, we can only use the open one. Another way to summon our Nightmare Unicorn would be to use a Link 2 monster, such as a Nightmare Phoenix, that's already in our extra monster zone, as well as another monster, such as our Cyber Dragon. A Link 2 monster can count as either a Link 1 rating or a Link 2 rating. A Link 5 monster can count as either a Link 1 rating or a Link 5 rating. Since Nightmare Unicorn can be made using 2+ monsters, we can make it with 2 monsters, but we must still have 3 Link ratings worth of material because Nightmare Unicorn is a Link 3 monster. If there is already a Link monster already on our field pointing at one of our main monster zones, regardless of whose monster it is, we could also Link summon Nightmare Unicorn into one of our main monster zones, instead of being restricted to an extra monster zone. Some Link monsters can apply effects to itself, or on cards in the zones that it points to, or just to the monster zones that it does point to. When a Link monster's red arrows point to a monster, or when a Link monster points to another monster, both monsters are considered linked. For example, Galatea the Orcust Automaton cannot be destroyed by battle while it is linked. So while Galatea points to a monster, or another monster points to Galatea, it cannot be destroyed by battle because it is linked. When 2 Link monsters have their red arrows pointing directly at one another, they are called co-linked. If a Nightmare Phoenix and a Nightmare Cerberus are co-linked, Neither can be destroyed by battle, because the effect of Nightmare Phoenix says co-linked monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle, and neither can be destroyed by card effects, because Cerberus says co-linked monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. Some link monsters, and some non-link monsters have effects that apply to the zones that link monsters point to. For instance, Parallel Exceed has an effect that allows itself to be summoned to a zone a link monster points to when a monster is link summoned. The link monster Topologic Bomber Dragon has a mandatory trigger effect when a monster is summoned to a zone that it points to destroy all monsters in the main monster zones. There are many other examples, and you should do research to determine which cards you'll want to play. Link monsters do not have defense points and cannot be summoned in defense position, and can never be in defense position. Link monsters do not have levels or ranks. Card effects that must affect a monster's defense, level, or rank do not affect link monsters. If a link monster is summoned from a place other than the extra deck, it must be summoned to a main monster zone. The zones that this monster points to can still be used to perform link summons from the extra deck, or pendulum summon monsters from the extra deck. If you ever want to control both extra monster zones, you must perform what is called the extra link. The extra link allows you to control both extra monster zones at the same time. To do this, you must co-link monsters through successive summons such that the last monster summoned to the extra monster zone will be co-linked all the way across to the first monster. In the next video, we will learn about pendulum summoning, as link points needed to be understood before we learned about them. In this video, we're going to learn about the Pendulum Monster. A Pendulum Monster is a monster that is half spell card and half monster card. They have two effect boxes, one for when it is played in the Pendulum Zone and becomes a spell card, and one for when it is a monster. The only time you'll ever use the effect of a Pendulum Monster's spell effect is when it is active as a spell card in the Pendulum Zone. Pendulum Monsters that are currently treated as spell cards follow the same rules as continuous spell cards and field spell cards, which we will discuss later on. Pendulum Monsters also have numbers in the middle of the card that are called the Pendulum Scale. Both numbers should always be the same. At least at the making of this video, there are no Pendulum Monsters who have different scales on both sides of the card. If a Pendulum Monster is on your field, whether it be in your main monster zone, your extra monster zone, or in one of the Pendulum zones, and it would be sent to the graveyard, it will be sent to the face-up extra deck instead, as a mechanic of the Pendulum Monster. If a Pendulum Monster will be sent to your graveyard from any place other than the field, such as from your hand, being discarded by a card effect, from your deck for a card effect, or by being detached from an Exes monster as Exes material, because Exes materials are not considered being on the field, it will go to the graveyard as per normal. In the next video, we'll be learning about the Exes summon. In order to perform a pendulum summon, you must have two pendulum scales, one in each your left pendulum zone and your right pendulum zone. You'll declare that you intend to perform a pendulum summon, and you will declare how many monsters you would like to pendulum summon at this time. And once you've done this, you'll be allowed to perform a pendulum summon. If the pendulum scales you have are scale 1 and scale 8, you can pendulum summon, which is to special summon monsters from your hand or your face-up extra deck, whose levels or ranks are between the levels of those scales. So if our scales are 1 and 8, we can pendulum summon any monster whose level is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 from our hand, or face-up from our extra deck. This is why pendulum monsters go to our extra deck face-up, so that they can be pendulum summoned later on in the duel, or later on in the turn. If our pendulum scales are 3 and 5, we can only pendulum summon monsters who are level 4 from our extra deck or from our hand. Most pendulum decks play exclusively pendulum monsters because they like to have their monsters wind up on their extra deck so they can reuse them later. It also increases their odds of having a pendulum scale to use in the first place. If your monsters are not pendulum monsters, you cannot create pendulum scales, but you still can pendulum summon monsters that are not pendulum monsters from your hand. If your pendulum scales are the same, such as 2 5 scales, you cannot pendulum summon any monsters, as there are no monsters whose levels are between 5 and 5. Monsters that are pendulum summoned from your extra deck must be pendulum summoned to the extra monster zone, or a zone that a link monster points to. Pendulum monsters that are activated in the pendulum zone are treated as spell cards only when they are in these zones. When these monsters are destroyed, they are treated as having been a monster that was destroyed, and will be placed face up in the extra deck. So if a pendulum monster has a monster effect that activates while it is destroyed, even if it is destroyed while it's in the pendulum zone, it'll still be able to activate its pendulum monster effect. If a pendulum monster is sent to the graveyard as material for an extra deck monster, such as a Synchro, a Link, or a Fusion, it will be sent to the extra deck face up instead. Exes materials are different because they are not considered on the field. So if a pendulum monster is used as an Exes material, it will go to the graveyard after it is detached, or if the Exes monster leaves the field. Every player can declare a pendulum summon But not every player plays Pendulum Monsters in order to perform a Pendulum Summon. You can only Pendulum Summon once per turn. If you perform a Pendulum Summon and the summon would be negated by a card such as Solemn Strike, all of the monsters will be sent to the graveyard because a monster whose summon is negated is not considered to have been on the field. You cannot make an additional Pendulum Summon should your Pendulum Summon be negated. Pendulum Monsters cannot be activated as set spell and trap cards in your Pendulum zones. If you'd like to set a Pendulum Monster, it must be set as a monster. This is why Anti-Spell Fragrance is often played against Pendulum decks, because it prevents them from activating their Pendulum spells in order to perform their deck's main gameplay actions, because they'll never be able to access a Pendulum scale if they cannot play spells face up. In our next video, we'll learn about the Exes Summon. The next monster we're going to be learning about is called the XYZ monster, pronounced Exes Monster. It says that it's pronounced like this in the rulebook, on page 18. An Exes Monster is a black bordered monster card who does not have a level. It has a rank. Its stars, which are black instead of orange, are on the top left of the card and tell you a little bit about the materials that are required to summon the Exes Monster. Most Exes Monsters have a material requiring 2 monsters of the same level, and it will usually match the monster's rank. Some Exes Monsters require materials that are a little bit more specific. The Exes Monster, Evil Zardulka, requires specifically that you use 2 level 4 dinosaur monsters to summon it. The Exes Monster Dingirsu, Orchis of the Evening Star, says that it can also be Exes summoned by using an Orchis Link monster you control as Exes material, meaning you can simply play it on top of an Orchis Link monster. There are many Exes Monsters that can be ranked up on top of smaller Exes Monsters. Number 39 Utopia Ray can be summoned on top of a number 39 Utopia. To perform an Exes summon, look in your extra deck for an Exes monster that you play. Confirm that you have the right Exes material for that Exes monster on your field. During the main phase, declare that you are going to be performing an Exes summon, and then place the Exes material you intend to use on top of one another as a small stack, such that all of the Exes material can be easily seen as individual cards in case you need to read one of them. Place them into the zone in which you want to summon your Exes monster to. Exes monsters are not restricted the same way that Link and Pendulum monsters are and can be summoned to any extra monster zone or main monster zone. Take the Exes monster from your extra deck and put it on top of the stacked Exes material in whichever zone you would like in either face-up attack or defense position. This is a special summon called an Exes summon. Often Exes monsters have special effects that can be activated. Some of these effects require you to detach an Exes material from them in order to activate their effect. To detach an Exes material from a monster means to take it from underneath the monster and to place it into the graveyard. Generally, detaching is a cost for the monster's effect to be activated. You can tell because it will say detach 1 Exes material from this card before a semicolon before it tells you what the effect is. Not every effect from every Exes monster will require you to detach a material as a cost. Cyber Dragon Infinity can target an attack position monster your opponent controls and attach it to itself as Exes material. This effect does not require you to detach an Exes material to activate its effect. Time Thief Redoer has an effect that detaches different kinds of Exes material, but they are not detached as a cost, so the card is not detached immediately when you activate the effect. The material is detached later when you resolve the effect. Exes material are not considered to be on the field. Exes material are also not considered monster cards. So if the card Dimensional Fissure is on the field, which says that any monster sent to the graveyard is banished instead, Exes material will not be banished if they are sent to the graveyard while Dimensional Fissure is on the field, because Exes material is not considered to be a monster. In the next video, we'll be learning about Synchro Monsters. Our next summoning mechanic is the Synchro Summon. Synchro Monsters, like Exes Monsters and Link Monsters, are also kept in your extra deck. Synchro Monsters are very light gray colored cards, almost white, similar to what official tokens look like, although official tokens have a much darker gray. The Synchro material required to summon a Synchro Monster is generally a tuner monster and a non-tuner monster. A tuner is just a special type of classification that can be found next to a monster's type, similar to how flip effects are labeled flip. The materials for different Synchro Monsters can be more specific than just a tuner and a non-tuner monster, but most Synchro Monsters only require a tuner and non-tuner monster to summon. In order to perform a Synchro Summon, during your main phase, you have to declare that you are going to perform a Synchro Summon. You will check your extra deck to confirm the monster you would like to summon meets the conditions of the material that are on the field. Synchro Summons require you to send monsters from your face-up field to the graveyard, which meet the requirements of the Synchro Monster you intend to summon, whose total levels add up to the level of the monster you intend to summon. You'll send the Synchro materials to the graveyard and then special summon the Synchro Monster into any main monster zone or extra monster zone in either face-up, attack, or defense position. Unlike Exes and Link monsters, Synchro Monsters also have levels, just like regular effect monsters, normal monsters, and ritual monsters. Tuner monsters can come in many different forms. Tuners might be normal monsters, effect monsters. There are even Synchro Tuner monsters. Some Synchro Monsters can be made with monsters that are not tuners, such as Nirvana High Paladin, which can also use a Pendulum-summoned Pendulum Monster as its tuner. It also requires a Synchro Monster as material for its summon. The Synchro Monster Hot Red Dragon Archfiend King Calamity actually requires more than one tuner, and it requires a Dark Dragon Synchro Monster as well. The Synchro Monster X-Saber Gotams actually doesn't require that you use a non-tuner at all, although most monsters do specify that you need a non-tuner in order to summon them. In our next video, we'll be learning about the Fusion Monster. Next, we'll be talking about the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Extra Deck summoning mechanic, the Fusion Summon. A Fusion Monster is a dark purple monster. It has all the same features of any other main deck monster, except that it is kept in your extra deck. In the effect box on a Fusion Monster, it will list the fusion material for the Fusion Monster. In this case, Gaia the Dragon Champion. Its fusion material is Gaia the Fierce Knight and Curse of Dragon. Now, this is a very old Fusion Monster and does not have an effect, so this is a Fusion non-effect monster. It is not a normal monster. Its fusion materials are the specifically named monsters Gaia the Fierce Knight and Curse of Dragon. In order to perform a fusion summon, you must have access to the fusion material as well as the extra deck monster in your extra deck. The first ever fusion summons were conducted using the spell card Polymerization. The effect of Polymerization is to fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or your field as fusion material. Most fusion monsters are summoned by the effect of some sort of card. The summon of most fusion monsters is not considered a special summon in the sense that you cannot Solemn Strike the summon of a monster summoned by a fusion summon usually, because they are summoned by a card effect rather than a game mechanic summon, whereas an Exes summon, a Link summon, a Synchro summon, and a Pendulum summon are all game mechanic summons and can all be Solemn Striked, so you can't Solemn Strike a monster being summoned by Polymerization. One of the other unique things regarding the extra deck mechanic of fusion summoning is that you can actually fusion summon using face-down monsters. You cannot perform a Link summon using face-down monsters. You cannot perform a Synchro summon using face-down monsters, and you cannot perform an Exes summon using face-down monsters. So that is one of the biggest benefits going for the fusion mechanic. So if you have all of the correct cards available, such as Gaia the Dragon Champion in our extra deck, Gaia the Fierce Knight can be located either on our field or in our hand, as well as Curse of Dragon. We can activate Polymerization to the field. We can then send the appropriate fusion material to the graveyard, and then special summon the extra deck monster in any main monster zone or extra monster zone in either attack or defense position. Once the spell card has successfully resolved, it will then go to the graveyard. And you cannot activate Solemn Strike on this card because its summon was already successful when the spell card resolved. So you can't Solemn Strike the special summon of a fusion monster by an effect. You can Solemn Strike the effect if it was the effect of a monster, but you cannot Solemn Strike a spell. Now, the fusion mechanic in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually an incredibly horrible mechanic, as it requires way too many cards to do anything. You need to have access to all the materials as well as the card that's used to summon the monster. A few monsters have been made to help the fusion mechanic be a little bit less useless. This is one of the first ones. This is XYZ Dragon Cannon. It requires 3 materials, which are X Head Cannon, Y Dragon Head, and Z Metal Tank. This card can be summoned from your extra deck by banishing the above materials that you control. To control a card means to have it on your field. It also specifically says that you do not use Polymerization. So if we have the 3 materials on the field, we can simply banish them, put them all into the banish zone, and then special summon the fusion monster. Now, because this fusion monster is summoned without using a spell card, its ability to be summoned is sort of a game mechanic summon. We call this a contact fusion. This can be Solemn Striked because this is the summon of a monster rather than the summon as a result of a spell effect or a monster effect. Now, there have been a lot of things done throughout the years to try and make a fusion summon less of a terrible play. For instance, we have here the Fusion Monster Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. Its fusion material requires 2 Thunder Dragons. So this particular monster kind of mitigates the costs of a fusion summon by the main deck monster Thunder Dragon having the ability to discard itself in order to add 2 Thunder Dragons from your deck to your hand, or up to 2 Thunder Dragons, allowing you to use one of them to actually get the full fusion material requirement for the card. So over time, a lot of things like this had to be done to make the fusion mechanic something worth using. Additionally, all kinds of new spells have been made to make the fusion summoning easier or better, such as Power Bond, which will actually double the attack of a monster used to fusion summon. So if you fusion summon a machine monster using Power Bond, its attack is doubled, but you take the damage of the monster's attack during the end phase. So this card doesn't actually mitigate any of the problems involved with performing a fusion summon, although it does make the investment more worth it. The Fusion Monster 5-Headed Dragon also improved upon prior fusion monsters by requiring 5 dragon monsters, not 5 specifically named monsters. So over time, fusion monsters have become more generic, making them easier to use, and additional fusion spells have been made to make summoning the monsters less costly, such as the spell card Dragon's Mirror, which allows you to perform a fusion summon of a dragon-type fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing the fusion materials listed on it from your field or your graveyard. In other words, you don't need to keep access to 5 cards in your hand in order to perform a fusion summon of 5-Headed Dragon. Nowadays, fusion materials for monsters have become very generic. El Shaddoll Construct requires any Shaddoll monster and any light monster. That's pretty generic. There are El Shaddoll monsters for all attributes in any Shaddoll monster. They even also have their own in-archetype fusion spell, Shaddoll Fusion, which allows you to fuse using materials from your deck instead of from your hand and your field. So additional effects continue to be made to mitigate the cost of a fusion summon because of how difficult they are to do and how costly they are. Often there are completely random monsters that are found in the extra deck that happen to be fusion monsters, but are summoned using forms of contact fusion to make them worth playing, such as Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon, which can be summoned by sending monsters on the field to the graveyard, including a Cyber Dragon and machines from both players' fields. So this card's useful for removing your opponent's cards from the field. The Fusion Monster Thunder Dragon Colossus can be summoned by distributing a Thunder effect non-fusion monster from your field during the turn that you activated a Thunder monster in hand, making this one of the easiest fusion monsters to summon in the game. So the fusion mechanic at its core principle requires a spell card, the fusion materials, as well as the fusion monster, and has a heavy cost to summon a monster. So many other variations are printed on cards to mitigate those problems. In the next episode, we will talk about the Ritual Summon, which is actually a monster that is summoned from your main deck instead of your extra deck.
So today we're going to be talking about a ruling I made in a previous video, which I now have to retract, which is rare. I think I've said 2 things on this channel that have been technically incorrect. One of them is too stupid to try, so odds are you'll never do it. The previous ruling that I said that was incorrect was you can activate Pot of Desires if there are 10 or 11 cards in your deck, because at the time of activation you can both pay the cost and resolve the effect. So apparently there's a ruling on Pot of Desires that says there must be at least 12 cards in your deck to activate the card. So if you did activate it, you would lose the game, so no one would ever try that ruling. But the other ruling, the only other ruling I've had a major dispute with by someone who actually knew what they were talking about, is related to superpolymerization. So the ruling is, are you allowed to activate superpolymerization if the monsters on the field are unaffected by card effects? So the example we're going to be using is that there is a copy of Eternal Soul on the field and 2 copies of Dark Magician, which are now unaffected by card effects because that is part of the effect of Eternal Soul. Your Dark Magicians are unaffected by your opponent's card effects. So by that logic, if there's 2 of them on the field and I wanted to activate Super Polymerization, could I attempt to fusion summon a legal fusion monster of Starving Venom Fusion Dragon? My ruling, which I think makes perfect sense, which is incorrect apparently, again, ask your head judge on this particular one, is that you should be allowed to activate Super Polymerization, discard a card, and then Super Polymerization should resolve without effect. That's the ruling I went with. Apparently, there are a couple of precedent rulings that would suggest that that is incorrect. Now, I'm going to tell you why I disagree with that, even though they do have precedents, and I'll get into that. You are allowed to activate cards that can't resolve. And, I mean, they need to be able to do something. Like, you can activate Dark Hole as long as there's a monster on the field, but the monster that's on the field doesn't need to be able to be destroyed by card effects. Like, if Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon is on the field, you are allowed to activate Dark Hole. It will accomplish nothing. And Ultimate Falcon says it's unaffected by card effects. You are even allowed to activate Dark Hole if Red Eye's Dark Dragoon is on the field, which can't be destroyed by card effects. So you are legally allowed to attempt to do these bad plays. And the reason I like this in the game is it means your opponents are allowed to misplay. But apparently, according to these other rulings I'm going to share now, fusion summoning is some sort of an exception to this. So there's a ruling on Ancient Gear Fusion, which says if you control an Ancient Gear Golem, you can attempt to fuse using materials from your deck. Now, the ruling on Ancient Gear Fusion says that if the Ancient Gear Golem that is on the field is under the effect of Forbidden Lance, it is not allowed, and you have no other possible material you can use for a fusion summon of an Ancient Gear monster, you cannot even attempt to activate Ancient Gear Fusion. So this is the first time I've heard of a ruling that specifically says you cannot attempt something that would just resolve without effect. So the implication here is that because the card you only have you don't have the fusion material without using the unaffected monster, that you wouldn't be able to resolve the fusion. So fusions require the monster to be usable for the fusion to legally activate the fusion spell. I disagree with this, but this apparently is the ruling from the OCG database, which I will link in the description down below. And the other ruling that also relates to this is Rapid Trigger, which is a fusion spell that destroys dragons to fusion summon. And there is a ruling that says you cannot activate this if the only monster you can use for fusion material on your field is Borolo Dragon, which can't be destroyed by card effects, because this requires to destroy the fusion material. And because it can't be destroyed, you can't attempt to activate the card. Now, this I can get on board with more, specifically because the card says destroy, and the card in question, Borolo Dragon, specifically says it cannot be destroyed. But unaffected does not say cannot be used as fusion material. So that's my dispute with that particular ruling. And again, it is contradictory to other rulings in the game that have existed in the past, specifically that you can attempt to Dark Hole cards that can't be destroyed by by card effects. So that's pretty much going to wrap up this Ask Judgeman. So is my retraction for those two incorrect rulings in the past. If you enjoyed this video and have questions about rules, feel free to leave them in the comments. Like the video, subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Today we'll be learning about Ritual Monsters, which, similar to Link Monsters, are also blue. Link Monsters have a dark blue border and are kept in the extra deck. They also have a very obvious hexagonal pattern as well as arrows to indicate that they are Link Monsters and not Ritual Monsters. Ritual Monsters kind of look similar to normal monsters or Synchro Monsters. They just have a light blue border. Ritual Monsters are actually kept in the main deck. They have both attack and defense points, unlike a Link Monster. In this video, we're going to learn how to perform a ritual summon, which is one of the weakest forms of summoning a monster you can do. Its biggest benefit is that it is a ritual summon, which is a special summon. In the previous episode, I may have failed to mention that a fusion summon is a special summon, known as a fusion summon. So our example of using the Masked Beast, its card text says that this card can be ritual summoned using the Curse of the Masked Beast, which is its own ritual spell. Many ritual monsters have their own ritual spell. You'll also notice this monster doesn't have an effect. This is a very old monster. So this is the Curse of the Masked Beast. It is a ritual spell. You can tell it's a ritual spell because it has this icon on it, the ritual icon. We haven't been talking about different spells and trap cards in the game too much so far. This is the first non-normal spell card we've really had to deal with yet. If you see this symbol on a card, it is used for summoning ritual monsters. Now, there are other cards that do not have this symbol that can be used to ritual summon, and you'll have to investigate yourself further to find out what those cards are. One that comes to mind is the Libromancer field spell, I believe, can be used to perform a ritual summon, and the Magic Key fusion spell is also used for rituals, but it does not have the ritual symbol. The card text of the Curse of the Masked Beast says that this card can be used to ritual summon the Masked Beast. You must also tribute monsters from your hand or field whose total level is 8 or more. Most rituals require you to tribute the exact level of the monster, or more than the exact level of a monster that you are trying to ritual summon. Some cards say exact, some say equal to or more. What you cannot intentionally do is over-tribute. It is against the rules to tribute all of your monsters to perform a ritual summon if you could have done it with less. So in our example, we'll have the Curse of the Masked Beast. The Masked Beast is in our hand, as well as the ritual material required to perform the summon of the ritual monster. In our case, it is a level 8 monster. Now, you don't have to tribute just one monster. You could have 2 level 4s. They don't have to be normal monsters. I'm just using the Blue Eyes White Dragon in this example because it is a level 8 monster. The Curse of the Masked Beast to the field, and then we'll pay our tribute
So the tribute here is not a cost because the ritual spell is resolving. The monster is considered to be tributed. So the Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field will be sent to the graveyard and we will special summon the Masked Beast from our hand. This summon cannot be Solemn Striked, similar for the same reasons that you could not Solemn Strike a summon performed by a fusion spell card. Now, we did not have to use the Blue Eyes White Dragon that we had on our field. We can also use the one that is in our hand. We can summon the monster into either face-up attack or face-up defense position. When the spell has resolved, our ritual spell will go to the graveyard. So the reason I'm not a fan of the ritual mechanic is because you're required to have both the monster, the spell, and the tributes available to perform the ritual summon. Whenever there's a good ritual deck in the game, it's generally breaking all of these mechanics in order to make it function well. Some examples of methods that have been used to break the ritual mechanic are the earliest of them, which is to print a ritual spell such as Contract with the Abyss that can be used for multiple different ritual monsters. So this card can be used to summon any dark ritual monster by tributing the exact level of the monster. So this one doesn't let you tribute more than the exact level, but it would also allow us to summon the Masked Beast. Advanced Ritual Art actually allows you to perform any ritual monster by using the exact level as well, but you can also use normal monsters that are in your deck as the tribute for the summon of the ritual monster. So by using the cards in your deck, you don't have to draw the tribute materials for the summon of the ritual monster, so this card's a bit better in that sense. Another ritual archetype that came out at another time was the Gishki archetype, which has its own ritual monsters, but I just really wanted to point out that the ritual spell has the ability to add itself back to the hand in order to be reused so that the deck can function well. Also, the main deck monster in the Gishki archetype, Gishki Shadow, can actually be used for the entire tribute of a ritual monster. So they actually have level 10 monsters that can be summoned just using this level 4 as tribute. One of the best decks in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! That had ever existed at its time was Necroz. Now, Necroz had 3 different ritual spells, all used to summon Necroz monsters, and they all had improvements that I'm just going to mention here just to show you what you have to do to make a ritual spell really good. So Necroz Cycle could be used to summon any Necroz monster, and you can tribute monsters from your hand or field, and you can ritual summon from your hand or graveyard. So this particular ritual spell actually allows you to not need to have the monsters you want to summon in your hand. Necroz of Kaleidoscope can actually be used to summon any number of Necroz monsters from your hand by actually tributing materials that are in your hand, on your field, or even in your extra deck. So you can actually avoid paying the ritual cost by using monsters in your extra deck, and a lot of cards that you send from your extra deck actually give you advantage as well, including for ritual decks. And Necroz Mirror can be used to summon a Necroz ritual monster from your hand by actually banishing the Necroz monsters you had in your graveyard. So it also alleviates the cost for summoning a ritual monster. And all 3 of these ritual spells have the effect that if they are in your graveyard and you have no monsters, you can actually add another ritual spell from your deck to your hand. So there's a significant effort that needs to be made in order to make a ritual deck a good deck. So I've covered the basics of rituals here. You're going to have to do additional exploration yourself if you're interested. In the next video, we're actually going to learn how to do regular summons. So a normal summon, a normal set, a tribute summon, a tribute set, a flip summon, the special summon of a monster that's not via card effect, and the special summon of a monster that is via card effect.
In this video, we'll be learning how to do the most common type of summon in the entire game of Yu-Gi-Oh! That summon is called the normal summon. Most monsters that you would have in your hand, such as normal monsters and effect monsters, can be normal summoned, and it will say on their cards if they cannot be otherwise. Ritual monsters that might be in your hand cannot be normal summoned, because ritual monsters must be ritual summoned. A normal summon is to play a monster from your hand into face-up attack position. You'll notice the monsters in my hand have a range of levels. I have 2 monsters that are level 4, 1 level 5, and 1 level 8 monster. Once per turn during your main phase, you're allowed to perform 1 normal summon or normal set. A normal summon is to place a monster that is level 1, 2, 3, or 4 onto the field into face-up attack position into any monster zone. Once this monster is placed into this monster zone, it cannot move unless a card effect makes it move. I can also place it from my hand into face-down defense position. This is called a normal set. A monster that is normal set is not considered to have been summoned. Although a normal set does take your normal summon for the turn, it may be flipped up in several ways, including the flip summon, which we'll talk about later. Other ways it will be flipped are by being attacked, in which case it will be flipped in order to determine which monster will win in a battle. We'll learn about battle later. Or it can be flipped by a card effect. In addition to being able to normal summon a monster into any of our main monster zones, we can also perform the normal set into any main monster zone. But once we set that monster in that zone, it can only be played into that zone and cannot move into another one without a card effect moving it. We can do this with any monster that is level 4 or below. We can either normal summon them, or we can normal set them. The monster I'm setting here is Shaddoll Dragon, which has a flip effect and has some value being set face down. Generally, you'll summon monsters in face-up attack position. Strategy will determine whether you should be playing your monsters into face-up attack position or face-down defense position. Monsters that are in attack position can declare attacks, so by putting your monster in defense position, you are preventing yourself from having the option to declare an attack. Playing monsters in face-down defense position provides some degree of secrecy or mystery to your opponent as to what your card might be. It also protects your life points from taking damage when your opponent attacks. There is no way to perform a normal summon into face-up defense position. If you'd like to perform a normal summon of a monster that is of a higher level, such as a level 5 or 6 monster, you must tribute a monster. So on one turn you'll have to normal summon or set a monster, or place it onto the field using some other method, and then during your next turn's main phase, you'll be able to perform what is called a tribute summon. A tribute summon is when you send a monster that you already have on your field to the graveyard, this is called a tribute, and then summon a level 5 or 6 monster from your hand. If we summon another monster on the next turn, we now have 2 monsters. So on the turn following that, we can perform a tribute summon of an even higher level monster. Level 7 and higher monsters require 2 tributes to perform the normal summon, so we're going to move our Thunder Dragon and our Shadal Dragon to the graveyard to perform the normal summon of Mech Knight Purple Nightfall. We don't have to normal summon it though, as we can take both of our monsters and tribute them, and then place our monster into face-down defense position as a normal set. Monsters that are higher level can be both tribute summoned and tribute set, which is still a normal summon or normal set. All of these actions can only take place during either your main phase 1 or your main phase 2. You can perform 1 normal summon or 1 normal set per turn during your main phase. If you don't do it during main phase 1, you can do it during main phase 2. Let's take a look at a different example. In this example, I have 3 monsters that have been set face down over the course of several turns. None of them were set this turn. If a monster I have that's on my field has been face down for at least 1 turn, I can change its battle position on the next turn. A battle position change is something you're only allowed to do during a turn that a monster was not summoned or set, or during a turn that the monster has declared an attack. A manual battle position change of a monster that is in face-down defense position to face-up attack position is called a flip summon. You can never change a monster from face-up attack position to face-down defense position without a card effect. I can flip summon my X-Head Cannon into this zone. Do notice that I cannot move my X-Head Cannon to another zone while performing a flip summon. I'm then going to perform a flip summon of my Thunder Dragon, which was tribute set on a previous turn, and I can perform the flip summon of Shadal Dragon. A flip summon of a flip effect monster can trigger its flip effect because it has been flipped face up. I can perform as many flip summons as I like during the same main phase. I can do it during either main phase. As long as these monsters were not summoned or set this turn, I can perform 1 manual battle position change of each of these monsters. And a monster being changed from face-down defense position to face-up attack position is called a flip summon. You can perform as many flip summons as you'd like during a turn unless a card effect tells you otherwise. Unlike your normal summon, where you can only perform 1 normal summon or set per turn. The turn that a monster's battle position changed, it cannot be changed again. The turn that a monster was summoned or set, its battle position cannot be changed, and the turn that a monster has declared an attack, it also cannot have its battle position changed. We'll learn more about battle positions when we talk about battle in a future episode. In the next video, we'll be taking a look at the special summon, which you can also do an unlimited amount of per turn. A normal summon is very important because you only have 1 of them per turn, so you have to use them wisely. If you don't perform a normal summon, you don't get it back. So it's important to try and get all of your monsters that must be normal summoned out of your hand over the course of successive turns, where you'll lose what is described as tempo, which is the ability to perform actions that are limited per turn. In the previous video, we learned about the normal summon and set, as well as the tribute summon and set, which can only be done once per turn. We also learned about the flip summon, which can be done as many times as you want, as long as you can get monsters on the field that are into face-down defense position. Both of these summons take a significant amount of time to perform. Most players opt to play many special summons. There is no restriction on the number of times you can special summon in a single turn. You can special summon as many times as you can as long as you have the ability to do so based on the cards available to you. There are 2 types of special summons. Ones that can be done by activating a card effect. These start a chain, and then ones that can be made without activating a card effect that do not start a chain. We will start by talking about the ones that activate and start a chain. Our first example will be the Wandering Griffin Rider. Let's take a look at its card text. It says, during the main phase, if you control no monsters or control an adventure token, quick effect, meaning this effect is a quick effect, colon. You'll notice there's a colon next to the word quick effect. That means that this card activates. During the main phase, if you control no monsters or control an adventure token is the condition to activate this card's effect. Its effect is, you can special summon this card from your hand. Special summons must be performed in either face-up attack or face-up defense position and must be summoned to a main monster zone unless the monster is being summoned from the extra deck. This card has additional effects, but we're not focusing on those for the remainder of this video. Another example would be Fire Flint Lady. Fire Flint Lady also has an activation condition. It says, if you control a warrior monster, colon. So the condition to activate the effect of Fire Flint Lady is to control a warrior. Its effect is, you can special summon this card from your hand.
Fire Flint Lady does not say quick effect, therefore this is an ignition effect and can only be used during the main phase. Monster Reborn is a spell card that allows you to target one monster in either player's graveyard. That is prior to a semicolon, therefore it is the activation condition for this card, and then its effect is to special summon it. So Monster Reborn is the type of card that can actually be used to special summon a monster other than itself, as it is not a monster. Omni Dragon Brotar has an effect that says if this card would be destroyed by battle or by an opponent's card effect, meaning this is the activation condition, you can special summon this card from your graveyard. Because Brotar's activation condition is when something happens, Brotar's condition, Omni Dragon Brotar is actually a trigger effect, whereas Griffin Rider was a quick effect, and Fire Flint Lady was an ignition effect. Monster Reborn is a normal spell card, which is similar to an ignition effect. By the very nature of how fusion monsters work, they are summoned by activating a spell card that would perform a fusion summon, or activating a monster or trap effect that performs a fusion summon. So summoning a fusion monster will generally start a chain. The same goes for ritual monsters. In order to summon a ritual monster, you have to activate the ritual spell card, either associated with that ritual monster, or one that can be used to summon any ritual monster, or ritual monsters that fit a particular criteria. Now there are some exceptions. I'd like to address two of them here. One of them is Elder Entity Entes. It is a fusion monster, whose fusion materials are one Synchro and one Exes monster, and it says it must be special summoned from your extra deck by sending the above cards you control to the graveyard. You do not use polymerization. This implies that Elder Entity Entes' summon does not start a chain, as you do not have to activate a card to summon it. You just send the materials to the graveyard. This is our first of our types of monsters that we can summon without starting a chain. Our next one is Thunder Dragon Colossus. Thunder Dragon Colossus says it must be fusion summoned, which you can do with a fusion spell, or you can simply special summon it during the turn a Thunder monster's effect was activated in the hand, by tributing one Thunder effect non-fusion monster, in which case you would not use polymerization. So the Thunder Dragon Colossus has an alternative summoning mechanic that allows you to summon it without activating a card effect. Necessarily to summon it. You do need to activate a Thunder monster in hand to summon it that way. But Thunder Dragon Colossus can also be summoned by using a fusion spell card. Thunder Dragon Fusion is usually used to summon Thunder Dragon Colossus. But more often than not, players will summon Thunder Dragon Colossus using its alternative summoning condition, as it does not start a chain and does not require you to have a spell card, so cards that do not require you to activate other cards or have costs tend to be better than cards that do. Now we'll talk about how to identify if a card starts a chain when you summon it. We kind of addressed this a little bit with Elder Entity Entes as well as Thunder Dragon Colossus. If a monster has a colon on it, it's an indicator that it activates. Anything before the colon is its activation condition. Synchro summons and Exes summons are actually game mechanic summons. They're summons that you're allowed to perform because they're in the rulebook that you can perform them. You do not activate an effect to summon a Synchro or an Exes monster, although there are cards that can be activated that would do that, but the very act of just performing a Synchro summon or an Exes summon does not start a chain. Link summons also do not start a chain. You send the monsters that you require to the graveyard and perform a Link summon. A Pendulum summon is also a game mechanic summon. All players have the ability to do one Pendulum summon per turn as long as they can create a Pendulum scale. The declaration of a Pendulum summon does not start a chain, although activating the Pendulum scales in the first place will start chains, but they do not activate to summon the monster. Next, there are main deck monsters. Now, main deck monsters sometimes have an effect that allows them to summon themselves. For instance, one of the first ones that players used to play is called Cyber Dragon. The condition on Cyber Dragon says if only your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon this card, in parentheses, from your hand. Whenever you see a card says it can be special summoned without a colon, that is generally a sign that it does not activate to summon. You simply can perform this action to summon the monster. Whatever appears in the parentheses is the location in which the card can be summoned from. Monsters whose effect activate to summon them from a particular location will not usually have parentheses telling you where you can summon them from. They'll usually have it in their activation condition, which again occurs before the colon or semicolon. Our next card is Infernoid Sightsmoss, and I wanted to address this card specifically, as well as Cyber Dragon, because of a significant difference in the way they work. Cyber Dragon can be normal summoned, therefore its ability to special summon itself is technically an effect. It's just an effect that does not activate. Cards like monster effects that do not activate are sometimes called continuous, in some cases they are called unclassified, as Cyber Dragon's effect is not really a continuous effect, as being on the field face up does not mean you can special summon it from your hand. Therefore its effect is unclassified. Infernoid Sightsmoss cannot be normal summoned or set, and it must be special summoned from your hand or your graveyard by banishing 2 Infernoid monsters from your hand or your graveyard. As we can see, this card does not have a colon on it, and it says where it can be summoned from in parentheses, therefore this is a non-activated summoning condition. But because this card has no way to be normal summoned or set and can only be special summoned in this way, this is technically not an effect. This is just the way in which this card is summoned. Let's briefly look at the card Solemn Strike. Solemn Strike says when a monster would be special summoned, you can negate the summon and destroy the card. I'm ignoring the part about when a monster effect is activated because that's not the part I want to focus on. When a card says that it can negate the summon of a monster, it means it can negate the summon of a monster that did not enter the field by an activated card effect, such as Cyber Dragon, Infernoid Seitzmoss, a Link Monster, a Synchro Monster, or a Pendulum summon. The summon as a result of a card effect is a card effect, and you can negate the card effect using Solemn Strike if it were a monster effect, but a monster summoned as a result of a card effect is not the special summon of a monster, rather the summon as a result of a card effect successfully resolving. In our next video, we'll be learning about spell cards. Today we'll be discussing cards that tell you to perform a summon immediately after effect resolves, such as IP Masquerena, True Draco Heritage, Psyframe Circuit, a couple of other cards. Welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel. My name is Benji, and in the Ask Judgeman series we try to help you misplay less and win more by knowing more about Yu-Gi-Oh! Than your opponent does. If you enjoy ruling content, make sure to check out the playlist in the iCard up above and see if one of your questions you may have had has already been answered in a previous video. Otherwise, make sure to leave questions down below, and maybe they will make it into new videos, or join the Discord where you can ask questions to me directly and I can respond much faster, as well as potentially playing me for streams or for other video purposes, maybe joining the How to Play series, things like that. So let's get into these types of effects. The type of effect we're referring to is any effect that specifically tells you to perform a game mechanic summon. A game mechanic summon includes a normal summon, a tribute summon, a synchro summon, a link summon, an Exes summon, a contact fusion summon, a pendulum summon. All of these things are inherent summons. And what I mean by an inherent summon, which is a super unofficial term, and I shouldn't be using it, and I've used it like 15 times now, is a summon that is not the result of an activated effect, which might stand out as confusing because IP Masquerena allows you to perform a link summon, which is part of its effect. So I'm going to try and clear this up now. So let's just read the exact card text of IP Masquerena and try and understand it. So IP Masquerena says, during your opponent's main phase, you can quick effect immediately after this effect resolves, meaning you've activated IP Masquerena as Chainlink 1, its effect has resolved. Link summon one link monster using materials you control, including this card. You can only use this effect of IP Masquerena once per turn. So, when this effect resolves, Chainlink 1, perform a link summon. You will then resolve that effect, and then you perform a link summon. The link summon, because it specifically says when this effect resolves, is actually not part of the card effect of IP Masquerena. It is a completely separate summon that occurs because IP Masquerena said so. How is this useful? What can you get from this? And all card effects that have this type of effect. The important thing to know is it technically still counts as an effect that does special summon, so you can negate its effect with Solemn Warning, which says negate the activated effect that would allow you to perform a special summon. So this effect does allow you to perform a special summon, it's just not part of its effect itself. So it's a weird one. I actually don't even agree with that. I don't even think you should be allowed to Solemn Warning the activated effect of IP Masquerena, but you can. But the other thing is, if you allow it to resolve and perform the link summon, so let's say we have IP Masquerena on the field and you link with another monster into a Nightmare Unicorn, during Chainlink 1, I'm going to keep saying during Chainlink 1 because that matters for a lot of these things that I'm talking about today, is that the summon of Nightmare Unicorn does not occur during the chain. It was a link summon, a game mechanic link summon that happened to occur during your opponent's, during the other player's turn. And because that was a link summon, which is a special summon, and a monster would be summoned, you can negate it with Solemn Warning. So you can negate the activated effect of IP Masquerena with Solemn Warning or Solemn Strike. You can't negate it with Solemn Judgment, but the successful summon of Nightmare Unicorn during Chainlink 1 can be negated by all three of those cards, by Judgment, by Solemn Strike, and by Solemn Warning. Now, this is very different if it happens during Chainlink 2, so if your opponent activates like Infinite Impermanence targeting the IP Masquerena and you chain IP Masquerena, you would then you would resolve her Chainlink, Chainlink 2, which would say after this effect resolves, summon the link monster, so we'll summon our Nightmare Unicorn during Chainlink 2, so Chainlink 1 has to resolve. So Infinite Impermanence will resolve that effect because its target has left the field, and now we've missed the opportunity to Solemn Judgment the summon of the Nightmare Unicorn, to Solemn Strike the summon of the Nightmare Unicorn, to Solemn Warning the summon of the Nightmare Unicorn. You can still Solemn Strike the effect of Nightmare Unicorn, and it might be worth doing that. But the point is, if you have these cards like IP Masquerena or Unchained Soul of Rage, which allow you to perform a summon during Chain Link 2 or higher, you should do so to play around these card effects when possible. The reason I'm actually doing this video is because there was a video of suggested great ruling ideas and like tricks to just improve your game slightly by Yasin, and Yasin made one mistake, and I want to address that here. I was a big fan of the video up until that moment. Nothing wrong with everything else. Everything else was fantastic. He made a comment that if you can summon your True Draco monsters in your True Draco deck by using the effect of True Draco Heritage, you can use it to play around Solemn Warning. He's correct, it'll play around certain things, but not Solemn Warning, and I'll explain why. True Draco Heritage allows you to activate this effect. When this effect resolves, perform a tribute summon of a True Draco monster. So if you activate True Draco Heritage and then trigger its ignition effect, it will resolve, allowing you to perform a tribute summon. If you tribute summon for True Draco Dynamite Knight, the True Draco fighter, it'll come onto the board. Maybe you'll tribute the Heritage. You're just going to assume it's there for the example. So Chain Link 1 resolves, then you perform a Game Mechanic Normal Summon. Game Mechanic Normal Summon can be Solemn Judgmented, it can be Solemn Warninged, and it will negate the summon of the monster. Now, the True Draco Heritage did go to the graveyard as a result from the field, so it will activate in a separate chain, because summon negation chains occur before the next chain after a summon. So you can't actually dodge Solemn Warning during Chain Link 1. Now, you could do it during Chain Link 2. Let's imagine we had both True King's Return and True Draco Apocalypse on the field, and it's your opponent's turn. You can activate True Draco Apocalypse Chain Link 1 to perform the normal summon, or not, doesn't matter. Then you can chain True King's Return as Chain Link 2. You'll resolve True King's Return as Chain Link 2, which would then allow you to summon the Dynamite Knight. It'll come onto the field, and then you'll resolve Chain Link 1, which didn't perform the summon because you've already summoned the monster. And now the summon occurred in the middle of the chain, so the opportunity to activate Solemn Warning or Solemn Judgment was now missed. So trying to summon it as a later Chain Link can allow you to play around Solemn Warning and Solemn Judgment. None of this particular monster wasn't affected by Solemn Strike because it's a normal summon. Another card that you should know has this kind of effect would be Psyframe Circuit. If you're not a fan of the Psyframe deck, you could play around the Psyframe deck by having Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, and Solemn Judgment set. Because they're counter traps, you can't chain Psyframes to them. But the scenario came up at a regional for me where I saw a player had Psyframe Circuit on the field, and the opponent attacked into Psyframe Gear Beta, and Beta was used to destroy an attacking monster and end the battle phase, and then Circuit was triggered to perform a Synchro Summon. The Synchro Summon was for the summon of a Black Rose Dragon. Now, because the effect of Circuit reads as follows, if a Psyframe monster is special summoned to your side of the field, except during the damage step, you can, this is the activation condition, immediately after this effect resolves, the text we've been talking about all day, perform a Synchro Summon of a Synchro monster using Psyframe monsters you control as material. That is a game mechanic Synchro Summon. So when the Black Rose is summoned, you can negate its summon using Solemn Warning, Solemn Strike, or Solemn Judgment, assuming it was Chain Link 1. And it is possible to activate two Psyframes in the same Chain Link, so if you try to negate end a battle phase with the Beta and then you chain a Gamma when they activate a monster effect, you can actually summon them both, and then when it resolves, you'll be able to trigger Psyframe Circuit twice, and depending on when you, which Synchro monster gets summoned, maybe you summon an Omega with the resolution of Chain Link 2, and you summon the Black Rose with Chain Link 1, they can actually only negate the summon of the Black Rose Dragon because it came down as a result of Chain Link 1. Alright, and the other reason I wanted to talk about this is there are monsters that get summoned by the card effect, not afterwards, which is what I'm saying about all of these. So all these cards say immediately after this effect resolves, meaning if they're Chain Link 1, you can respond with Solemn Warning. Some cards get summoned during the chain. So an example of that would be a ritual spell. If you activate Nekraw's Mirror, when it resolves, Unicore is already on the field. You can't negate the summon of Unicore with Solemn Warning. You can negate the activation of the ritual spell itself with Solemn Warning, which is what you should do. If you thought you could negate the summon, trying to make them tribute the monster for the cost, that would be a misplay. You don't want to do that. So either negate the ritual summon or allow the summon to be successful, but you can't negate the summon of the monster that was summoned by the effect of a spell card. You can negate the spell card from summoning the monster with Solemn Warning. You could not Solemn Warning the summon of a Red Eyes Dark Dragoon that is summoned by the effect of Red Eyes Fusion. So if Red Eyes Fusion is activated, you could Solemn Warning it, you could Solemn Judgment it, but you can't Solemn Strike the summon of the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon because it was summoned during the Chain Link, so the summon was already successful. So that's the difference between all these other card effects. Technically, the chain resolved, the effect already happened, and then the game mechanic summon was performed. Now, fusion summons tend to not be game mechanic summons. There are some exceptions, like contact fusions, like ABC Buster Dragon, where you perform the summon by doing something other than activating a card effect. You just banish the 3 materials and you summon the ABC Buster Dragon. That is an inherent summon, and you can negate it with Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, and Solemn Judgment. And I think that's going to kind of cover everything. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you click the like button, subscribe if you have not already, and make sure to join the Discord, and let me know if you have any questions in the comments, and I will see you in future episodes of Ask Judgeman.
In this video, we'll be learning about spell cards and the rules for spell cards. Normal spell cards can be played from your hand to your field into an open spell and trap card zone face up, or set face down. The action of placing a spell card onto your field into a face up spell and trap card zone is called activating the spell and trap card. If the activation is negated, the card will be sent to the graveyard from nowhere, because it was not on the field if its activation is negated. But it also is no longer in your hand because you played it to the field. It kind of goes from limbo, kind of between the field and your hand. The same applies for all other spell card types. If you set a spell card face down onto your field, in most cases you can flip it up immediately. Although quick plays spells have some minor differences in the rules, and we'll discuss them as we approach those cards. Spell cards can generally only be activated during the main phase, either main phase 1 or main phase 2. There's no actual limit on how many spells you're allowed to activate in a given turn. There are over 900 different normal spell cards in the game, and the effect that they have are all varying wildly in what they do. Some of them have activation conditions and some don't. In this example, Monster Reborn has the activation condition that you target one monster in either graveyard, and its effect is to special summon it. If there is no monster in either player's graveyard, it is not legal to activate Monster Reborn, because it requires you to target one monster in the graveyard. When a spell card resolves, it will then go to the graveyard. If you legally activate Monster Reborn targeting a monster, and the monster should be removed from the graveyard by a card effect in response to Monster Reborn will resolve as much as possible. Now, Monster Reborn doesn't have many parts to its effect, it simply summons the targeted monster, so this doesn't mean much in the case of Monster Reborn. The only outcome is that it will not summon the monster. But in the case of some spell cards, if it can't resolve completely, it will still resolve partially. We'll need to discuss problem-solving card text in the future to describe what types of grammar, punctuation, and conjunctions determines which parts of the card will still resolve if the card gets disrupted in some manner. The spell card Harpy's Feather Duster has no activation condition listed on the card. Its effect is much simpler. It simply says, destroy all spell and trap cards your opponent controls. Some cards have activation conditions, some have costs, some do a lot of things, some do very little. But the basic rules for spell cards is that you can activate them at any point during your main phase during the open game state. We'll talk more about open game state in the future. Most spell cards can also only be activated as Speed Spell 1, and we'll talk about that in the future as well. The next type of spell card is the Ritual Spell card. Ritual spell cards are effectively normal spell cards, as they can also only be activated during the open game state of the main phase, and they're used to summon ritual monsters. The only big difference is that they have a symbol that specifically designates these cards as ritual spells. It looks like a little fire, or torch. By being ritual spells, there are support cards that help you to obtain these cards in order to play strategies that use ritual monsters, such as Manju of the 10,000 Hands, which says when it is normal summoned, or flip summoned, you can add one ritual monster or one ritual spell card from your deck to your hand. If your spell card was not designated as a ritual spell, you would not be able to use this support card to search for ritual spells. The normal spell card Pre-Preparation of Rites can also be used to add a ritual spell. Therefore, if a card did not have a ritual spell symbol on it, it would not be a valid target for Pre-Preparation of Rites. The next type of spell is the Continuous Spell card. These cards remain on the field once they've been activated, and they do start a chain, and once their chain link has resolved, their effect is now applied. As long as the card remains face up on the field, its effect will be applied. You can identify continuous spells by their icon of the infinity symbol, which appears next to the word spell card. Dimensional Fissure, for example, is a continuous spell card which says any monster sent to the graveyard is banished instead. There are lots of decks that rely on their monsters being able to go to the graveyard, so by playing this card, over a long period of time it can make things difficult for your opponent. Our next example here is Fire Formation Tenki, which is also a continuous spell. When this card is activated, which is the activation condition of this part of the effect of Fire Formation Tenki, it says you can add one level 4 or lower Beast Warrior monster from your deck to your hand. So this continuous spell actually has a ignition-like effect which can be used on its initial activation. It also has a continuous effect, which is that all Beast Warrior monsters you control gain 100 attack. It also has a restriction that you can only activate one Fire Formation Tenki per turn. We call this type of restriction a hard once per turn, and we'll address this more in the future. But generally, if a card says that you can only activate a card of a specific name once per turn, we call that a hard once per turn. Now, because Fire Formation Tenki is a continuous spell card, in order to resolve with effect,
it must remain face up on the field when its chain link resolves. So if Fire Formation Tenki is activated as chain link 1, and Mystical Space Typhoon is chained as chain link 2, targeting to destroy Fire Formation Tenki, as chains resolve backwards, Mystical Space Typhoon will destroy Tenki. Tenki will resolve without effect because it is a continuous spell card, and you will be unable to add the level 4 lower Beast Warrior from your deck to your hand. This is unlike what would happen with Monster Reborn. If you activated Mystical Space Typhoon in response to Monster Reborn is not a continuous spell card and does not need to remain on the field in order to resolve its effect. So after Mystical Space Typhoon would resolve, Monster Reborn would still successfully revive the monster from the graveyard. Mystical Space Typhoon is not the type of card I was referring to when I said it would be a card responded to Monster Reborn that would remove the target from the graveyard. So continuous effects are beneficial that they last on the field for long periods of time, but they're also weaker in the sense that if they leave the field before they resolve, their effects will not resolve successfully. Mystical Space Typhoon is a quick play spell card. Quick play spell cards can be identified by their lightning bolt symbol that is next to the word spell card. And we'll talk a bit more about quick play spell cards in a moment, but I will constantly be referring to Mystical Space Typhoon and it destroying continuous and other types of spell cards to see how Mystical Space Typhoon affects those cards. The next continuous spell card I wanted to talk about is Valhalla Hall of the Fallen. When activated, this card doesn't do anything. While it is on field, you can trigger its effect, which would start a chain link, to special summon one fairy monster from your hand, under the condition that you must control no monsters in order to activate and resolve this effect. So when this card is initially placed on the field, you can activate Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy it. Or, when they trigger the effect to special summon a monster from their hand using its ignition-like effect, you can also activate Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy it. And again, because Valhalla Hall of the Fallen is a continuous card that's supposed to remain on the field in order to resolve its effect, Mystical Space Typhoon can make it so that it resolves without effect. So they've used the effect, but it left the field, and therefore it will be unable to resolve any parts of its effect. The next continuous spell I wanted to address is Pinpoint Landing. I chose Valhalla because it had an ignition-like effect to summon a card from the hand. Pinpoint Landing I've chosen because it has a trigger-like effect that occurs when a monster is summoned. So Pinpoint Landing says if exactly one monster is special summoned from your hand to your field, which is the condition to activate this part of its effect, you can draw one card. So when Pinpoint Landing is activated, it doesn't actually do anything. When a monster is then special summoned from the hand, it will trigger in order to draw a card, starting a chain link. If you chain Mystical Space Typhoon and destroy Pinpoint Landing, it will be destroyed before it can resolve, and because it is a continuous spell card, it will resolve without effect, so no card will be drawn. Let's continue discussing quick play spell cards. Called by the Grave is a quick play spell card that says target one monster in your opponent's graveyard, banish it, and if you do, until the end of the next turn its effects are negated, as well as the activated effects and effects of monsters on the field with the same original name. This is the card I was referring to when talking about Monster Reborn. If your opponent activates Monster Reborn to summon a monster from their own graveyard, you can chain Called by the Grave to target and banish their card, which will prevent Monster Reborn from being able to successfully resolve its effect completely and correctly. It'll resolve as much as possible, it's just that the only part of its effect is that it special summons a monster from the graveyard. Quick play spell cards are amongst the most popular in the game, and they have a couple of good features that you should know about. The first is because they are speed spell 2, quick play spell cards can be activated in any phase of play. They can be activated in the draw phase, standby phase, main phase, battle phase, main phase 2, or end phase. Of course, all different cards may have their own restrictions on exactly which phases they can be activated in, but by being a quick effect, or a speed spell 2 effect, they can be activated in any phase of play, and they can be activated in response to other players' cards, which is why Mystical Space Typhoon is such a popular card, as is Called by the Grave. Now, there is a weakness to quick play spell cards, and that is when you set them face down during your main phase, which you can only set spell and trap cards during your main phase. If you set a quick play spell, it is unable to be activated until the start of your opponent's next turn. This is actually similar to how trap cards function, and we'll be talking about trap cards in the next video, but generally a trap card cannot be activated the turn it is set and cannot be activated until the start of the next turn. So quick play spells have the benefit of being trap cards during your turn, as well as being trap cards on your opponent's turn. Sometimes you'll have to make the decision to keep your quick play spell cards in your hand to use them in your end phase, or to set them face down so you can use them during your opponent's turn. Because your quick play spell cards cannot actually be activated from your hand during your opponent's turn, but they can be activated from your field during your opponent's turn. If they are set on your field for over a turn, or in your hand, without having been set, you can activate them during your turn. Just because quick play spells are speed spell 2 and can be activated in response to other cards does not mean that they cannot start chains themselves. You can start a chain with a speed spell 1 card or a speed spell 2 card. It's just that speed spell 1 cards cannot be activated in response to any other card. So speed spell 2 cards, like quick play spell cards, are often used in response to other cards in order to interact with your opponent. The next type of spell card we'll be discussing is the equipment spell card, which is one of the worst types of spell cards in the game. Equipment spell cards can be identified by this plus-looking symbol. The biggest issue with an equipment spell card is that you must target a face-up monster on the field, because the nature of an equipment spell is that it must be equipped to a monster, and the monster must be face-up. So equipment spells are nice in that you can put a lot of them on the field. So an equipment spell card can be useful if your deck only has one normal summon. By activating several equipment spell cards, it's kind of like performing multiple summons by just boosting your one monster rather than summoning additional monsters. But by placing many equipment cards on the same card, you're also putting all your eggs in one basket. If your monster should be flipped face down or destroyed by a card effect, all of your equipment spell cards will be destroyed and sent to the graveyard by game mechanics. The quick play spell card Book of Moon is often used to destroy equipment spells by flipping a monster that they are equipped to face down. Book of Moon is also useful for making it so your opponent cannot perform Synchro, Link, or Exes summons because they require monsters to be face up as well, so this card happens to also be very good against equipment spell cards. You can equip cards to either your opponent's monster or to your monsters as well. The equipment spell Megamorph says, while your life points is lower than your opponent's, the equipped monster's attack becomes double its original attack. But while your life points is higher, the equipped monster's attack becomes half of its original attack. This is the perfect example of a card that's useful to be equipped to either your monster or your opponent's depending on the situation. Equipment spells are very similar to continuous spell cards. Equipment spell cards are similar to continuous spell cards because their effects only apply while the card is face up on the field. Let's take a look at how this would be relevant by looking at the equipment spell card Spiral Gear Big Red. You can only activate this card by targeting one spiral monster in your graveyard, which is the activation condition of this card. You can special summon it, and if you do, equip this card to it. It cannot be destroyed by battle. You can only activate one Spiral Gear Big Red per turn. This is an interesting equipment card as it targets a monster in the graveyard and equips it to the monster after it is special summoned it from the graveyard. Most actually played equipment spells do something along these lines. Most players don't play equipment spell cards that don't give them monsters in exchange. But because Big Red is an equipment spell, if it should be destroyed, it will resolve without effect, similar to how a continuous card would. So, if Spiral Gear Big Red is activated to target a spiral monster in the graveyard and you chain Mystical Space Typhoon, it will be destroyed and will be unable to resolve its effect. It will not summon the spiral monster back from the graveyard. If the spiral monster was already successfully summoned by Big Red, by Mystical Space Typhooning it later, the monster will not be destroyed, but many of the cards that equip themselves to a monster that they special summon do have their own clauses on them that involve the card being destroyed when this card leaves the field. The last type of spell card we'll discuss is called the Field Spell. This is the Field Spell symbol. Field spells can be placed face up or face down in the field spell zone. Unlike any other type of spell card, if your spell and trap card zones are occupied, you cannot normally send a spell card from that zone to the graveyard to set or activate a new spell card. So you must be careful for overloading your spell and trap card zones with too many cards. The field spell is an exception. Both players can only control one, and if you need to activate a new field spell, you can send your first one to the graveyard specifically to activate or set another field spell. You cannot send it away just because you want to. The first field spell we'll be looking at is Magical Meltdown, which is kind of similar to Fire Formation Tenki as we mentioned earlier. When this card is activated, you can add one Alistair the Invoker from your deck to your hand. So the activation condition to add the Alistair to your hand is when this card is initially activated. If the activation of this card is negated, you will not be able to search Alistair the Invoker. This card also has a continuous like effect. It says the activation of your cards and effects that include the effect of Fusion Summon a Fusion Monster cannot be negated. Also, your opponent's cards and effects cannot activate when a monster is Fusion Summoned this way, and you can only activate Magical Meltdown per turn. So this card is similar to Tenki in that it has an on-activation effect, which is separate from its continuous effect to prevent Fusion Summons from being negated. It also has a hard once per turn. If this card would be responded to by Mystical Space Typhoon and destroyed, you'll be unable to add an Alistair the Invoker from your deck to your hand. This is because field spells remain face up on the field after their effects resolve, similar to continuous spell cards, so it has the same downside. Similar to how Big Red would not resolve if it was destroyed, meaning equipment spells also have the same downside as continuous spells. And because it can only be activated once per turn, you cannot activate another Magical Meltdown this turn in order to attempt to search for another Alistair. If the activation of your Magical Meltdown were negated by a card such as Solemn Judgment, you would be allowed to activate another Magical Meltdown this turn because the activation was negated, but you can only activate Magical Meltdown once per turn. If a card's activation was negated, you never activated it. It'll be sent from nowhere to the graveyard, and it will be destroyed by Solemn Judgment, but you haven't activated the card and you can activate another one, which is one of the reasons that cards have hard once per turns on them. The next field spell I'd like to talk about is Cosmotown. Cosmotown has several ignition effects and a trigger effect. Once per turn, you can target one of your banished Cosmo monsters and return it to your hand, and if you do, lose life points equal to its original level times 100. So this is an ignition effect, or ignition-like effect, which can only be activated once this card has already been activated and is successfully remained on the field. So when you play Cosmotown to the field, it will start at Chain Link 1, it will resolve, then you can trigger this effect, which will also start at Chain Link 1, and then it will resolve. It has another effect. It says once per turn, which is its activation condition, while this card's already face up. You can reveal any number of Cosmo monsters in your hand and shuffle them into the deck. Then draw cards equal to the number of cards you shuffled into the deck. Shuffling the cards into the deck is not a cost. If this were a cost, the Cosmo monsters would be shuffled into the deck, and then if it were destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon, Cosmotown would be destroyed and they would not be able to draw cards. But because the shuffling of the monsters back into the deck is not a cost, if Mystical Space Typhoon is chained, they will not shuffle the cards back, but they will not draw. This card says if this card in the field spell zone is destroyed by a card effect, which is its trigger condition, you can add one Cosmo card from your deck to your hand. This is a trigger effect that activates when this card is destroyed from the field spell zone, so this effect actually activates in the graveyard. So if you actually try to make Cosmotown's other effects resolve without effect by destroying them, but Mystical Space Typhoon, this card will be able to activate in the graveyard to search a Cosmo card. The effect that activates in the graveyard is not reliant on it being on the field, only that it was on the field. If the activation of Cosmotown is negated, meaning its initial placement onto the field face up by a card such as Solemn Judgment, which negates the activation of spell cards, Cosmotown's effect to add a Cosmo from your deck to your hand when the card is sent from the field to the graveyard will not be able to activate because a card's activation being negated means that the card was never on the field. It goes to the graveyard from nowhere. The last thing I'd like to discuss is spell cards that have effects that activate in the graveyard. For instance, Galaxy Cyclone. This card has two effects. The first effect says you can target one set spell or trap card on the field, which is its activation condition, and then you destroy it. It says during your main phase, except the turn this card is sent to the graveyard, which is its second activation condition, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one spell or trap card on the field and destroy it. You can only use this effect of Galaxy Cyclone once per turn. The effect of Galaxy Cyclone in the graveyard is the effect of the card in the graveyard. It is not activating the card. Activating a card is to place it face up on the field. Triggering the effect in the graveyard is to activate the effect of a card. So there are some cards that actually can't interact with Galaxy Cyclone, as in Solemn Judgment. It cannot be used to negate the activation of the graveyard effect of Galaxy Cyclone because it is the activation of the effect of the card, not the activation of the card. Now the real focus I wanted to make here is that the graveyard effect of Galaxy Cyclone is Speed Spell 1, meaning it cannot be chained to other cards. The effects of all spell cards in the graveyard are Speed Spell 1. In the next video we're going to talk about trap cards, and some trap cards have graveyard effects and they're Speed Spell 2. But that's from the nature of how spell cards are always Speed Spell 1 and trap cards are always Speed Spell 2 or higher. I have one more card here, which is the Elixir of White Destiny, which has an effect that reads as follows. You can special summon one zombie monster from your hand or graveyard, but if you control no Eldritch monsters, you can only special summon Eldritch monsters with this effect. That's its on-field effect. For the rest of this turn after this card resolves, you can only special summon monsters that are zombies. Its second effect is the part that I wanted to reference. It says during your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard to set one golden land, spell or trap card directly from your deck. You can only use one Elixir of White Destiny effect per turn and only once that turn. This card also has a graveyard effect to set a golden land spell or trap card. And this card's a quick play spell. So normally quick play spells effects are Speed Spell 2. Its effect in the graveyard though is still treated as Speed Spell 1 just because this card is a spell card. If it were a trap card, its effect in the graveyard would be Speed Spell 2. It does say in the text specifically that you must use it during the main phase, which is implied automatically by it being a spell card, so it's actually unnecessary that they reference that this card's effect in the graveyard can only be used during the main phase. And that's going to wrap up our discussion of spell cards. I'll see you in the next video for how trap cards work. Hello and welcome back to the Ask Judgeman series. This is Benji of the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel, and today we are going to be talking about the difference between hard and soft once per turn effects. Additionally, we'll be talking about the difference between using an effect or activating an effect. And if you're not familiar with this series, on this series I take questions from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges Forum Facebook group about questions that relate to the topic that's going on, and we answer those while explaining game mechanics that people are not particularly great with in most cases. So the first question today is, if I activate Pot of Desires and my opponent chains Solemn Scolding to it, after the chain is resolved, can I activate a second copy of Pot of Desires? Now that's pretty interesting for a question. The card specifically says you can only activate once per turn, but Solemn Scolding says you can negate the activation of that card. Now the important part here is what the meaning of negating the activation means, and if you negate the activation, that means the activation has never occurred. So in this scenario, you can activate another copy of Pot of Desires. There is a similar scenario, which does occur more often nowadays, that would prevent you from activating a second copy of Pot of Desires, that being Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Now, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring says negate that effect. Now, that means that the card will resolve with no effect, but it has resolved and been activated successfully. So that is the big difference there. A card whose activation is negated is not technically considered to have resolved, which is why you could negate a card effect with 9 Pillars of the Yang Zing, and then still activate the effect of a Yang Zing monster destroyed by 9 Pillars, because 9 Pillars would have been Chainlink 2, but because it was the only card that actually resolved, it would be the last card to have activated, allowing the Yang Zing monsters to not miss timing, since their effects activate when they are destroyed by a card effect. So Chainlink 1 doesn't resolve, and because Chainlink 1 didn't resolve, the last thing that occurred was the destruction of a Yang Zing monster, thus allowing them to float. So just to run that back, any card whose activation was negated was not activated, meaning was not on the field, and not part of a chain, although a card whose effect was negated was activated and was on the field. So that is, again, the big difference in the two cases. So that's the big difference between those. Now, Pot of Desires is a good example because it is what's known as a hard once per turn. If it successfully resolves, you cannot play another. While there are other cards which are soft once per turns, meaning each individual copy of that card can be used once per turn. So Metal Foe's Mithrilium is a good example of a hard once per turn. He's a card with two effects, one of which specifically says can only be used once per turn. The other effect doesn't say anything, so that can be used over and over again if you had multiple copies. But if you had multiple copies of Metal Foe's Mithrilium, each copy cannot use his first effect more than once. So let's take a close-up and read the effect. You can target 2 Metal Foes cards in your graveyard and 1 card on the field. Shuffle the targets from your graveyard into the deck, and if you do, return the target on the field to the hand. You can only use this effect of Metal Foe's Mithrilium once per turn. Now, that means that if you had 2 of them, you can only trigger the effect on one Metal Foe's Mithrilium once. And it's the part about it specifying that it's once per turn, and it's specifying the name of the card. So when it says Metal Foe's Mithrilium, it pretty much says all copies combined can only use this effect once. If it doesn't say the card by name, then it is a soft once per turn, meaning you can do it with each individual copy. So we'll take a look at a card of that type in a moment. But I just also wanted to mention that Metal Foe's Mithrilium is also a good example of a use once per turn card. His effect specifically says you can only use this effect of Metal Foe's Mithrilium once per turn, meaning if the activation of that effect is negated by something like Solemn Strike and you had a second copy, you could not use the effect again, because the difference between using an effect and activating an effect means one was attempted versus one succeeded. So an effect that was used was attempted to be activated, whereas an effect that was activated had to successfully activate, which is, of course, the difference between the Pot of Desires scenario from earlier on in the video. A good example of a soft once per turn that you can use is Blue Eye's Alternative White Dragon. His effect to target one monster your opponent controls and destroy it, but you cannot attack this turn, can be used by each and every copy of Blue Eye's Alternative White Dragon during the same turn. And that's because the effect specifically does not name the card using the effect. So each copy can use that effect once per turn. Although I do have a very interesting card, which you can use more than once per turn, despite that it says once per turn, and it's for a very particular scenario. So I'm going to show you that now. It is Erebus the Underworld Monarch. This is specifically his interaction with the card known as Trade-In, and it has to do with being a different card in a different location. So if you were to summon the same Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon twice in the same turn, you can activate its effect to destroy a monster more than once in a turn. So let's say you activate its effect, then Synchro Summon with it, and then revive it with Return of the Dragon Lords, you can activate its effect again, because it's considered another copy of Blue Eyes Alternative. And as we discussed, that is actually a soft once per turn, meaning each individual copy can do that. But we're referring to Erebus's effect to add itself from the graveyard to the hand by discarding a Monarch spell or trap card. That effect is a soft once per turn. Each individual copy can do that. But because when a card moves from one place on the field to another, it's considered a new copy, you can use Trade-In to discard Erebus to draw 2 cards, add him back to your hand with his own effect. Use another copy of Trade-In to put him back into the graveyard and draw 2 cards. Then because he's a new card in the graveyard, you can then activate his effect to add him back to your hand once again, should you want to tribute summon him or use Trade-In on another copy of Erebus, the Netherworld Monarch. So that's going to wrap up this episode of Ask Judgeman. If you have a question you want answered in the next episode, please leave so down in the comments. Otherwise, I'll continue to find episodes based on questions from the Judges Forum. If I was incorrect about anything, please make sure to let me know, and I'll make adjustments at the beginning of the next video. See you next time.
Trap cards are some of the slowest types of cards in the game. Most decks either play absolutely no trap cards or as few as possible, while others play nothing but trap cards. There are some incredibly powerful trap cards, although because of the requirement to set a trap card for at least one turn before you can activate it, they don't go very well in combo decks. As mentioned in the previous video, if you set a quick play spell, you cannot activate it until the start of the next turn. This is true for all trap cards. But like quick play spells, trap cards are speed spell too, which means that you can activate a trap card after it has been set for one turn, during any phase of play, and in response to other cards that are speed spell 1 and speed spell 2. Here are some very popular trap cards. The first one is Mirror Force. It has the activation condition, when an opponent's monster declares an attack, destroy all of your opponent's attack position monsters. You can only activate Mirror Force when your opponent declares an attack.
but you can do it at any point during the window in which the attack occurred. If you have multiple trap cards you'd like to activate when your opponent declares an attack, you can eventually chain a mirror force in the middle of the chain. We'll talk more about chains in a future video. Bottomless trap hole is a trap with a similar type of activation condition. When your opponent summons a monster, or monsters, with 1500 or more attack, which is its activation condition, you can destroy that monster, or monsters, with 1500 or more attack, and if you do, banish it. So the activation condition of bottomless trap hole is when a summon has been successful, but prior to the open game state that follows. We'll talk more about open game states in the future, but similar to Mirror Force, if a monster is summoned and it fits the criteria for bottomless trap hole, a sequence of quick play spells or trap cards or cards that are speed spell 2 can be activated, and the bottomless trap hole will be legal to activate at some point during this chain. Now the problem with trap cards is that you have to set them, which means that they're always in danger of being destroyed before you can use them by something like Mystical Space Typhoon. We call trap cards with this type of activation condition reactive trap cards, which is why many players opt to play these types of trap cards instead. We call these chainable trap cards. Compulsory Evacuation Device is a normal trap card, which has the effect to target one monster on the field, which is its activation condition, and to return that target to the hand. Because Compulsory Evacuation activation condition is not as restrictive as when a monster declares an attack or when a monster is summoned, this card is easier to activate at any point in a turn. But because it is returning a monster to the hand, there must at least be a monster on the field to activate Compulsory Evacuation Device. So if your opponent would try to destroy it with a Mystical Space Typhoon, you may be able to make some use of it, whereas your Mirror Force and your Torrential Tribute may be destroyed before you can activate them. Dimensional Barrier is a normal trap card with the following effect. Declare one card type. The types you can name are Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Exes, or Pendulum, which is its activation condition. For the rest of the turn, neither player can special summon monsters of the declared type. Also, negate the effects of all monsters of that type while they are on the field. You can only activate one dimensional barrier per turn. This card is an excellent card to play as chainable disruption against your opponent, because if your opponent were to target this with Mystical Space Typhoon, and their entire deck relied on performing ritual summons, you could make them unable to do so for the entire turn. Trap cards tend to have more powerful effects than spell cards, which is the nature of them being a bit slower by being required to be set before you can activate them. The next type of card we'll talk about is the continuous trap card. Similar to the continuous spell card, it has a infinity symbol on it to indicate that it is a continuous trap card. The first one we'll look at is called Anti-Spell Fragrance. Anti-Spell Fragrance is known as a floodgate. It is a card that prevents an action from being taken by both players. Some floodgates are one-sided, some are two-sided. Anti-Spell Fragrance is two-sided. Although if you're playing Anti-Spell Fragrance in your deck, usually you are doing so in a deck where you either don't need to activate spell cards, or once you've completed your first turn, you will no longer need to activate a spell card. The effect of Anti-Spell Fragrance says, both players must set spell cards before activating them. If either player sets a spell card, that spell card cannot be activated until their next turn. Effectively, this turns spell cards into trap cards, requiring them to be set face down for an entire turn. Matter of fact, it's an entire 2 turns. Even quick play spells can't be activated during the next turn. This effect is continuous and applies as long as this card is face up. When you flip a continuous trap card, it does start a chain, and until the chain resolves, its effect is not taking place. So if you have a Mystical Space Typhoon, you can chain it to the activation of Anti-Spell Fragrance to destroy Anti-Spell Fragrance to allow you to continue activating spell cards. The next continuous trap I'll discuss is called Summon Limit, which is also a very popular floodgate. It says neither player can summon more than 2 times per turn. Negated summons count towards this limit. Negated cards or effects that would summon do not count. Many duelists who play Summon Limit play it because it counts summons retroactively. If your opponent has already summoned twice this turn, you can then flip Summon Limit, keeping it a secret longer, preventing your opponent from playing around Summon Limit. As to make any Link, Synchro, or Exes monster, generally would require you to summon at least 3 times, because each of those monsters usually requires at least 2 monsters to make. Our next continuous trap I'd like to look at is called Lose One Turn. This card is also a floodgate. This one actually has an activation condition. It says, activate only while you control no special summoned monsters, which is its condition. While a monster is face up on the field, negate its effect during the turn that it was special summoned. This effect is continuous and applies as long as this card is face up on the field. It has a second effect. It says, if an effect monster or monsters is special summoned in attack position, which is its activation condition, change it to defense position. This is a trigger-like effect. Lose One Turn has this speed spell 1 effect attached to it. Whenever a monster is summoned, it will activate. It will trigger when a monster is special summoned. This is one of the rare scenarios where a trap card has an effect that is not speed spell 2. Trigger effects are always speed spell 1. Our next continuous trap card is called Fairy Box. When you activate Fairy Box, it does not do anything. It becomes a face-up card, similar to how many continuous spell cards we talked about in the previous video also didn't do anything when they were activated. It has an activation condition for its second effect. When your opponent's monster declares an attack, which is its activation condition, which is the same as Mirror Force, you can toss a coin and call it. If you call it right, the attacking monster's attack becomes 0 until the end of the battle phase. Now, because the activation condition is the same as Mirror Force, and Fairy Box is a trap card, its effect is technically a quick effect. Even though it seems like it is a trigger effect, it does not trigger when an attack is declared. You can activate it when an attack is declared. So Fairy Box does not need to be the first card that is activated when trying to resolve the effect of Fairy Box. You can activate your own Mystical Space Typhoon and then chain the effect of Fairy Box, as long as both are being done in response to an attack of a monster. Fairy Box is also going to be one of our first cards we look at that has a maintenance cost. The last sentence on the card says, during each of your standby phase, pay 500 life points or destroy this card. If you choose not to pay a maintenance cost that is optional, the card will be destroyed, at least according to the description on this particular card. Because Lose One Turn has an effect that triggers, when it triggers, if you would destroy it with a card such as Mystical Space Typhoon or Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, it will resolve without effect, because it is a continuous card, and continuous cards need to remain face up on the field, just like we discussed when we were talking about continuous spells in the previous video. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit has a similar effect to Mystical Space Typhoon. It has a slightly different activation condition, and we'll talk about its condition is that a card that is already face up on the field triggers an effect to start a chain and is still on the field. You can discard Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit to destroy the card. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is often played because it can be activated from your hand, whereas if you were using a Mystical Space Typhoon on your opponent, depending on whose turn it is and whether or not the Mystical Space Typhoon is set, you may or may not be able to activate it. We'll be talking about a few more continuous trap cards, and then we'll move on to the last type of trap card. Call of the Haunted is a continuous trap card that says you can activate this card by targeting one card in your graveyard, which is the activation condition. Its effect is to special summon that target in face-up attack position. It then has a continuous effect, which says when this card leaves the field, destroy that monster. And then it has another continuous effect, which says when that monster is destroyed, destroy this card. Call of the Haunted is similar to an equipment spell, but it is not an equipment spell. There are no such thing as equipment trap cards, although continuous trap cards will on occasion feel similar to an equipment spell card. And this is the scenario I was referring to when talking about Spiral Gear Big Red in the previous video. Our last continuous trap card is called Dark Factory of More Production. This card has no activation condition to flip it face up. This card has a cost. Its cost is you can send one monster from your hand or your field to the graveyard. Its effect is you can draw one card. And then it has a hard once per turn that you can only use the effect of Dark Factory of More Production once per turn. When a continuous trap card has an effect that activates, you can choose to activate it when the card is initially placed face up on the field, at the time that it is placed face up, so we can flip Dark Factory of More Production, and either choose to activate the effect, or choose not to activate the effect at that time. If we choose not to activate the effect at that time, we cannot use the effect of Dark Factory of More Production until the card resolves and is successfully face up on the field. We could also choose to activate it at the time we flip it face up, in which case we'll pay the cost, and then we'll resolve the effect, and if it resolves successfully, we'll draw a card. If Dark Factory of More Production is destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon in response to the effect, we will discard a card as cost, because costs are paid when cards are activated. Mystical Space Typhoon will then resolve first, destroying Dark Factory of More Production. Because Dark Factory of More Production is a continuous card, if it leaves the field, it will resolve without effect, and we will not draw one card. There are different reasons as to why you will or will not want to activate the effect of your trap card when you flip it face up. Some of those differences involve Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, which I mentioned earlier, but mostly it is just strategy based on what cards are being played in the game at that time. The last type of trap card we're going to be talking about is called the Counter Trap. Counter Traps have their own symbol. It is a little arrow pointing to the left. Counter Traps are speed spell 3 and can be used to negate something. Generally, they negate something. Solemn Judgment is the most popular counter trap in the game. It says when a monster or monsters would be summoned, or a spell or trap card is activated, you can pay half of your life points, which is the cost, negate the summon or the activation, and if you do, destroy the card. When this card refers to a summon, it means a summon that does not start a chain, such as a game mechanic summon, such as a Link summon, a Pendulum summon, a Synchro summon, an Exes summon, or a non-activated effect of a monster that would summon itself, such as a Cyber Dragon or Infernoid Sightsmoss, as we mentioned in the previous video. Solemn Strike was also referenced quite a few times earlier on in the series. When a monster would be special summoned or a monster effect is activated, you can pay 1500 life points, which is the cost. You can negate the summon or the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Neither of these cards can negate the summon of a card by a card effect, but Solemn Judgment can negate a spell or trap card that has the effect that would summon a monster, and Solemn Strike has the effect that can negate a monster effect that would summon a monster. But neither of them can technically negate the summon of a monster by a card effect. They can only negate the card that is doing the summon if the card meets the criteria on the card. Our next counter trap is called Negate Attack. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, target the attacking monster, negate the attack, and then end the battle phase. So unlike the previous two counter traps that negate spells, traps, monsters, and summons, Negate Attack can negate battle. The next counter trap is O Fish. When an effect monster's effect activates, shuffle one of your banished fish, sea serpents, or aqua monsters into your main deck. Negate the activation and destroy it. This card on surface might look worse than a card such as Solemn Strike, which also negates monster effects. And it is. There are different reasons to play different counter traps in the game. Sometimes it's because they go well with your deck, sometimes it's because they do more things. The reasons for your choices in different cards will be up to you. For instance, Orcus Crescendo is a counter trap. It says, when a spell or trap card or monster effect is activated while you control an Orcus Link monster, which is the activation condition, you can negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card. The other part of the effect we'll be talking about later. But the reason this card sees play over other cards such as Solemn Judgment and Solemn Strike is this card can be searched out by the Orcus archetype. When cards are searchable, they are more likely to be played. As I mentioned, not many decks play trap cards, but if your deck can search a trap card at the end of your combo, it is a little bit more worth playing. The next counter trap card is called Red Reboot. Red Reboot says, when your opponent activates a trap card, negate the activation, and if you do, set that card face down. Then they can set one other trap card directly from their deck. But for the rest of the turn after this card resolves, your opponent cannot activate trap cards. This card might seem worse than Solemn Judgment because it only negates a trap card. It even lets them keep the trap card, and it lets them get a new trap card. But it does prevent trap cards for the rest of the turn, so it has a benefit over Solemn Judgment in that sense. This card also has a benefit that this card can be activated from your hand by paying half of your life points. So if you draw Red Reboot for the start of your turn, it is live immediately. You can always pay half of your life points. And it's nice when you have a trap card that does not require you to set it for an entire turn to activate it, which is the biggest weakness of trap cards. Also, Red Reboot is spell speed 3. Counter trap cards are spell speed 3. Cards that are spell speed 3 can only be chained to other cards that are spell speed 3, meaning that counter traps can only be used to counter counter traps. So if your opponent's playing a deck with many trap cards and they activate Solemn Judgment in response to one of your cards, often the only card you can play that will prevent them from stopping you is Red Reboot, because it is a counter trap. We'll learn more about Speed Spell in the future. But the basics are that Speed Spell 1 cards cannot be chained to anything unless they're a sequence of trigger effects. Speed Spell 2 cards can be chained to Speed Spell 1 and Speed Spell 2 cards. Speed Spell 3 cards can be chained to any card, including other Speed Spell 3 cards. While talking about cards that can be activated from the hand, I'll just mention that Infinite Impermanence is one of the most popular trap cards in the game, and this card can be activated from your hand, if you control no other cards. Typhoon sees niche play, and is another trap card that can be activated from your hand. Its requirement is that your opponent controls 2 or more spell and trap cards, and you control none. So generally trap cards that can be activated from your hand have some conditions on them, making them a little bit more difficult to use when you can do that, but the fact that they are trap cards is usually the reason they are played, to play around cards that might not deal so well if they were spell cards. And the last thing I wanted to mention are graveyard effects of trap cards. The 2 trap cards here, Orcus Crescendo, which we've already discussed, and Breakthrough Skill, both have effects that can be used in the graveyard. Assuming both of these cards are in the graveyard, let's read their effects. The second effect of Orcus Crescendo says, you can banish this card from your graveyard, which is a cost. You can add to your hand one of your Dark Machine monsters that is banished or in your deck. This then applies this following restriction, which is you cannot special summon monsters the turn you activate this effect except Dark Machine monsters, and you can only use one Orcus Crescendo effect per turn and only once that turn. So if your opponent would destroy your Orcus Crescendo with a card like Mystical Space Typhoon, and it goes to the graveyard, it has an effect you can use to banish this card and search for a Dark Machine monster, which most of the Orcus cards happen to be. Now the reason I wanted to address this is that this effect in the graveyard is actually Speed Spell 2. Trap cards in the graveyard are Speed Spell 2. Even though Orcus Crescendo is a counter trap, and all counter trap effects on field are Speed Spell 3, this is Speed Spell 2, which means you can activate the effect in response to other cards. You can use it during any phase of play, but your opponent can also respond to this card using Speed Spell 2 cards. And the last trap I would like to discuss is called Breakthrough Skill. This card has an effect on field which says target one face-up monster your opponent controls, which is the activation condition. That face-up monster your opponent controls has its effects negated until the end of this turn. It has a second effect that can be used from the graveyard. It says during your turn, except the turn that this card was sent to the graveyard, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one face-up monster your opponent controls, which is its cost. It says that card has its effects negated until the end of this turn. So Breakthrough Skill has 2 card effects that both effectively do the same thing. One of them can only be used on your turn, and one of them can be used on both players' turns, giving Breakthrough Skill additional utility after using it the first time. But because it is a trap card, it can be used in response to your opponent's cards, because trap cards are Speed Spell 2. So the graveyard effect of Breakthrough Skill can be used on your turn to help you push through boards. If you try to destroy one of your opponent's monsters and they activate its effect, you can chain the effect of Breakthrough Skill in the graveyard to negate that monster's effect. So unlike Elixir of White Destiny, which was addressed in the previous video, which can only be used in the main phase because it was a spell, even though it was a quick play spell, Breakthrough Skill is also Speed Spell 2 because it is a trap card, even in the graveyard. Now normally a Speed Spell 2 card can be activated during any phase of play, and on either player's turn, although Breakthrough Skill specifically has its own restriction preventing it from being used on your opponent's turn. In the next video, we'll be learning how to play an actual game, what are the phases of play, and what actions can be made during each of those phases of play. Other videos will probably be devoted with more detail on certain phases. In this video, we'll begin to learn how the phases of play work in Yu-Gi-Oh! So it's time to duel, and as we mentioned previously, a single game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is called a duel, and it ends when one player wins or the game ends in a draw. Duels are played in sets of 3 called a match, and the winner of the best 2 out of 3 duels will win the match. In order to win the duel, each player will start with 8,000 life points, and you will win if you reduce your opponent's life points to 0, if they are unable to draw a card for their turn, or if you achieve a special win condition. A draw will be reached if both players' life points are reduced to 0 simultaneously, or if both players achieve a win condition simultaneously, or both players are unable to draw a card simultaneously when required to do so. To get started, we must do the following 4 things. First, we will shuffle our decks thoroughly and then present them to each other for a cut. Be careful when touching your opponent's cards. After the decks are shuffled and cut, place the deck into the deck zone, as well as your extra deck into your extra deck zone, face down. Both players should then present their side decks to one another, face down, specifically if with the purpose of showing that you have the exact same amount of cards in your side deck before and after siding in every game. Your side deck should be 15 cards or less. After game 1, if you choose to use your side deck, it should still have 15 cards in it after siding. Then the last thing you'll do before beginning the game is both players will find some random method to have a player choose who goes first or second. You can play rock, paper, scissors, flip a coin, or roll a die to determine who will choose Here in the rulebook it says the winner decides to go first or second in the duel. For the next duel in the match, the loser of the previous duel will determine who gets to go first. If the previous duel ended in a tie, you will determine who goes first randomly. Both players will draw their top 5 cards from their deck, and this is your starting hand. And it's time to duel. During a duel, both players will take turns following a sequence of phases in which different actions are allowed to be taken. The first phase in a duel is called the draw phase, which is then followed by the standby phase, which is then followed by the main phase. The main phase can proceed to the end phase, unless you would like to battle. If you'd like to battle, you proceed to the battle phase, and out of the battle phase you must proceed to main phase 2, which is then followed by the end phase, which then proceeds to the next player's turn. You'll start your turn in your draw phase. The draw phase is the first phase of the turn, and the player whose turn it is will be referred to as the turn player. At the start of the draw phase, you will draw 1 card from your deck. If a player has no cards left in their deck at the start of their draw phase, they are unable to draw a card and will lose the duel. After you draw a card, you are still allowed to make plays. You can activate quick effects before proceeding to the standby phase. Quick effects include quick play spells, monsters with quick effects, and trap cards. It's important to know that the player who goes first on the first turn of the duel does not draw a card during their draw phase, although they do have a draw phase. The most important action that takes place during the draw phase is that the turn player will draw a card from their turn except for on the first turn, and most other actions that can be taken during the draw phase are to activate quick effects. This is the fast effects timing chart. It can be found on the official Yu-Gi-Oh card website, and I will link it in the description below. This chart is used for helping navigate a turn and how it takes place. I will be addressing this during the draw phase and mentioning similar scenarios that occur in other phases of play as we proceed through the turn. At the start of the draw phase, the game state is open and the turn player may take any of the following actions. This applies to every phase and step. Steps are small parts of a particular phase. Now, because we're in the draw phase, there is one guaranteed action that must take place. The turn player will take an action that does not start a chain. In the draw phase, the action that does not start a chain is drawing a card for turn. After we've drawn a card for turn, we proceed to the next box, which is to see if a trigger effect was achieved. There are very few card effects that meet a trigger effect during the draw phase. One that comes to mind is Lazion the Time Lord, which says if your opponent draws a card, which is its activation condition, its effect is to inflict 1000 damage to your opponent. So this is a trigger effect that is triggered upon drawing a card, which would take place at the start of the draw phase. If either player would like to respond to the activation of Lazion the Time Lord, we'll proceed to box D and build a chain. We'll talk about chains in more detail later, but once a chain resolves, we will then proceed back to the yellow box. So after any chain resolves, we return to the yellow box. This is also where we would have been if our opponent does not have Lazion on the field, which is most likely what's going to happen. So following the draw for turn, you go to this box, and you'll determine if a card has met its trigger effect. Most likely the answer to this will be no, as there are very few cards that meet their trigger conditions following the draw for turn. If a trigger is met, that will start a chain, which is why we go through chain rules and then proceed to this box. If every chain continued to meet trigger conditions, we would continue to have chains. So if there is no trigger effect started, the turn player has the option to activate the first fast effect. So following any action, the turn player can perform a fast effect. If they choose to activate one, we'll use chain rules. If they choose not to activate one, the opposing player can activate a fast effect. If they choose to activate something, we'll continue with chain rules. If both players choose not to perform any fast effect, we'll return to the open game state, where the turn player can perform one of the 3 following options, which is to take an action that does not start a chain, such as drawing a card for turn. There aren't many other options that you could perform during the draw phase that don't start a chain, as the only things that can be done during the draw phase are drawing for turn or activating quick effects. So assuming we've already drawn for turn, we would then have 2 options, which is to activate a card and start a chain, or pass priority. If we choose to activate a card and start a chain, we will continue to use chain rules. If we choose to pass priority, we give our opponent the option to activate a card and start a chain. If they choose not to, both players can determine if they'd like to move on to the next phase. If they'd like to, that would be the end of the phase. If both players don't agree, you proceed back to the open game state, and we go through this process forever until we move on to the next phase. In official play, if both players continue to repeat an infinite loop at least 4 times, the turn player is forced to take the action that does not repeat the loop. Otherwise, the game would never end.
Hello and welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel. This is Benji, and today we're going to talk about 5 tips that you can use in the draw phase. The first tip is going to be playing around Droll and Lockbird. If you're not familiar with Droll and Lockbird is a hand trap played in a lot of decks in formats where people do lots of searching. So the card's effect is if a card is added from your main deck to your opponent's hand, except during the draw phase, which is a quick effect, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard, and for the rest of this turn, neither player can add cards from their deck to their hand. Now, some people don't know this, but there is a draw phase on the first turn of the duel. You can find it in the rulebook on page 35. Just to zoom in real quick. Important, the player who goes first cannot draw during the draw phase of their first turn, but there is a draw phase of the first turn. So one of the ways we play around Droll and Lockbird in the draw phase, trying to get more searches before they lock us out of adding cards from our deck to our hand, which they are going to do. That's what Droll does. If they have Droll and you add a card from your deck to your hand, they're going to activate Droll and Lockbird. But one of the things you can do is you can try to get some of your searches out during your turn, during your draw phase, with cards like Salamangreat Circle, and to add a Salamangreat card from your deck to your hand. Mostly the fact that it's a quick play allows you to activate it to get a card to your hand during the draw phase. You also most commonly currently as people are summoning Aluber, the Jester of Despia, from their hand using Branded Opening. So Branded Opening is a quick play card that allows you to special a Despia from your deck. So you special Aluber with your Branded Opening and use it to search for your Branded Fusion. Now, if you weren't aware of this, Master Darklaw's effect, which says if a card is added from your deck to your hand, that it can activate to randomly banish a card from your hand, can't be used during the draw phase. It specifically says if your opponent adds a card from their deck to the hand, except during the draw phase or the damage step, you can banish one that they can banish one random card in your hand. So if you just add cards from your deck to your hand during the draw phase, you can avoid losing a card to Darklaw, at least a card at that particular moment, because Darklaw will still be live later in the turn. Same thing for Droll, but that is our first tip. Next, since we're talking about the draw phase, the first thing that happens in your draw phase is that you draw a card. So if you have no cards left in your deck, you actually deck out. And if you deck out, you lose. So one of the tips is to try and prevent yourself from going into your draw phase with no cards in your deck. So that means you can use card effects to try and put cards back into your deck. The best one for this is probably Cyphering Lord Omega. Reason being, if your deck has no cards in it and Cyphering Lord Omega is in the graveyard, you can use his graveyard effect, which is to return himself to the extra deck, as well as returning a card in either player's graveyard to the deck. So if you have no cards in your deck and you have Omega in your graveyard, you can activate Omega, return the best card in your deck to your graveyard, from your graveyard into your deck. That way, not only will you not deck out on the following turn, you'll be able to actively add any card from your deck to your hand, well, from your graveyard to your hand, by simply drawing it for turn. Other cards that you might be playing in the meta that would be useful for avoiding deck out would be something like Prank Kids Pranks, which during the end phase of every turn allows you to shuffle 3 Prank Kids from your graveyard into your deck, and then you draw 1 card. Now, the one problem with this kind of effect, like Prank Kids Pranks or Pot of Avarice or Jar of Avarice or any card that return cards to the deck in order to draw a card, you can't use them if you have absolutely no cards in your deck. It's good for just making sure your deck doesn't run low on cards. The problem is, in order to activate and resolve these effects, you must have at least 1 card in your deck to draw a card. For Pot of Avarice, you need to have 2 cards in your deck in order to draw a card, because you can't activate the effect if you can't resolve the entire effect. And part of the effect of this card is to draw a card. So if there's no cards in your deck, you can't activate it to draw a card. Similarly, there are ways to prevent yourself from decking out using Cyphering Lord Omega with things like Nadir Servant and having Dogmatica cards. And you activate Nadir Servant, send Omega to the graveyard. Then during the end phase, you discard your Dogmatica card, use Omega to return your Nadir Servant to the graveyard, which puts Omega back in the extra deck. And you can kind of loop that forever and keep yourself from decking out. Next, our priority is going to be mostly for our Master Duelists out there, which is using Priority. Because True King of All Calamities is still a legal card in Master Duel, and one of the ways to beat True King of All Calamities, which if you're not familiar with, is an extra deck monster who has a quick effect, which allows you to detach a material, call an attribute, and then your opponent's cards all become that attribute that are on the field, and cards that they possess, which is in their hand, their graveyard, everywhere, can't activate their effects. So most likely your opponent's just going to make it so you can't activate any effects. They'll just activate Calamities in the draw phase, call whatever they want. Usually they call something that matches a hand trap that you might be able to play afterwards, so that the cards in your hand and in your graveyard are also dead. But one of the ways to avoid losing to True King of All Calamities is to be proactive and invoke priorities. Now, priority says that the turn player at the start of any phase or step in the game has the option to do the first action. So if you start your draw phase and you have the ability to activate cards before your opponent. So the turn player always starts with priority or the choice to activate a card first. So during the draw phase, the first thing that happens is you draw a card, but following a draw of a card, which is a game mechanic, it's not an action that you really take. You have to do it at the start of the draw phase, which is why you deck out if you have no cards in your deck at the start of the draw phase, unless you can avoid drawing by either skipping your draw phase with cards like Reckless Greed or maybe doing something instead of a draw with a card like Legacy of the Duelist. But you have the first action. So the first action you're going to use, if possible, is to activate Super Polymerization to fuse away your opponent's True King of All Calamities into a Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, assuming they have a Dark Monster on the field during the draw phase, in addition to True King of All Calamities. And Super Polymerization is going to allow you to get rid of True King of all calamities before it activates, because it has a lingering effect, and its linger effect will continue to affect you once it resolves. But Super Poly is a card they can't activate cards in response to. So by activating Super Polymerization, you can potentially get rid of the True King of all calamities, while at the same time never allowing them to activate, because it's your draw phase and you have priority. Next, we'll be talking about the most important part about tip for the draw phase, which is my favorite tip, is that the draw phase is before the standby phase. And most cards that resolve lingering effects or have conditions on them usually end or stop in the standby phase or the end phase. So most cards that have like costs or have effects that resolve or linger for a while, they usually end until either the end of the turn, which is the end phase, or during the standby phase of the next turn. And standby phase takes place after the draw phase, and that's important, which means that if your opponent has a card like Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer and it's been destroyed during the previous turn and activated its effect, that means they'll be able to actually summon a Destiny Hero from the graveyard during the next turn. So you can simply get rid of it from the graveyard by activating a card like Hero of the Golden Land or Called by the Grave or DD Crow. Any of these things, you can do them during the draw phase to avoid your opponent bringing the card back. So just the fact that you have an entire phase to make actions and responses before your opponent can actually do something is something you should know, that the draw phase is ahead of the standby phase, and you should definitely take advantage of that. Another card that might come up during the standby phase is Doom King Ballardrock. Now, what Doom King Ballardrock does is, if it's in your graveyard during the standby phase, if it's in someone's graveyard during the standby phase and there's a field spell on the field, that player can activate its effect, which is to special summon it. So some players don't realize, oh wait, during the standby phase, I'm going to try and like DD Crow it, when you can just get rid of it before the standby phase during like the draw phase by like twin twistering their field spell, keeping them from having a field spell during the standby phase, or just like banishing it from the graveyard using Called by the Grave. Like, there's no reason to wait until the standby phase unless you can justify doing that, because if it's their turn, they have priority. So if you say, yeah, standby phase, no problem, they'll just say activate Doom King Ballardrock because they have priority to use the effect at the beginning of the standby phase. So there's no reason to purposely wait. So using your draw phase allows you to avoid any issues with priority of your opponent's turn, because again, priority belongs to the turn player, and your opponent will be the turn player of their turn. So during their standby phase, they'll be able to activate their Doom King or resolve their Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. You have a little bit more leeway on your turn when you have priority, but there's no reason to wait purposely. So you just use your draw phase. It is ahead of your standby phase. Another type of card that might come up is the Dark Contracts. So if you're playing DDD and you play Dark Contracts during your standby phase, they might inflict 1,000 damage to your life points, and you could lose the duel. One of the things you can do is to try and remove it from the field. And rather than wait till the standby phase, where they have to activate, you can try and get rid of them beforehand. You could also resolve other effects during the standby phase first, and maybe get rid of your Dark Contracts in the standby phase, but why wait? You can get rid of them in the draw phase. You can use like Forbidden Droplet, sending them to the graveyard to maybe negate an opponent's card, or maybe Twin Twister them, just get them off the field so they're not there during the standby phase. And these are all things you can do during your draw phase, again, just to try and deal with this problem before it comes up. And the last tip is kind of relevant in the current format. A lot of people are playing Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, and there is Destiny Hero Dasher is a card that you might see in your deck or on deck list, and it is a card that says once per duel, I believe. While this card's in your graveyard, and you draw, let me read the full effect, sorry. One time only, or once per duel is how we refer to it, is when you draw a monster card during your draw phase, while this card is in your graveyard, you can reveal it, special summon it, and this card must be in your graveyard to activate and resolve this effect. So what people are currently doing is, if you draw for turn and you shuffle your hand, you can't activate Dasher anymore. So one of the things you should be doing is being pretty careful to not immediately shuffle your hand once you draw a card, because there are a couple of cards that you have to activate at the start of the draw phase, and make sure that the card that you drew is clear as to what it is. So that is Destiny Hero Dasher if you draw a monster. A card like Palladium or Oracle Mahad is like a card that activates if you draw it for a turn. And then there's some other issues that can come up where your opponent might actually need to know which card is the card you drew for turn. So you want to be careful and not immediately shuffle your hand. If you shuffle your hand and they have this card, which is Drastic Drop-Off, you might have a problem, because Drastic Drop-Off is a card that says that when your opponent adds a card from the deck to the hand, including drawing them, they must discard those cards. So if you draw a card for turn and they were trying to activate Drop-Off, and you can't discard the card, that's a problem. You need to be able to discard the card that you drew for turn. So if you shuffle your hand too quickly, that's a problem. But your opponent also has to be reasonable and alert you that they're going to activate this card. They can't just try and force a judge call on you and just say, oh, he shuffled his hand, I was going to use this card. You have to communicate with your opponent and make sure that everything's clear as to what's happening. So those are my 5 tips for the draw phase. If you have any questions or your own tips for the draw phase, please leave them in the comments below. There's a video here, and over there I usually have a recommended card. It recommends my ruling videos you might have seen in the past. Click here to subscribe if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the future. Have a great day. Misplay less and win more.
The next phase is the standby phase. The standby phase, just like every other phase, will follow the fast effects timing chart. Things that normally happen in the standby phase is that there are some cards that will either activate during the standby phase, they may have maintenance costs that must be paid during the standby phase, or there might be just some effects that resolve in the standby phase. If you don't have any of these actions that need to be performed, you can still activate trap cards or quick play spells or quick play monster effects before moving on to the main phase. So the main game actions that take place during the standby phase are resolving card effects that need to happen or paying costs, or activating quick effects. These 2 cards are cards that are very commonly known and associated for having maintenance costs that are paid during the standby phase. The first is Imperial Order, which says once per turn during the standby phase, you must pay 700 life points, which is not optional, or this card is destroyed. This card is currently forbidden, but paying the 700 life point cost is an action that does not start a chain and must take place during the standby phase. The Messenger of Peace is a continuous spell card with a standby phase maintenance cost, which says once per turn during your standby phase, pay 100 life points or destroy this card. So this is another kind of action that takes place during the standby phase that does not start a chain. The following 2 monsters, Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer and Cyframe Lord Omega, both have card effects that resolve during the standby phase. Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer has an effect that says if it's destroyed by battle or card effect, you can activate this effect. During the next standby phase, special summon 1 Destiny hero from your graveyard. So if Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer was destroyed during the previous turn, during the next standby phase, he must try to summon himself. This will occur as an action that does not start a chain during the standby phase. Cyframe Lord Omega has an effect that activates during the standby phase of the opponent's turn, but it also has an effect that resolves during the standby phase. Its effect is during the main phase, you can banish this card and 1 card from your opponent's hand at random until your next standby phase, which means during the next standby phase, he'll return to the field and the card will be returned to the hand. So these are both effects that resolve during the standby phase but don't activate, so these are actions that don't start a chain, and we'll take a brief moment to discuss how they will resolve. So from the open game state, if you're using your own Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, as long as the game state is open, you can choose to resolve the effect that does not start a chain. If it's your opponent's turn, they will be given the opportunity to resolve Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer's effect to summon itself after you pass priority to your opponent in box E, where they can activate fast effects. Even though resolving Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer isn't a fast effect, this is the box where it would resolve. Next is the main phase, but because this video is running a bit long, I believe we will talk about the main phase in the next video, so we can focus on the actions that take place there that do not start a chain.
Hello and welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel. This is Benji, and today we'll be talking about 5 tips that we can do during the standby phase. Now, there are tips for either player's turn. There's tips for your standby phase, and there's tips for your opponent's standby phase. So we're going to be starting off by talking about some tips that you can use during your own standby phase before your main phase. And one of the things you need to know is that there's a lot of cards in the game currently that your opponent will set as interrupts on your turn, and some of those cards include Flaunderies in the Dreaming Town, or Prank Kids Pandemonium, which are the interruptions that are set up by their turn 1 combos. There's also like Shadal Schism. You can like set up any of the synchro on your turn opponent's cards, like Hop Your Squadron, things like that. A lot of those cards can be dealt with by simply activating a Twin Twister during your own standby phase to destroy your opponent's set cards. So you can destroy Pandemonium, you can destroy Flaunderies in the Dreaming Town, you can also destroy like Shadal Schism. That way they can't be activated during your main phase because they all have a restriction that says they can only be used during the main phase. Similarly, if they had like a Synchro Tuner or a Halka Fibrax, you can always imperm them during the standby phase so that they don't get to the main phase where they can actually use those effects. All right, next we're going to talk about things that you can do before your opponent's main phase, and things you should consider doing are things like Artifact Lancia. If you activate Artifact Lancia during your opponent's standby phase, you avoid them being able to use things like Pot of Prosperity or Pot of Extravagance or any card that they might require for them to banish cards from their deck. Maybe Pot of Desires. You'll notice I mentioned every pot in the game all seem to banish cards. But that's a reason to fire these cards off early, either in the draw phase or the standby phase. You just want to get them in before their main phase. So again, most important part of the standby phase is it is before the main phase. Now, doing this will play into things like Gamma, but sometimes you just have to play into Gamma. It depends on the decks you're playing against. If you know you're playing against
Drytron, they're not going to be playing Cyframe Gear Gamma, and you don't have to worry about that. So Cyframe Gear Gamma might stop you from resolving your Dimension Shifter or your Lancia, but not in the matchup. So if you know your matchups, you'll know if your opponent's playing Cyframe Gear Gamma. If you, there are other cards you might want to resolve during your opponent's standby phase, or draw phase, like Abyss Dweller, things like that, which you might hold off on until their main phase, because well, you should do it. You could do them in the standby phase so that you could play around like things like triple tactics talents, but you could also do them in the main phase. But by going to the main phase, you actually play into a bunch of main phase 1 cards that are kind of hard to play around. So if you have like an Abyss Dweller, it can lose to a Dark Ruler. If you have like Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer on board with a set artifact scythe that plays into Dark Ruler, when you can just resolve those effects and those combos during the standby phase. Other cards you might run into would be things like Raigeki or Kaijus. Amano Owato is a normal summon. They can just normal summon a barrier statue. Maybe your play requires you to special summon something. So activating a lot of your cards in your opponent's standby phase or the draw phase would be good ways to avoid them countering you with cards that you may or may not have planned for. Again, knowing matchups will help you determine whether or not you should be doing one thing or the other. Like if you know your opponent's on Imperm, one of the things people like to do is to hold their quick effect Abyss Dweller until the main phase in the hopes that their opponent will like normal summon a monster first. That way they can't activate an Imperm. But a lot of people are on Droplet now, so that might not be a safe play. Other cards you might want to activate during the standby phase of your opponent's turn or even in their main phase would be something like Anti-Spell Fragrance, because if you wait till the main phase, they might just have Harpy's Feather Duster and just destroy it, and they have priority in the main phase. So there's no reason to let them get access to a whole bunch of powerful cards that they can activate with priority during their main phase. If you can just flip this card over early. If they have the out for it, then they have the out for it. You know, sometimes you can't control anything. So next I want to talk about some cards and getting maximum value out of them. There are a couple. I'm just going to use a few examples. First is Time Thieves. So if you actually play a Time Thief deck and you have Time Thief Redoer, you can have it banish itself from the field until the end phase by detaching a monster as part of its effect, putting a monster in the graveyard for your Time Thief Perpetua. So if you have these two cards and Perpetua's effect to revive a Time Thief can only be used in the standby phase, you could resolve Redoer with the intention of putting a Time Thief in grave so that it can actually summon something. So that's a cool play to know that you have some cards that can only be used during a certain phase, so you can use your other cards to kind of play around that. Like I do that in Infernoids with a certain combo where I send one of my monsters to the graveyard, and then if they called by, I have a card that can be used during a standby phase to add a card back to my hand, but it can only be used during a standby phase. So like Time Thief Perpetua, Void Purification, they're cards that can only be used during a standby phase. So if you can combo your cards in such a way to resolve them like that, you get maximum value. Like perhaps with like Baronne de Fleur. Let's say you have an Abyss Dweller on the field and you have your Baronne, and your opponent hasn't tried an effect on it yet, and you haven't used your negate with your Baron de Fleur. One of the things you can do is you can activate your Dweller and see if your opponent tries to negate it. And if they do, you can use your negate for your Baron. And then since it's still the standby phase, you can activate the effect of Baron to have it return to the extra deck to summon a level 9 or lower monster from your graveyard, giving you the value of the special summon effect of Baron while also achieving the negate. So you can try and force your opponent to use a card and then be able to use the negate while also being able to tag out into another monster during the standby phase. Next up, I want to talk about priority. Now, in the priority, it follows the fast effects timing chart. I'll bring that up at the end of the video, but things to know is if you and your opponent both have a Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer that are currently in the graveyard and they've both activated effects, they both activated their effect and you're both going to be able to special summon a Destiny Hero during the standby phase, whoever's turn player has priority. So your options for when you have priority are that you can resolve an effect, you can activate a quick effect, or you can pass priority to your opponent. And after you resolve an effect or activate a quick effect, your opponent's only response to those is to activate a quick effect. Or they can respond to those with a quick effect, but you also get priority each time. So if you resolve an effect, you can activate a quick effect or pass priority to them. And if you activate a quick effect, they can respond to a quick effect. So let's say you have an Enforcer that's in the graveyard and so do they. What you can start your turn off with is maybe a Widow Anchor instead of resolving your Destroyer. So you can Widow Anchor your opponent's Baron, which was probably there to negate a play. Then you can actually resolve your Destroyer. So you can bring your Destroyer back, and then you can have your Destroyer pop their card. So you can activate your Destroyer in the standby phase before they resummon their Destroyer, pop their set card, and activate your Destroyer again.
And then before you even let them get the opportunity to summon their own destroyer back, you can then activate a shark cannon. And you can do all this before they summon their destroyer because it's your turn, and the time in which they would revive their monster is at the end of the standby phase after you've passed priority to them and determined that you're not activating any quick effects or resolving any other lingering effects. All right, so next I have a couple of general tips for the standby phase. These are just things that happen because of the way certain cards work. One of them would be like Dark Contract with the Gates. The DDD cards have these dark contracts which require them to take effect damage. So during the standby phase, they might have to take 1,000 damage from either Dark Contract with the Gate or Dark Contract with the Swamp King, depending on how many are there. You could potentially just win the game by your opponent burning themselves if you can get them to leave their cards on the field, prevent them from getting rid of them. So you can try and get your opponent down to 2,000 life points if they have 2 Dark Contracts, and maybe they'll end the game for you, which is kind of nice. Next is a cool combo that works against Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer using DD Crow. If your opponent is on Drytron, you can activate DD Crow during your standby phase with priority to banish their card before they're allowed to revive it. You just banish their Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, and then because the Drytrons have a restriction on them that says you can't special summon monsters that can be normal summoned that turn, if they're playing a Destiny hero that can be normal summoned as part of their fusion package for Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, usually people play Destiny hero Celestial, they'll be forced to summon it, or their Dasher, and as soon as they do, the Drytrons can't be activated for the rest of the turn. So it's a cool combo in the standby phase. You might want to use it in the draw phase, though, if it's on your opponent's turn, because they'll have priority, and then if you wait to the standby phase, they have priority, and they can just summon their Destroyer, and then you miss the opportunity to DD Crow. So that's a cool play. So do note that when it is your turn, you have priority in the standby phase, but if you can do the play in the draw phase, you might want to consider that. During their turn, they have priority in the standby phase, and if you wait till then, you might have missed your opportunities. Let's see. This is the fast effects timing chart, just for clarification on what I was saying. When the phase starts, you start in the open game state, and then there's 2 things you can do. You can either take an action that does not start a chain, which would be reviving your Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, or you can activate a card. Now, if you activate a card, chain rules apply, but you'll notice that chain rules don't include things like them resolving their Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. So after the chain resolves, it returns to the open game state, which is not the place where your opponent would resolve their Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. The place that your opponent resolves Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, if it's your turn during the standby phase, is box E. So that's if you choose to not do anything. That's the last box there. It says turn player passes priority. Then your opponent can activate fast effects. It's not actually limited to fast effects. It's just that there are things that have to be done in the standby phase. They can't do anything until then. So I hope this has been helpful. Make sure you check out the video up above. It should be 5 tips in the draw phase. And if you look at the playlist over here, I have a lot of videos on rulings. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you like what you see, and maybe you'll see you in the next video on the main phase. Where you perform the bulk of the actions that you're going to do during your turn. Here are some of the possible actions you can take during this phase. You can perform a normal summon or set of a monster. This includes tribute summons and tribute sets. You can change the battle position of a monster, which includes flip summoning monsters. You'll also be able to activate spell cards, trap cards, or effects, or you can set spells and trap cards. Let's look at this in more detail with the Fast Effects timing chart that was referenced in the previous video. According to the Fast Effects timing chart, every phase and step in a duel begins in the open game state, where you can take 3 different actions. Actions that do not start a chain, actions that do start a chain, or choosing to pass play to the opponent, which usually leads to the next phase of play. These are the actions that you can perform that do not start a chain and can only be done during the open game state. You can perform a normal summon, set, or tribute summon or tribute set. You can perform a game mechanic special summon that does not start a chain, such as a link summon, an Exes summon, a Synchro summon, or the special summon of an effect monster whose ability to summon itself is not an activated effect. You can identify these because they say where they can be summoned from in their card text in parentheses. If you already had your pendulum scale, you can perform your turn's 1 pendulum summon. You can set a spell or trap card face down into one of your open spell and trap card zones. This action also does not start a chain. Or you can take a monster that you have on the field. If it were face down in defense position, you can then flip it to face up attack position, which would be a flip summon. You can take a monster that you have that's already in face up attack position and shift it to face up defense position, which is a battle position change of a monster from attack position to defense position. Or you can take a monster that's already in face up defense position and shift it to face up attack position. Every monster can change its battle position once per turn, with the exception of the turn that the monster was summoned to the field, set to the field, or had already declared a battle this turn. Once a player chooses to take an action that does not start a chain, one of four things will happen. The trigger condition for a card's activation may have been met. If not, the turn player may want to activate a fast effect. If neither of those things have happened, the opposing player might have a fast effect that they would like to activate. In any of these three scenarios, we then proceed to chain rules, where the player who didn't activate the most recent effect can respond. We build a chain and resolve the chain. Once the chain has been resolved, we return to the yellow box and go through the sequence over and over again, creating a sequence of chains using only fast effects. Once both players have chosen not to activate any fast effects, we proceed back to the open game state where the turn player has the freedom to make a choice to perform an action that either does not start a chain, starts a chain, or pass priority to their opponent. Assuming you'd like to take an action that does start a chain, which would be to flip a face down spell or trap card face up, assuming it is a quick play spell or a trap card, it must have been set for at least one turn before doing so. You can activate a spell card from your hand to the field, whether it's a normal spell or an equipment spell, a continuous spell or a field spell, into an open spell or trap card zone. Or if you have any quick effects you can activate, whether it be trap cards that can be activated from your hand, such as Infinite Impermanence, a quick play spell card from your hand, such as Forbidden Droplet, or a monster with a quick effect, such as Wandering Griffin Rider. We'll have started a chain, so we proceed immediately to chain rules. Once chain rules are resolved, we'll return to the yellow box, allowing the turn player to perform the first action, and so on and so forth, just like we mentioned before, until we return to the open game state. We can then continue to make actions that either do start a chain or do not start a chain, as long as we give our opponent and ourselves the opportunity to respond afterwards before returning to the open game state, until we eventually decide that we'd like to proceed to the next phase. This is our third option. We pass priority to our opponent. Our opponent is then given one last opportunity to activate any fast effects if they'd like to. We proceed again to chain rules, and then return to the open game state where we can pass priority again. If our opponent decides that they would not like to activate a fast effect, we then get to confirm whether or not we would both like to proceed to the next phase of play. Following the main phase, that could either be the battle phase or the end phase. You do not have to tell your opponent which phase you would like to enter from the main phase, just that they'd like to agree to leave the main phase. If both players do not agree to leave the main phase, you proceed back to the open game state. If both players do agree to leave the main phase, you proceed to the start of the next phase that you'd like to proceed to. Following main phase 1, you are able to enter either the battle phase or the end phase. You can only enter the main phase 2 if you've chosen to enter the battle phase, which you cannot do on the first turn of the duel, which you do have the option to do on every subsequent turn of the duel. We will spend an entire video on the battle phase in the next video, but for now we're going to talk about main phase 2 and the end phase. The main phase 2 is just the follow-up to main phase 1. Any actions that you were allowed to use during your main phase that you may not have already done, you are now allowed to do in main phase 2, such as perform your 1 normal summon or set per turn, your 1 pendulum summon per turn, or perform any battle position changes you may, or perform any battle position changes that you would like to do following the battle phase. If you already performed your normal summon or set, your pendulum summon, or have already declared a battle or already changed the monster's battle position, you cannot do those again, but you can do them if you have not already done them. All of the same rules and the types of cards or effects you're allowed to activate are exactly the same in main phase 2 as they are in main phase 1, following the same fast effects timing chart. Following your main phase 1, if you'd like to proceed straight to the end phase, it's the same thing as if you went to your main phase 2 and then proceeded to your end phase. The end phase is a phase that occurs about when you're ready to end your turn. Things that can take place during the end phase are resolving cards or effects that say to perform an action during your end phase. You can activate quick play spells and trap cards in the end phase, similar to how you could during the standby phase and the draw phase. And the last thing that takes place during the end phase is what we call discard for hand size limit. You're not allowed to end your turn with more than 6 cards in your hand. If you have more than 6 cards in your hand, you must discard cards from your hand to the graveyard until you have 6 cards in your hand during your end phase. This would happen after both players have passed priority, both players have chosen not to activate any fast effects, and both players have agreed to move to the next phase, which would be your opponent's next turn. So at this point in time, you would then discard any additional card you have in your hand to the graveyard until you have 6 cards. In the next video, we'll be learning about the battle phase. Hello and welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel. This is Benji, and today we'll be talking about 5 tips during the main phase. First, we're going to be talking about Evenly Matched. Now, Evenly Matched is a trap card that's normally activated in the battle phase, but the tip regarding the main phase is that a lot of duelists feel the need to set their cards or put cards on the board during main phase 1 before entering the battle phase. But if you put cards on the board, you're putting your cards at risk. cards are most well protected in your hand. Secondly, they're most protected in your graveyard. And then thirdly, they're most protected on your field. So you really want to avoid putting cards on the field if possible, especially with evenly matched as a card out there. So just if you're not familiar with the card, it says at the end of the battle phase, if your opponent controls more cards than you do, you can make your opponent banish cards from their field face down so they control the same number of cards that you do. If you have no cards, if you control no cards, you can activate this card from your hand. So if you just set a lot of cards on the board and then go into the battle phase and attack, at the end of the battle phase, your opponent can activate evenly matched, banishing all cards on your board except for one, and they get banished face down. And if you control a token, you have to banish all cards except for the token. We'll actually have a episode of 5 tips on evenly matched in the future, and we'll also be discussing a lot of things related to that when we do the battle phase episode. So if you're going to set a card in the main phase, you should, especially main phase 1 specifically, you should have a reason for doing so. There was a format, it was True Draco format. I was playing dinosaurs and I had a Baby Ceratosaurus, but no starters in my hand, and my opponent was on True Draco. So I set Baby Ceratosaurus and I had Twin Twister in hand, and my opponent had already gone first. And I suspected that they had a True Draco trap card set, specifically True Draco Apocalypse. So my thought was that I would just activate this. They would be destroyed, and because I had a monster on board, they would take the time to destroy it for me. So I had to try and incentivize my opponent to destroy my card, because there's not a lot of benefit for me setting a card before activating Twin Twister against this deck. I could have simply just not done the set first. So I had to try to convince my opponent to activate their True Draco Apocalypse to destroy my monster. And so they did so, and then I summoned Soul Eating Overraptor and did full combo for what my deck did. So if you're going to do things in main phase 1, putting cards on the board, you should have a reason. And the reason in my case was to try and get my opponent to destroy the card for me. You could also do that to bluff and imply you have something, but if you're going to put cards on the board in main phase 1, have a reason. That is the first tip here. Another reason might be if you ever see someone playing this card, it's a very crazy card. This is Grand Horn of Heaven. It says during your opponent's main phase, when they would special summon a monster, so that's an inherent summon or a summon that does not start a chain, you can negate the summon, and if you do destroy the monster, then your opponent draws a card, and then it ends the main phase. So if you are concerned that your opponent's going to activate this card on you during main phase 2, you might want to set some cards beforehand, but I think more of a tip for this would be that you should probably just set cards before summoning in main phase 2, because the worst thing that can happen with this card is you go into main phase 2, you've just come out of the battle phase, you immediately summon an inherent summon, they negate your summon, and they send you to the end phase. So if you're a bit concerned with potentially having your phase ended for you, you might want to set cards earlier, but it's more likely that this would happen in main phase 2 if you're that concerned, because if they use this in main phase 1, you just go into the battle phase, go back into main phase 2, and try again. So that's something to be concerned about. Next tip is to be concerned with column placement during your main phase. Now, this goes for both players' main phases. If you're setting up a board, you might want to avoid setting up columns in which your opponent is likely to be able to summon a Mech Knight without making any attempt to do so themselves. Often your opponent will start their turn, if they're playing Mech Knights, by setting a spell or trap card in front of one of your cards. It could be that it's infinite impermanence and they're trying to set it up so it has some value for negating your spells and trap cards. But they also could be setting it there for summoning Mech Knights. More likely than not, if they're trying to summon a Mech Knight, they'll set their cards in front of a monster, because monsters are less likely to leave the field. If an opponent sets a spell trap in front of your spell trap, odds are theirs is impermanence, but if you suspect they're on Mech Knights, you could just activate your spell trap. If it's a quick play or a trap card, you could legally activate it. You can activate it, it'll go to the graveyard, and then their column is removed. So be concerned about creating columns that your opponent could use. So that's something else to do. Also, if your opponent's setting cards in front of your cards, they could be something like Broken Line, which is a weird one that doesn't come up that often. It does get played in Eldritch sometimes. Some control decks will set 5, so what they do is they'll set 4 cards in the columns where your cards aren't, and they'll send a 5th card in the column where your cards are. So that'll happen during the main phase. So you can always try and move your cards around or activate cards to avoid columns being set up to your detriment, whether it be for Mech Knights, Infinite Impermanence, or Broken Line, such as in a Trapped Eldritch deck. Now, here's our third tip during the main phase, which is that you can simply force your opponent to activate cards by simply threatening to end the main phase. Now, just something else you may not know is after the main phase, you proceed to either the battle phase or the end phase. You do not have to tell your opponent which phase you are going to try and enter. You just say end of main 1 to imply you are ending the main phase. There is no such thing as end of main 1, so if your opponent chooses to activate a card such as Nibiru the Primal Being or Shadal Schism, which they may try to do, because if you leave the main phase, you're preventing them from having the opportunity to use these once per turn cards, and sometimes they want to make sure they get used before their next turn. In the case of Shadal Schism, they might want to summon a construct on your turn so they can summon a Winda on their turn. So by threatening to leave the main phase, by just saying, I would like to proceed to the next phase, or I'd like to end the main phase, you can get them to either make an action that they might not have been ready to do by threatening. So if you summon 5 times and you can set up an OTK after they Nibiru you, you can just set up a big enough board, threaten battle. It'll force your opponent to go into use their Nibiru. And then you can, and resolution of that, because there's no such thing as end of main phase, if your opponent decides to use Nibiru, you're still in the main phase, and you can just set up another OTK. Similar to Schism, you can force your opponent to set up Winda when you have an out by threatening to leave the main phase. And then if they want to summon their monster to get use out of their card, you can then try and out it afterwards. So threatening battle phase or end phase, or just ending a main phase, is a good way to get your opponent to make actions that you might not have been able to deal with unless you force them to do so. So the fact that those cards have restrictions are the reasons you're allowed to do that. Next up is Miscellaneous from the dinosaur deck is often used in the main phase. It makes the dinosaurs unaffected. One of the things you can do is not only threaten battle phase, you can actually go into battle phase and then come back to main phase too. And or if your opponents during their main phase, they use Misc to protect themselves from cards, you can let them go battle phase. And assuming you don't die during main phase 2, you can activate your Nibiru to take out their board, assuming they didn't set up a negate. So Miscellaneous only applies to the main phase that it was activated from hand in, so it's possible to push the effect off to the next main phase. So you can threaten some plays by using your battle phase to do things in main phase 2. I'll talk about that a little bit more later on, but that's just something related to changing phases, so I want to address that now. Let's see, next is priority. Our third tip is on using priority in the main phase. So at the start of the main phase, you may want to revive or return a Chaos Ruler to your graveyard using Psyframe Lord Omega. So if you use Psyframe Lord Omega, during your opponent's standby phase, you can use this effect to return a banished card to the graveyard. So if you're playing Chaos Ruler, you can maybe try and return that to the graveyard, and then whoever the turn player has priority to make the first action in the main phase. So one of the things is, let's say you have your own Omega and you've returned your Chaos Ruler, and now it's your opponent's turn, their main phase. They have priority to make the first action. So you can't just activate Omega and take a card out of their hand. So some of the things your opponent are likely to do is they're either going to activate, set, or summon the card that they want you to hit with Omega the least. One of the cool things that I've learned you can do with Omega specifically is allow your opponent to set cards. If your opponent happens to set a card, I don't know why I have duplicates of this. If they set a card and you have like Twin Twister, you could potentially just not activate the effect to take a card out of their hand again and see if they'll set a second card, because odds are they're going to set a card and then try and get the other card out of their hand. So they might set one, then activate one, but there's a chance they set 2 cards, then you can just twin those cards and then take another card. So you can try and use the fact that they have priority to let them put a card on the field, so you can like Twin Twister it. Because you don't have priority to take a card from the hand, you can give them priority to set a card. They might activate cards, so you never know if this is actually the best play, but it is an option. Similarly, something you should know on your turn is you have priority, so Super Poly is a good thing you can do. Specifically, you might want to set a monster, like a Shadal Hedgehog during the start of the main phase, and what this does is priority will pass to you, so you'll be able to use the Fast Effects timing chart. So you take an action that doesn't start a chain, like setting a monster. That's the blue box on the left of the Fast Effects timing chart. Again, this chart's on the Konami website. I'll link it in the description. But if you set a Shadal monster, and it doesn't cause a trigger effect, the turn player has Fast Effect priority. So you can activate Super Poly and then fuse your opponent's monster with your Shadal into a Winda. And if you're not playing Shadals, you can just set a Dark Monster maybe, and then out your opponent's Dragoon or one of their Despia monsters into a Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, or maybe a Predaplant Dracostapelia, something like that. But the point is, you can make 2 actions in a row as long as your first action doesn't start a chain, and your second action is a quick effect during the main phase. Common ones include set monster, activate Super Poly. Next up is something, because I play Infernoid, so I know a lot of cool tricks with Infernoid. The same thing applies to having Lair of Darkness on the field. If you already have it on the field, then you've kind of skipped this step. But if you activate it, you get into a position where this step is available. So what happens is you activate Lair of Darkness and wait for priority to pass to you for Open Game State, which is the top box in the Fast Effects timing chart where you're allowed to make an action. And if your first action is to normal summon Lilith Lady of Lament, assuming the normal summon of Lilith doesn't start a chain, you have the first option to use a fast effect, and your fast effect could be tribute a monster on the field using its effect. So if your opponent has Dragoon, but they let you resolve Lair, odds are this isn't something that's going to happen. But if you then normal summon Lilith, you have priority to activate the first effect, so you can activate Lilith Tribute, their Dragoon and move on with your game. All right, next up is using your battle phase to make your main phase easier. So if your opponent summons a very difficult card to deal with, such as Herald of the Arclight, one of the things you might want to do is to simply summon a monster and attack it and try and make plays in main phase 2. The problem with using main phase 2 rather than main phase 1 is you can't establish a board that can kill your opponent in the battle phase. You might have to arrange for your opponent to just not defeat you, so it is preferable to not have to do this. Another thing is you can just force out their cards with other effects, and if you can force them to activate and negate or something of that nature, you can perhaps resolve triple tactics talents during your main phase. So you can use your main phase to bait them into using a card effect, so you can use talents maybe to draw cards or take one of their other negates. And that kind of wraps up this particular episode on the main phase. In the future, there'll be some 5-tip videos on specific cards. Make sure you check out the episode on the draw phase and the standby phase, and we'll talk about the battle phase very, very soon. I hope you guys enjoyed. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Hello and welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel. My name is Benji, and today we're going to be talking about 5 tips during the end phase. We're going to start off by talking about priority and how it works. Specifically, we're going to be focusing on Albion the Branded Dragon. So first up, Albion is a card that will tend to wind up in your opponent's graveyard during either the end phase of your turn or their turn. It'll be able to activate its effect, which is to set a branded spell or trap card from your deck or add it to your hand. So one of the things you're going to want to do against this card is to use DD Crow to try and remove the card from the graveyard either before the end phase or before it can be activated during the end phase. Depending on whose turn it is, that may or may not be easier or harder to do. During your turn, because you have priority at the fast effects timing chart, you'll start in the open game state. That's normally where they can activate Albion if it were their turn. But if it's your turn, they can't activate it until the orange box, which is at the end of the turn when both players choose not to activate any effects. So if it's your turn, at any point up until you decide that you don't want to activate any quick effects, you can activate DD Crow or Skystriker Shark Cannon and try and remove the card from their graveyard so that they won't be able to activate its effect. Although, if it's your turn, if it's their turn, if they start their turn by activating Albion, you can't really deal with that. So during their end phase, if they just start their turn by using anything that isn't Albion, you can then chain DD Crow to whatever card they use, because Albion's not a quick effect, they can't chain it. You can banish it and then they won't be able to resolve the effect. Although, it might just be safer for you to activate your DD Crow either during their main phase 2 or during their battle phase or main phase, depending on what you're trying to play around, so that they don't get the opportunity to get to their end phase and use the open game state to activate their Albion. But if you're trying to play around triple tactics talents, or you don't want them to just make another Albion and put it in the graveyard, you might want to try and wait for their end phase and see if they start their end phase with Albion. If you know other cards that they have, they might activate something that isn't Albion first, or you can say, would you like to activate XYZ card that you know they have during their end phase? Because if they activate whatever card that is, you can then use DD Crow and banish the Albion from the graveyard. Next, I want to talk about how priority works with relation to multiple players having effects resolved during the end phase that are not quick effects and don't activate. So the first one would be Mirror Jade. Well, they're not cards that don't activate, they're cards that activated already and they have to resolve at some point during the end phase. So first is Mirror Jade. If it's a fusion summon card is destroyed, you can activate this effect, destroy all your opponent's monsters during the end phase. Now that's during the end phase, it doesn't specify when, so you can use it in the same 2 places we were just talking about, either during the open game state to start the end phase, or you can use it at the end in the orange box, depending on whose turn it is. And let's say we have a Mirror Jade that was destroyed by Ciphering Gear Gamma. So your opponent activated this to banish their own. They activated their Mirror Jade to banish their own card, dumping their Albion into the graveyard, and you summoned Gamma, destroying the Mirror Jade, and they activated the effect of Mirror Jade to destroy your cards during the end phase. So both Gamma and Mirror Jade have an effect that resolves during the end phase. First, Mirror Jade says it will destroy all monsters your opponent controls, and Gamma says it will banish itself and all monsters summoned by its effect. So let's briefly discuss the possible outcomes. It is your turn. Your opponent activated Mirror Jade. You Gamma'd them. That's the scenario for all of these suggestions. So it's your turn. So at the start of the end phase, you can resolve Gamma and banish it and the driver. But as a good player, you want to keep your additional Ciphering Gear Gammas live in your deck. So you actually want them to destroy it. So what you can do is you can do something that isn't resolving Gamma, and then see if your opponent will say, I'd like to resolve Albion, and I mean Mirror Jade, and destroy them. So you can try and convince your opponent to destroy them for you. If you say, I'd like to pass priority to you, would you like to resolve Mirror Jade? They might say yes, and if they do, they put the driver in the graveyard for you. If they say no, and then you give them another opportunity to do so, and this time you have to banish the Gamma and the driver, because the turn can't end until both players resolve their effects, and whoever's turn player has to resolve their mandatory must resolve effect first. So if you're the turn player, your Gamma and driver should get banished, but if it's your opponent's turn and they activated the Mirror Jade, you can just refuse to resolve the Gamma and driver until they resolve the Mirror Jade, destroying them for you. So that is one of the important takeaways from how the end phase works. Next, we're going to talk about ordering different things you can do in the end phase. So next up, we're going to talk about Card of Demise and similar cards, such as Into the Void. Both cards allow you to draw cards, and then during the end phase, you have to discard all cards in your hand. So here's a couple of scenarios that have come up with these cards in the past. So Into the Void lets you draw 1 card, Card of Demise lets you draw 3. If you play either of these cards with Cosmo, what you can do is you can either normal summon your Cosmo Tin Can at some point in your turn, or summon it from the deck with E-Telly if you're allowed to special summon, depending on which of these cards you activated. During the end phase, you have to discard a card. So what you can do is you can resolve the effect of Into the Void or Card of Demise to discard your hand, and then after that resolves, you can activate the effect of Cosmo Tin Can to add a Cosmo card from your deck to your hand, and then you'll end your turn with a card in your hand. So you don't have to do the discard as the last thing you do in your turn, but you do have to declare it. So that is a way to get an extra card in your hand. And there's a couple of decks that could do this, and some might be better than Cosmo at this point in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, although Cosmo was really great at points. Another one is Yosenju, also not really great currently, but if your Yosenjus allow you to normal summon all of them, you can just normal one and then they activate to let you normal again. You can normal all of your Yosenjus and empty your hand, activate Card of Demise, draw 3 cards. You can then proceed to the end phase, and now you have 2 different kinds of effects to resolve. You can either activate the effect of the Yosenjus to return themselves to the hand, or you can resolve Card of Demise. I think you should resolve Card of Demise first so you can add the Yosenjus to your hand and not have to discard them during the end phase. Similarly, there are decks that would play Amano Awato, so that your opponent can't interact with you with things like hand traps. Then at the end of the turn, you can activate Card of Demise and go to the end phase. You can draw 3 cards, set a bunch of trap cards, go to the end phase and resolve Card of Demise, and then you can activate the effect of Amano Awato to add it back to your hand. So you can resolve Card of Demise or Into the Void before adding cards to your hand during the end phase, in which case you can end your turn with cards in your hand, which is kind of cool. Another thing you can do with Amano Awato is you can combo it with Mystic Mine. If you normal summon Amano Awato and then activate Mystic Mine, Amano Awato will not be able to activate its effect during the end phase to return itself to the hand, and it only activates in the turn it is normal summoned. So if you summon it with Mystic Mine, you will never have to return it to your hand by its card effect. Something else you can do, which is you can normal Amano Awato and then activate Forbidden Chalice on it, so it gets negated during the end phase, and when it tries to return to the hand, it won't, allowing you to have a walking skill drain with 1900 attack on the board until it's cleared by yourself or your opponent. Some other cool things you can do during the end phase with Mystic Mine is that if you activate Fusion Destiny, in addition to activating Mystic Mine, you can put your Destroyer on field, and because of the effect of Fusion Destiny, it has the ability to destroy the monster summoned by it during the end phase. If your opponent chooses to do nothing on their turn during the end phase, you can have the Destroyer destroy itself, and then you can destroy your Mystic Mine. So one of my turn 1 combos in my Infernoid deck is I just activate Mystic Mine and then activate Fusion Destiny, or vice versa. And if your opponent chooses to put cards on the board during their turn, you can use your Destroyer to destroy itself and another card your opponent controls, or you can have it destroy the Mystic Mine on the following turn. So you have a couple of options with Destroyer and Mystic Mine that are pretty cool. Another card that has a mandatory effect that activates during the end phase in the Infernoid deck, and I mention Infernoid because that's what I play usually, is Lair of Darkness. It has a mandatory effect during the end phase to summon tokens to the turn player's field during the end phase based on the number of dark monsters that were attributed this turn. One of the things you can do is during your end phase, you can use your... at some point, you can choose to activate the effect of Lair, but you don't have to necessarily end your turn at that point. So you can attempt to summon tokens, and then you can trigger a monster or a card effect that would tribute a dark monster after that effect's resolved, so that they won't get a token for the latest tributed card. So if you tributed some cards earlier, but maybe you don't want to give them one more token, you can always resolve the effect of Lair, activate it, let it resolve, summon whatever tokens it has to at this point, and then you can use the effect to tribute one of their cards. So you don't have to do that as the last thing in the end phase. It just has to happen during the end phase. And depending whose turn it is, it might be at the beginning or the end. Next, the most obvious tip for the end phase is popping back row. So if your opponent has some nice back row set, like Dogmatic Punishment or Super Polymerization, and they set them this turn, they can't activate them because trap cards and quick plays can't be activated the turn they're set. It's a good idea to try and destroy them during the end phase with your Twin Twister if you have one. So the reason we do it in the end phase is so that they can't just choose to set more back row, because a common thing players who play back row decks will do is they'll hold some of their back row so they don't lose all of it to just a Harpy's Feather Duster. So what you could do is just set your Twin Twister, and during their end phase when they set things, you can just blow them up, and then they won't be able to set additional cards on the follow-up. Now, Eldritch is the most common trap deck at the moment, so they could set things like Conquistador of the Golden Land or Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine, which will just replace themselves. But in general, it's still considered a good idea to pop back row during the end phase, specifically because your opponent is already committed to not being able to set any additional back row, and they can't activate them that turn. So rather than waiting until your next turn, which you might have to if you don't have the Twin Twister, but rather than intentionally waiting, you should try and destroy them early if possible. Now, these cards float, but they also have a nice feature is that they have two effects, and they both activate once per turn. So one of the things you should do with the end phase is manage your once per turn. So let's imagine that you have a Conquistador, and your opponent is ending their turn. You can activate Conquistador of the Golden Land to summon it, so that next turn you can send it to the graveyard to make Link Spider, so that you can use its other effect in the end phase of this turn to set a Elixir during the end phase. So one of the things that we need to be good at is managing our once per turns. And often there are cards that we don't have a good reason to activate during our opponent's turn. But one of the reasons to activate it is just to activate it, because all of your cards might have hard once per turn. So by just getting ahead of your hard once per turns and just activating them during the end phase, you make sure that you have the ability to use their other effects or additional copies during the next turn. So it's very important to be able to manage your once per turns. That's our fourth tip. Now, our fifth tip is just a miscellaneous collection of tips and a couple of explanations of things that happen in the end phase. There aren't that many cards specifically that do things during the end phase, so I'm just going to address a couple of things. Firstly, we have Appointer the Red Lotus is a card that's commonly used to take cards out of your opponent's hand. It is used to take a card that would beat you out of your opponent's hand, and then they get it back during the current end phase. So if you activate Pointer during any phase of your opponent's turn, generally the draw phase or standby phase, where you make a choice, the card they get back comes back during the next end phase. The next end phase is the end phase of the current turn. Now, there is one exception. If you activate it during their end phase, the next end phase is the end phase of the following turn. So that's important to know. A couple of people think that a pointer lasts for 2 turns. It does not. It lasts until the next end phase, which is whichever end phase comes after the current phase that you're in. All right. So it's not the end phase of the next turn. It's the end phase following the phase you're currently in. So if you're in the end phase following the turn you're currently in is quite a while away. But you're not really going to use a pointer that late, generally. Next up are cards that don't necessarily stop working in the end phase. It's important to note that there are some cards that just say that they continue for the rest of the turn. So like if you activate Dark Ruler no more, your opponent can't take damage. It's not like at some point in the end phase they have to resolve the effect, like Card of Demise. They just can't take damage that turn. So there is a difference between those kinds of cards, and you do need to know which cards they are. But there are some cards where they have to resolve them during the end phase, and there are some cards where they don't. Like a card that would have to be resolved in the end phase would be Miscellaneous Source's effect to destroy the monster summoned by its effect. So if your opponent summons a baby Sarosaurus, at some point during the end phase they have to resolve the effect to destroy the monster, which is very different from a card that just says until the end of the turn. So if cards that go until the end of the turn kind of go to the point where you would be discarding for hand size and nothing else is happening. Speaking of discarding for hand size, there's a certain type of card that activates often in the end phase, which can't if it's discarded for hand size, and I'll just address that, which is Scarm, Mill Branch of the Burning Abyss. If this card's in your graveyard during the end phase, it would activate during the either the start of your end phase or during the orange box, which is after both players pass priority. But after that box is the purple box, and in the purple box, that's when you're going into the next turn, and if you discard Scarm for hand size limit, you've already passed either the green box, which is the open game state, or the orange box, which is the one where you just activate non-quick effects during the end phase. So if the Scarm gets discarded for hand size limit, it can't activate. But if you have quick effects or trigger effects that activate, they can be activated if discarded for hand size limit. So if you discard Graph, and then Graph can summon the Scarm, and then maybe the Scarm kills itself in the end phase by being on the board with a monster that isn't a Burning Abyss monster, it'll then go to the end phase, but because you've already discarded for hand size limit, you're not at a point where you can activate the effective Scarm. That's going to cover all 5 tips for the end phase. If you haven't checked out the videos on 5 tips for the draw phase, battle phase, or main phase, please check those out. They're, I'm sure, in the cards up above. Also, you can click the subscribe button if you want to be notified when more videos like this go live in the future. Thank you for watching. My name is Benji, and I will see you guys next time.
Assuming it is not the first turn of the duel, following main phase 1, you may enter the battle phase. The battle phase is where monsters battle, and damage is inflicted to the players, to lead towards the end of the game. You do not have to conduct your battle phase, but unless you conduct your battle phase, you cannot conduct a main phase 2. The battle phase is similar to the standby phase and end phase in that they don't do much other than what other phases do, except that you can declare battle with monsters. You can also activate trap cards, quick effects, and quick play spell cards during this phase. The battle phase has 4 parts. The first part is the start step, which is a step where you activate quick effects before you enter the battle step, which is where you choose to declare battles with monsters. If a battle successfully commences, we proceed to the damage step. Coming out of the damage step, which is where damage is calculated, we return to the battle step to declare more attacks. And once we're out of monsters that we'd like to declare attacks with, we then proceed to the end step, which is where we'd like to activate cards or effects while we're still in the battle phase before proceeding to main phase 2. The damage step in itself has 5 parts. I'll be linking to the information regarding the damage step in the description below. The fast effects timing chart still applies to the battle phase. Different steps of the battle phase may have different actions available, like there are not as many actions that do not start a chain in the battle phase, with the exception of declaring an attack, which only occurs during the battle step. So the first part of the battle phase is the start step. If the turn player says they'd like to start the battle phase, and the opponent says that is fine, you start in the start step of the battle phase in the open game state. The turn player has priority to take an action that does not start a chain, or an action that starts a chain, or to pass priority in order to attempt to get to the battle step. There aren't many actions you can take in the start step that do not start a chain unless a card resolves there. There are a couple of cards that can only be activated at the start of the battle phase, such as all of the smaller Dragon Maid cards. They all have an effect that says at the start of the battle phase, which means the start step, you can return this card to your hand and special summon a higher level Dragon Maid. Also, the quick play spell Anti-Magic Arrows also has an activation condition that can only be used at the start step of the battle phase. The start step of the battle phase is very important because often you want to be able to activate certain cards and effects prior to actually allowing a monster to declare an attack. You might want to use your Infinite Impermanence on your opponent's number 39 Utopia the Lightning before you enter the battle step, because Utopia the Lightning has an effect that says, if this card battles, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step, which means if you allow your opponent to get to the battle step where they have priority to declare an attack, you can no longer activate any cards or effects. So often it's good to use your start step to do some things before attacks are declared. After both players have activated cards or just passed to the battle step, you can select one of your monsters on your side of the field to attack with, and one monster on your opponent's side of the field to attack as its attack target. This is called declaring an attack. If your opponent does not have any monsters on the field, you can perform a direct attack. If the attack is successful and nobody has any cards that they'd like to activate, you enter the damage step, which has several steps and damage is calculated in this step of the battle phase. You then proceed to the battle step again, where you can choose to attack with your next monster. And you'll repeat this until you run out of monsters to attack with or you choose to no longer continue attacking, and then you'll proceed to the end step. After you've declared an attacking monster and the attack target for that monster, the attack might still not occur. Players can still activate cards or effects in response to the attack declaration with the selection of the attack target. If a card or effect changes the number of attack options you have on your opponent's side of the field, a replay will occur. If the number of monsters or if the number of attack options that you have on your opponent's side of the field changes before the damage step, a replay will occur, allowing you to decide if you'd like to continue to attack with your chosen monster into the same monster, or to choose another attack target, or to choose not to attack at all. If you choose to continue the attack will go through as normal. If you choose not to attack at all, your monster is considered to have attacked. If you choose to attack a new monster, you are not considered to be declaring a new attack, as you've already declared an attack, you are simply selecting a new target. If a replay has occurred, you cannot change the battle position of your monster later because it is considered to have battled. Ways in which the number of targets on your opponent's side of the field might change might be that they activate a trap card that special summons a monster, such as Call of the Haunted. Perhaps your monster can attack directly, such as Zodiac Borbo, and you've declared a direct attack, and your opponent's negated your effect, meaning you're no longer allowed to declare a direct attack. So you now have to either select a new attack target or cancel your attack. Your opponent can also remove monsters from their field, using different card effects. If your monster can no longer declare an attack, the battle will end, but it is not a replay. So if your monster is destroyed by a card effect, you can no longer declare an attack, or if your monster is shifted to defense position, your monster can no longer declare an attack. But if you've already declared an attack, your monster is still considered to have battled, then you cannot change its battle position later that turn. So let's say we're in the battle step, and the game state is open. We are now allowed to take an action that does not start a chain. We can declare an attack, and if we do, we see if this activates a trigger condition. If not, we have the opportunity to activate a card effect. If not, our opponent has the opportunity to activate a card effect. If nobody does, we proceed to the damage step. So let's assume that we have the following two monsters battling. The monsters are XX Saber Gothams and Cyber Dragon. We are declaring attack with our XX Saber Gothams into Cyber Dragon. both of which are in attack position. Gothams is on our field, and Cyber Dragon is on our opponent's field. But we will proceed now to discuss a little bit more about the damage step. So if no cards or effects are activated in response to the declaration of the attack, no replay has occurred, we'll proceed to the damage step. These are some important things you need to know about the damage step. First, there's a limitation on what kinds of cards and effects can be activated during the damage step. Generally, it's counter traps, or cards that negate the activations of other cards, cards that modify attack and defense, that are quick effects, card effects that are triggered by a card moving from one place to another or having their battle position changed, mandatory effects, as mandatory effects must activate when their trigger is met, and cards that actually say they activate in the damage step. If you declare an attack against a monster that is face down, it is flip face up during the damage step. This is so you can determine which monster wins the battle and inflict damage appropriately. Any monster that has a flip effect will be activated and resolved after damage calculation. And because it's after damage calculation, there's always a chance that the monster that you would select as the target of an effect is no longer a valid target, as the monster would be considered destroyed during damage calculation. If you would like more information on the damage step, there is a link here, and I will have it in the description below. Let's take a look at the 5 parts of the damage step. The first part of the damage step is called the start of the damage step. Nothing really happens in the start of the damage step, except that there are some card effects that say that they activate during the start of the damage step, such as El Shaddai Construct, which has the effect that says, at the start of the damage step, if this card battles a special summon monster, destroy that monster. The reason this effect activates at the start of the damage step is because no replay occurs if a monster leaves the field on your opponent's side of the field if the monster leaves during the damage step. So a couple of cards have effects that activate specifically at the start of the damage step so that they prevent a replay from occurring.
That way they cannot just attack another special summon monster with Construct. They're also
Now at this point in time allowed to activate cards or effects that are quick effects that modify attack and defense of a monster. Directly, not indirectly. So Forbidden Droplet is legal to activate at the start of the damage step, and you can also activate it in the next part of the damage step, which is before damage calculation. This is where a face down defense position monster who was attacked will be flipped face up, which means it's actually possible to negate the effect of a flip effect monster using a card such as Forbidden Droplet or Forbidden Chalice before damage calculation in the damage step. If a monster had a continuous effect, it would apply immediately at this point, and you can still activate quick effects that would modify attack and defense at this point in time before you enter damage calculation. If a Jinzo is flip face up, suddenly all trap cards on the field would be negated. If Graf Mailbranch of the Burning Abyss was flip face up, its continuous effect to destroy itself if you control a monster that is not a Burning Abyss monster might apply at this point in time. If it applied, Graf would be destroyed at this part of the damage step. If either the attacking monster or the monster being attacked should leave the field during the damage step,
they'll proceed to after damage calculation and
no battle damage will be inflicted. The monster who is attacked will be considered to have attacked, but neither monster will consider to have battled.
So the attacking monster will not be able to choose a new attack target or change its battle position in main phase 2.
The next part of the damage step is called damage calculation or during damage calculation. At this point in time, you would activate and resolve any card effects that say during damage calculation. You compare attack and defense values and determine which monster has won the battle, and decide if the monster that has been attacked or attacking is being destroyed, but do not send them to the graveyard at this point. Cards that might be activated at damage calculation are cards that specifically say they activate during damage calculation. The card Cyber Dark Cannon says, during damage calculation, if a monster equipped with this card battles, you can send one monster to the deck to the graveyard. This card effect would activate during damage calculation. Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon says if this card battles a level 5 or higher monster, during damage calculation, this card gains attack equal to the attack of the opponent's monster is battling during that damage calculation only. If a monster you're battling would leave the field, from this point or onward, damage is inflicted normally. If the monster's left the field before this step, then the monster's battle would just end. After damage calculation is when you would activate and then resolve a flip effect, or any other effect that activates when a card is flipped face up, or when damage is inflicted. So we might activate Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Bear if it inflicted damage while declaring an attack. The effect of Shaddai Dragon to target one card our opponent controls and return it to the hand would activate at this point in damage calculation. And there are some strange rulings on some cards called There Can Be Only One, Goes in Match, and Rivalry of the Warlords that would then apply at this point in time after a monster is flipped face up. More details on these cards can be found in a separate video linked above. We then proceed to the end of the damage step, where we send any monsters that are destroyed to the graveyard. This is where monsters that have effects that activate when they are destroyed or sent to the graveyard will trigger. Any effects that applied to the end of the damage step stop applying as soon as we return to the battle step, where we can choose our next attack target. Cards such as B Buster Drake would activate at this point in time if we're destroyed by battle. So that monster we mentioned earlier, Utopia of the Lightning, would actually prevent pretty much every effect that can activate until the end of the damage step, because every effect that would activate when a monster is destroyed would occur until this point has already ended. Let's just do a quick rundown of the cards that can be activated during the damage step. So at any point during the damage step, you can activate either counter traps or quick effects of either monsters, spells, or trap cards that negate the activations of cards or effects. So Solemn Strike, Baron de Fleur, and Altergeist Protocol all negate the activations of cards or effects, so they can all be used during the damage step. If you had a mandatory effect that was required to activate and it met its trigger condition during the damage step, it would be required to activate. Sanguine's kind of a silly one to include on this list because Sanguine would activate when it's destroyed by battle, which is the kind of card effect that's already included. UA Stadium has a mandatory effect to increase the attack of all of your monsters by 500 if you special summon a UA monster, so if this were to happen during the damage step, its effect would have to activate. You can activate cards or effects in the damage step that modify attack and defense, so Forbidden Droplet, and that's again during the start step and before damage calculation you can activate those types of cards. Trigger effects that occur when a monster's battle position is changed or it is moved from another plate, from one place to another. So Sanguine would move from the field to the graveyard. Graf, Melbranch, and the Burning Abyss would move from the field to the graveyard. So these are triggers that can be met during the damage step and can be activated because their effects activate when they're moved from one place to another. Or cards whose effect activate clearly in the damage step, such as a monster that's destroyed by battle, like Mirror Jade the Iceblade Dragon. Nirvana High Paladin has an effect that can activate when it destroys a monster by battle. It wouldn't make sense if you couldn't activate this card during the damage step. And as we mentioned, flip effects. Now there are a couple of other cards that specifically say they can or cannot be used during the damage step, even though you would expect them to either be able to be used or not be able to use based on all the descriptions we've gone over before. For instance, Thunder Dragon Titan says if a Thunder monster is activated during the hand, you can respond with Thunder Dragon Titan and activate its effect to destroy a card on the field. It specifically has to say that this effect can be used during the damage step because it actually doesn't fit any of the criteria that was on the list before. My Body as a Shield would normally fit the criteria of a card that can be activated that negates the activations of cards, which normally can be used during the damage step, but My Body as a Shield specifically says they can't be used during the damage step. Let's continue to discuss our battle from earlier. If Saber Gothams attacks into Cyber Dragon, that would be this example from the rulebook, which is determining damage outcome when you attack an attack position monster. Generally, if you're attacking an attack position monster, your monster will also be in attack position. Monsters in defense position generally cannot attack, although there are cards that can do so. So you win the attack if your monster's attack is higher than the attack of the opposing monster. You will win the battle if your monster that declares an attack against your opponent's attack position monster has higher attack than their monster. Their monster will be destroyed as a result of battle, and the difference in attack value will be dealt to your opponent as damage to their life points. If both monsters have the same attack, both monsters will be destroyed, with the exception that monsters with 0 attack cannot destroy anything in battle. So if two monsters with 0 attack both attack each other, neither one will be destroyed. But if both the monsters have exactly 1 attack point and they battle each other, they'll both be destroyed. But neither player takes any damage because there was no surplus of damage dealt to either player. If your monster attacks and your opponent's monster either becomes larger than yours by a card effect, or yours was actually smaller than theirs, your monster will be destroyed by battle, and damage will be dealt to your life points, equal to the difference in the attack values of both monsters. So in the scenario of Saber Gothams attacking Cyber Dragon, since our monster is larger, we'll inflict 1000 damage to our opponent's life points and their Cyber Dragon will be destroyed and sent to the graveyard. If we were to use our Saber Gothams to attack a defense position El Shadal construct, things would go a little bit differently. First, if we declared an attack against El Shadal construct because of its effect that activates at the start of the damage step, Saber Gothams would be destroyed. We would not make it to damage calculation to determine the winner of the battle, unless El Shadal construct was face down. If El Shadal construct was face down, and we declared a battle against El Shadal construct, the start of the damage step is not where El Shadal construct would be face up. It would be face down at that time. So before damage calculation, we would flip up El Shadal construct that would not be able to activate its effect to determine. It would not be able to activate its effect to destroy the special summon monster it was battling. And we would. So let's see how battle involving a defense position monster works. If our attack position monster attacks our opponent's defense position monster, we win the battle if our monster's attack is greater than the defense of the defense position monster we're attacking. In this case, that is what would happen. At the end of the battle, El Shadal construct would be sent to the graveyard and destroyed, but neither player takes damage. If a monster is in defense position, it protects your life points. If Gothams were to attack into a monster with the exact same defense as its attack, 3100, neither monster would be destroyed and no damage would be inflicted. Equal attacks can destroy each other, but an equal attack into an equal defense cannot. If Gothams were to attack into a face-down monster who happened to have more defense than his attack, such as 4000 defense, neither monster would be destroyed because a defense position monster cannot destroy a defense position monster cannot destroy an attacking monster, but the difference in their defense points and our attack points would be dealt to our life points as damage. If our opponent controls no monster, we can declare a direct attack. All the steps of the damage step still apply when involving a direct attack, it's just that the entire amount of our monster's attack value would be dealt to our opponent's life points as damage. Direct attacks tend to be the easiest way to get your opponent's life points to 0 and win the duel.
After we complete that battle, we'll proceed to our next battle step, and we'll continue to repeat this process until we run out of monsters to attack with or choose not to declare any additional attacks. We'll then proceed to the end of the battle phase. The end step, or the end of the battle phase, is where there are certain kinds of cards that can be activated during the end of the battle phase, or during the end step of the battle phase. You declare that you'd like to end the battle phase, and your opponent says end step is fine. You can then activate certain types of cards. Specifically, the most commonly played card that can be activated in the end of the battle phase is Evenly Matched, which can be activated from the hand if you have no monsters on your field. You could proceed to your battle phase from your main phase even with no monsters, then proceed to the end of the battle phase, or the end step, then you can activate Evenly Matched. Infernoid Seismos also has an effect that can be activated at the end of the battle phase. It says if it battled a monster at the end of the battle phase, you can activate this effect. You can banish one card on the field. There aren't too many other cards that activate specifically at the end of the battle phase, but you can still activate any kind of quick effect in this phase, just like any other phase. But after both players have agreed to go to the end of the battle phase, you can then proceed into main phase 2. If you go into your battle phase, you must go into main phase 2. In the next video, we'll learn about chains. At the end of the damage step, we'll then proceed back to the start. We'll then proceed back to the battle step where we can declare an attack against another monster.
Hello and welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel. Today we'll be talking about 5 tips that can be done during the battle phase, and we're going to start off by talking about a pretty common deck that's played at the moment, that is Prank Kids, and we're specifically talking about Weather Washer because it has an interesting effect, which specifically says, if your Prank Kid monster attacks your opponent, cannot activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step. This effect is crazy, and everyone needs to know how to deal with these kinds of effects. So firstly, in case you weren't aware, at the start of the battle phase, you have the start step, which is not where you're declaring an attack with a Prank Kid. So if you actually want to do anything against Prank Kids, if they have this monster on the board during the battle phase, you have to take advantage of the start step, is the part of the battle phase where both players can activate quick effects prior to attacks being declared. So if you enter the battle phase with a Prank Kid, you can just say anything on start, and if they say no, you can proceed. If you say, I would like to declare an attack with Weather Washer, and you didn't give them the start step, they can say go back to the start step. So it's very important that you either try to get through the start step if you are the Prank Kid player, by getting your opponent to agree not to activate anything at the start of the battle phase, or you want to make sure that if you are not the Prank Kid player, that you make sure you activate your effects before the start of the battle phase, because you'll also notice this, that let's say you have a field full of Prank Kid monsters and you want to just start declaring attacks with them. Following the battle step, you go into which is where you choose your attacker, will be a Prank Kid and your opponent's monster. You go into the damage step, and then immediately following the damage step, you come back to the battle step, which means they can just make another attack with a Prank Kid, and there's no end of damage step. There's no part before the start of the battle step. And that's where the first action, which is turn player priority, takes place. So if you're attacking with Prank Kids, you could just keep attacking with Prank Kids one after another, and your opponent can't activate anything. So be mindful of this. So again, coming out of that, they might attack with their Doodle Doo or something. And while you're doing this, there are other cards in the game that actually have this kind of effect. They're not really played currently, so I did include one on this list just for clarity. It would be like Utopia the Lightning. So if you ever wanted to beat Utopia the Lightning with something like a Compulse or something, you would want to like use it at the start of the battle phase before they declare an attack, because once they do, you can't do anything. Matter of fact, one of the cool things you can do if you have a monster that your opponent can't respond to until the end of the damage step is you can like Twin Twister their cards. You can just like start popping back row while declaring an attack with Utopia, because once it declares an attack, they can't use anything till the end of the damage step. So you can Twin Twister things, you can compulse their monsters you wouldn't normally be able to compulse, you can droplet them. Cards that would activate as a result of battles with these cards don't activate, like flip effect monsters like Shaddoll Hedgehog, because its effect activates at a certain point in the damage step. Same thing with like a monster that would activate when sent to the graveyard, assuming it goes to the graveyard during this battle with your monster that they can't use things during the damage step. Both of these effects won't be able to activate because even though a flip monster is flipped before damage calculation, it's still during the damage step, but it would activate at the 4th part of the damage step, which is after damage calculation. So you can't activate a flip effect if you attack with either the Prank Kids Weather Washer or with Utopia the Lightning. Monsters that would activate if they're sent to the graveyard can't activate because they activate during the end of the damage step. Following immediately upon the end of the damage step, you would actually go straight to the next battle step. The player who just made the attack has priority there, so if they are playing Prank Kids, they might choose to attack another Prank Kid, then you can't do anything. Now, let's assume your opponent isn't playing a monster where you can't do anything. Some of the things you should do at the start of the battle phase, the start step, is you should activate your interrupts. So your opponent has to get through the battle phase to kill you, so you might actually want to just prevent them from being able to do so. And instead of using your effects in their main phase, you might want to force them to use their battle phase. So if you can force your opponent to use your battle phase and they can't end the game, you get another turn. So a lot of disruption is good to use in the start of the battle phase, and most decks have some sort of disruption they can use. Conquistador of the Golden Land for Eldritch, maybe Dogmatic of Punishment for a deck like Invoked. You could also use a Zeus. If you have your Zeus and you force your opponent to go into the battle phase, you can Zeus their board and make it so that they can't really kill you because they won't have any monsters on the board. Something else I wanted to mention about Zeus, which is kind of relevant for the battle phase, is that if you declare battle against your opponent Exes monster during your main phase 2, you can actually make your own Zeus. All that matters for Zeus's summoning condition is that a Exes monster had battled this turn, so it doesn't matter if it's your monster or their monster. So perhaps your opponent has like a Beatrice, Lady of Eternal on their field, and you declare battle into it. Later in the turn, you maybe make an Abyss Dweller and then just randomly overlay for a Zeus. Just wanted to make sure I mentioned it because it is relevant to the battle phase that Zeus can be made regardless of whose Exes monster battles. It's good to try and save your Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres for the battle phase so your opponent can't get to you. You just bounce their card and summon another disruption from the deck at this point in time. I think people are using Fallen of Albaz and fusion summoning with their opponent's monsters also. You can kind of play around Hieratic Seal by just not putting cards on the board that they can bounce, or a funny one is you can E-Telly into a Cyframe Gamma and declare battle against Hieratic Seal. It'll bounce it to your hand, and then its graveyard effect will be mandatory to activate because it's distributed. And then if they activate that, you can use the Gamma immediately, so it's kind of funny. Other cards that might be used in the battle phase as disruption, you might want to use your Branded in Red to summon your Guardian Chimera during the battle phase. Also, if you save your disruptions for the battle phase, you kind of get to play around things like Effect Veiler. If you want to learn a little bit more about the main phase, I have a video on 5 tips during the main phase, and I kind of address forcing your opponent to activate a bunch of these cards that can only be used in the main phase by just declaring battle phase, and I do that mostly in the main phase video, so if you haven't looked at that, make sure you click it in the card. We're going to continue talking about the battle phase, though. So I want to talk about cards that can't be used during the damage step. So firstly, if you declare battle against a monster and you make it through the start step of the battle, the start of the damage step, there are a couple effects that can be used at the start of the damage step, like Construct, or what else activates then? Eater of Millions. And the reason they activate in the start of the damage step is because if a monster makes it to the damage step when it battles, there is no replay. So a lot of cards activate there. Now, if a monster would activate its effect to like summon a monster from the deck, you can't Ash Blossom during the damage step because Ash negates effects, not activations. So let's say you destroy your opponent's monster and they're playing dragons, so they summon Brotar from the graveyard. They can activate Brotar because its trigger is met during the damage step, and then you can't Ash Brotar during the damage step to search from deck, but you could stop it from coming back from the graveyard with certain cards like Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. Ghost Bell can be used during the damage step because its effect says it negates activation. So one of the things I'll do with like my Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer versus a card like Mirror Jade is I don't want to activate Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer against Mirror Jade because they'll just chain Mirror Jade and banish my Enforcer. So sometimes I'll just crash my Destroyer to try and get it to go to the graveyard so I can activate its effect to ensure it'll at least be on the field for the next turn. Because you really want your opponent to activate Mirror Jade, and then you want to chain Enforcer so it can destroy itself so it doesn't get banished. In the damage step, you tend to think you're safe. Your opponent can't activate certain cards in the damage step, but they can Bell during the damage step because it negates activation. So cards that negate activations can be used during the damage step, but cards that negate effects can't. So you can't use like Imperm, you can't use Veiler. Well, Veiler you can't use in the battle phase at all, but you can't use Imperm in the damage step, you can't use Ash in the damage step, but people can use Gamma if the scenario works out for it. You can use Bell. Here's a list of things that can be used during the damage step. The rulebook's a little bit less specific. The rulebook, I think, specifically says in the damage step you can use cards that modify attack and defense, counter traps, and trying to remember what the last one was. But there are other cards that qualify under these descriptions, and these are some of the cards that will be activating in the damage step. There are cards that say they can, so anything that says like at the start of the damage step do blah. Mandatory effects, if a card activates and it has to activate there, it will. Counter traps, which also led to the inclusion of cards that negate activations. Fast effects that alter attack and defense, even though there are only certain points in the damage step that can be used. Fast effects that negate activations, effects that have exclusive damage step effects like Crystal Wings effect when it battles, or Crusadia Mech Knight Avermax has an effect that activates during damage calc, which is a strange one. There aren't a lot of cards that do that. Cards that activate, that have trigger effects that activate by being moved from some place to another. So if you kill like a Graph of Burning Abyss, it'll activate. And then cards that just say that they can be. So these are the cards that can be used during the damage step. Next, I want to talk about going for game. That's our next tip, tip 4. Going for game. One of the things you want to try and do is make it so your opponent can't stop you for going from game. So things like anti-magic arrows can prevent them from stopping you. Abyss Dweller, just back row removal in general. You want to remove your opponent's ability to go for game. One of the good cards that's used for going for game is like Access Code Talker, and it usually has 5,300 attack points. So one of the things that they'll often do is they'll either Imperm it or Veiler it when you're trying to go for game. A nice tip is that if your opponent kept an Imperm in hand, you might actually want to leave one monster on their board and attack through it. So often a player will use Verte Anaconda, and they'll have 6,000 life points. So they'll have a verte in attack position. You can just attack it with access code for 4800 and then just clean up with another monster. So you don't have to clear a full board with access code is something you might not want to do. If they had Imperm or Veiler, they'd use it right away, so the access code wouldn't pop anything. If they set it, they would have used it right away. By the way, on the summon of access code, you can't respond to its effect to gain attack points. But when that resolves, where there is a quick effect window where both players can activate quick effects before the next open game state where access code talker starts destroying things. So if you do have Imperm or Veiler, you should probably use it after access code resolves, but you can't respond to the access code. We'll probably have a video entirely on access code in the future. Next, so yeah, Imperm could be in hand. It could be used to prevent you from getting game. So if you have your access code and you want to attack through a monster with it, you want to attack with the access code first, because if you attack with something else and clear the board, then if your opponent kept an Imperm in their hand, they'll just use it in the battle phase and reduce access code stalker to 2300, because if you negate a monster's effects and it modified its own stats, its attack returns to normal. An exception would be like Eldritch, because it summons a zombie from hand, not necessarily itself. So if you Imperm like an Eldritch, it doesn't like its attack doesn't go away. Also, when you're trying to go for game, you have to look out for ways your opponent might prevent you from gaming them. In the current format, there's like a billion ways you can possibly like not kill someone. If you destroy their monster and it triggers a floating effect and you try to negate it with like your Borreload Savage Dragon, maybe they'll Gamma you, and Gamma summons itself and a driver, and it could be in the damage step, so you can't ash it. So your opponent might summon a couple monsters to block you. If you clear a fusion monster against the Despia deck, they could summon Aluber. A lot of those decks also play Fairy Tail Snow. Fairy Tail Snow can block several attacks. It can summon itself in the battle phase. It can flip a monster over, preventing that monster from attacking. If you attack it again, they can summon it again. Other things to be mindful of is there are cards that prevent a monster from being destroyed. So you might think you have game, and then you just can't clear a monster anyway, because like Branded Opening could be in graveyard. A whole bunch of cards that prevent you from actually getting to game. So not only do you have to make sure that you calculate game correctly, that you play around all the available options. You can always do that by like summoning an Abyss Dweller, maybe prevent your opponent from doing those things by using its effect before the battle phase, so you fully commit what cards you want to make in order to prepare for game before you go to the battle phase, because once you go to the battle phase, you're kind of stuck there. Sometimes you'll forget if monsters' attacks were halved, so you want to make sure you can calculate game by making sure that you can droplet and use your clear your opponent's monsters from having enough attack to defend themselves, so you can get over certain monsters and also inflict the right amount of damage you need to do. You can also, just something else you should know, you can use Droplet if a monster is already negated, because Droplet's primary effect is to negate a card. It just happens to also negate their effect. So you can use Droplet on a monster that's already negated. You can use Droplet under Skill Drain. This is assuming your opponent has an effect monster to use it on. That is important. One of the better features of Droplet, which is going to get its own video, is that you can use Droplet to play around Skill Drain. So if you want to activate your monster effect, you can chain Droplet to clear your monster from the field, and it'll resolve. Let's see. If you have Droplet, you can, if your opponent's attacking you, you can use it to like end a battle. So if you use it in the damage step, as long as monsters were made it to the damage step, if you remove the monsters from the field, the battle just ends, and then there's no replay. So that's something to know that would protect you from getting gamed. But we're trying to focus on getting game right now. But that's just something extra to know about Droplet. You can use it to prevent yourself from getting gamed. So if you summon a monster and your opponent attacks you with one monster and they have two monsters, you can negate the monster. You can use Droplet, sending your monster they're attacking in the damage step to negate the monster that's not attacking, negate its effects and have its attack, which will make it do less damage, and the monster that was attacking will not get a replay because it attacked and it made it to the damage step. So one Droplet can actually prevent one full attack and a half attack from another monster, which is kind of cool. Next up, I have a couple of miscellaneous effects I wanted to share. I actually polled a lot of people for different kinds of effects to use during the battle phase, and sometimes they don't really fit under certain things. So here's something. Linkaribo is a card that you want to use at the start step of the battle phase, because if your opponent declares an attack and then you activate Linkaribo, a replay occurs because the monsters on your field changed. So you remove a level 1 and summon Linkaribo, and if a replay occurs and they have to reselect an attack target, that's not an attack declaration. So if you summon Linkaribo, they could just attack Linkaribo and they can't activate it. Now, there's always a chance that they attack something that isn't Linkaribo, and then for the next battle, they are making an attack declaration, so you could use it then. But there's no reason to just not use Linkaribo at the start step of the battle phase, because that's before any attack declarations occur. So that's something to know. If you're going to use Linkaribo, use it at the start step of the battle phase, or you have to make sure you use it in a way where your opponent's not just going to attack into your monster. Another thing regarding these attack declarations, if your opponent is using a monster that can attack all monsters you control once each with like Invoke Purgatrio or Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, Stardust Charge Warrior, Mediotis, Draconids. All these cards, they say they can attack multiple monsters. If you can get them to make an attack against something that doesn't fit the qualifications of the types of cards they can attack, so like if Ultimate Conductor Tyranno declares a direct attack, or if Draconids attacks a monster that's normal summoned, or if Purgatrio declares a direct attack, or if Stardust Charge Warrior attacks a monster that's normal summoned, if you cause a replay, they can only redeclare an attack, and they've lost their ability to do their massive all attacks on everything else. So that's something to know. Next is there are some monsters that end the battle phase when they complete their attacks. So when an attack is declared, so if you have like Swift Scarecrow or Necroz of Valkyris and your opponent wants to use it to end the battle phase, they have to negate the attack to end the battle phase. So you can always like prevent yourself from having your attack negated. Like if you attack with a monster and you have Boral Sword on the field, you can use your Boral Sword to put your monster that was attacking into defense. Then Swift Scarecrow or Valkyris doesn't actually negate the attack, and if it doesn't negate the attack, it doesn't end the battle phase. So you can just keep attacking. So playing around cards that allow the battle phase to be ended is kind of cool. Some decks can do it, a lot of decks can't. Also, there's some cards that end the battle phase that don't require to stop the attack, like Battle Fader. If a Battle Fader is used, it says special summon this card, and if you do end the battle phase, so if you could prevent it from being special summoned, you can prevent it from ending the battle phase. But Swift Scarecrow and Valkyrie specifically require you to negate that attack, which is kind of cool that there are more ways to play around things like that. You can like also Fairy Tale Snow your monster off of the board who is attacking so that it doesn't get its attack negated. Let's continue. A couple other tips that people mentioned to me were like Cyber Angel Natasha. It just has an effect that says if an attack's declared against a ritual monster, you can just negate the attack. So if your opponent just summons a Natasha for no reason, they might just be trying to play around you killing them in OTKs. So if Cyber Angel Natasha's on the field, just one, they can gain life points, so you might need to be very careful in keeping track of how much life your opponent actually has to determine if your OTK would work. Secondly, if you can't negate the Natasha, you just can't attack over everything if Natasha's on the board, because it's just going to negate every attack you do. So either pair negates or try and clear from the board in advance. So just keep that in mind, that Natasha, 1, gains life points, 2, prevents attacks on ritual monsters, not once per turn. So they can just keep protecting themselves. Last couple of things I want to mention were regarding the battle phase being skipped. If you were to destroy an opponent's like Artifact Ignition, it says that you skip the next battle phase. To skip your next battle phase, you actually have to declare a battle phase. So if you destroy an opponent's Artifact Ignition in your battle phase, maybe with a Twin Twister, during your next turn, if you don't declare battle phase, you haven't skipped it. So you make sure if you skipping your next battle phase, you have to at least declare a battle phase. This is going to come up in that deck that comes out in the future. Mr. Rune, I'm pretty sure I think it skips your next battle phase. I don't think it skips the battle phase of your next turn, which is what I want to address also. If you have a card like Moulin Glacia and it leaves the field, it skips the battle phase of your next turn. So you don't have to, on purpose in the next turn, declare battle phase. Matter of fact, there's a glitch in Edo Pro that if you try to declare battle phase in a turn where you've skipped your battle phase, it kind of ends your turn. So you want to be careful. So if you have Artifact Ignition, kind of like play out your main phase. If you hit Artifact Ignition and you're going to be skipping your next battle phase, make sure you set up that you're done with your turn and then declare battle phase in Edo Pro. It'll end your turn. So it's kind of like it'll go to your end phase and then it'll end your turn, but you've resolved the Artifact Ignition now. Moulin Glacia, because you don't have to do it. A lot of people just don't realize it and it'll end their turn. So when you go to your next turn, just don't declare battle phase, and then during the following turn you can. So be careful. And the last thing I want to mention is that if you Dark Ruler someone, you can't OTK them. So you can't beat them because you can't inflict damage. A funny thing randomly about Dark Ruler No More is if you activate Dark Ruler No More and you're a Prank Kid player, you can't activate your Lampsies because you can't inflict damage to your opponent. So be mindful of that. So if you activate Dark Ruler No More to allow you to clear a board, make sure you are aware that you can't actually damage your opponent to end a game. It's sometimes kind of useful, just as like a general trick, is to summon more than enough damage to OTK your opponent, and your opponent might get frustrated waiting for you to kill them, forgetting that they can't take damage. So you don't want to lie to your opponent and say that you can beat them, but a lot of times your opponent will just scoop. If you have 8,000 on board, this will happen. If you've Dark Ruled them, they forget that they can't take damage. If you've activated Prosperity this turn, they forget you do half damage. Just summoning over 8,000 damage is sometimes enough to get your opponent to concede. Just don't lie and say attack for game, because that is a lie. If your opponent's attacking you, you should try and request your opponent attack you in a specific order at all times. I think that kind of wraps this up. If you enjoyed this content, make sure you click the like button and subscribe. Make sure you check out the other videos in the series on the main phase, draw phase, and standby phase. There's going to be how-tos or tips for different decks coming in the future. So 5 tips on whatever deck, how to beat it, and also how to play it. All right, I hope you enjoyed this. I'm Benji. See you all next time.
In this video, we're going to learn what a chain is and what speed spells are. Chains are used in order to help resolve a sequence of activated card effects. Whenever a card is activated, it starts a chain link. If a card is responded to, it creates the next chain link. Whenever a player activates a card, it will start a chain link, and then priority is passed to the opposing player, who can then respond with a card of their own. If they do not choose to respond, you can respond to your own card. Both players are given the option to respond to each other's card effects until neither player would like to activate any additional card effects, and then the chain is resolved backwards. Let's take a look at a diagram to see how this works. The first player to activate a card will create Chain Link 1. Chain Link 1 can be made with a card that has a speed spell of 1, 2, or 3, even though this diagram does not mention that a chain can start with Chain Link 3. It is possible. Assuming the turn player activated Chain Link 1, the non-turn player is allowed to respond at Chain Link 2. Depending on the speed spell of whatever Chain Link 1 was, they are allowed to respond to Chain Link 2 with an appropriate speed spell. We'll learn about speed spell after we finish going through this chain. So if Chain Link 1 was started by the turn player, Chain Link 2 can be started by the non-turn player. If the non-turn player chooses not to activate a card or effect, the turn player can then activate a card in response to their own card and be the starter of Chain Link 2. Whoever activates Chain Link 2 passes priority to the other player, who can then choose to activate a card at Chain Link 3. If they choose not to, the player who activated Chain Link 2 can respond, and this will continue so on and so forth forever, until one of two things happens. Both players choose not to activate any cards or effects in response to the previous card on the chain link, or the cards or the effects that they have remaining that they can activate are not cards that can be chained to the other cards because of their speed spell. At this point, we have now completed our chain, and we need to go over how to resolve the chain. A chain resolves in the opposite order in which the cards in the chain were activated. So Chain Link 4 will resolve first, followed by Chain Link 3, followed by Chain Link 2, followed by Chain Link 1. So as we've seen previously in this series, this is the Fast Effects timing chart. If a chain is built, we've gone through box D, chain rules, and when the chain resolves, we return to the yellow box, which might allow us to start a new chain, before eventually returning to the open game state. From every open game state, there are 3 possible actions a player can take. They can not start a chain, which will eventually lead into chain rules. They can start a chain by activating the first card in the chain, which will lead to chain rules. Or they can pass priority, which may eventually lead to their opponent activating a card and starting chain rules. So chain rules are very important to understand how the game will function. So now it's time to talk about speed spell. Every activated effect has a speed spell. A card can have a speed spell that is either 1, 2, or 3. Card effects that are speed spell 1 must start a chain. They cannot be activated in response to cards. They cannot be activated in response to other cards, with the one exception that you have multiple trigger effects that activate simultaneously. We'll talk about that as a separate scenario towards the end of the video. Card effects that are speed spell 1 will generally only be activated during your main phase 1 during the open game state, unless it is a trigger effect whose trigger condition is met at some other time. Cards that are speed spell 1 will normally be normal spells, equipment spells, continuous spells, field spells, ritual spells, effect monsters who have ignition effects, trigger effects, or flip effects. Some continuous spells that are already face up on the field have their own ignition effects, or trigger effects as well. Those would also be speed spell 1. There are occasionally a continuous trap card that may have an ignition effect, would also be speed spell 1. The effects of spell cards that activate in the graveyard are speed spell 1. They're either trigger effects or ignition effects. Cards that are speed spell 2 are trap cards, normal or continuous, quick play spell cards, or effect monsters that have quick effects. Speed spell 2 cards can be activated in response to speed spell 1 cards or speed spell 2 cards, and are usually the bulk of cards on a chain. Speed spell 3 cards are counter traps. Counter traps can only be Speed spell 3 cards can be activated in response to cards that are speed spell 1, 2, or 3, but the only card that can be activated in response to a speed spell 3 card is another speed spell 3 card. In other words, you can only activate a counter trap in response to a counter trap. For a chain, where player 1 activates Heavy Storm as Chain Link 1, player 2 responds with Threatening Roar as Chain Link 2, and then player 1 negates Threatening Roar using 7 Tools of the Bandit as Chain Link 3. Let's take a look at this with a more visual representation. Player 1 has Heavy Storm in their hand and 7 Tools of the Bandit set on the field. Player 2 has Threatening Roar, Jar of Greed set on their field. Player 1 activates Heavy Storm, which is a speed spell 1 normal spell card. Its effect is to destroy all spell and trap cards on the field. The opposing player has Threatening Roar and Jar of Greed on their field, so they're going to have 2 cards destroyed by Heavy Storm. But because the turn player has just activated Heavy Storm as Chain Link 1, priority is passed to the opposing player, who can then respond with a card that is Speed Spell 2 or Speed Spell 3. Both Threatening Roar and Jar of Greed are Speed Spell 2 and can be activated in response to Heavy Storm. And because their cards are going to be destroyed anyway, they feel a need to activate these cards. So in response to Heavy Storm, Player 2 activates Threatening Roar. Its effect is your opponent cannot declare attacks this turn. Player 2 would still like to activate Jar of Greed because it's going to be destroyed anyway. The effect of Jar of Greed says draw 1 card. But because they activated Threatening Roar's Chain Link 2, Player 1 is now allowed to activate a card in response to Threatening Roar. They activate their set 7 Tools of the Bandit. 7 Tools of the Bandit says when a trap card is activated, pay 1,000 life points, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. So, Jar of Greed can now not be activated, even though priority has been passed back to the Player B. They are not allowed to activate a card in response to 7 Tools of the Bandit because the card that they have left that remains to be activated is Speed Spell 2. And Speed Spell 2 cards cannot be activated in response to cards that are Speed Spell 3. So we'll resolve the chain backwards. 7 Tools of the Bandit will negate the activation of Threatening Roar and destroy it. Threatening Roar will resolve without effect. It's considered to have never been activated because its activation is negated. Heavy Storm will then resolve, destroying the remaining Jar of Greed on the field because Threatening Roar would have already been destroyed and already sent to the graveyard, because when a card is destroyed, it is already sent to the graveyard. So Heavy Storm will destroy the Jar of Greed. Jar of Greed will not allowed to be activated in response, and because Threatening Roar was negated, Player A will still be able to attack with cards this turn. Earlier on in this video, I mentioned that there is a scenario in which Speed Spell 1 cards could be chained to other Speed Spell 1 cards, and it was when multiple trigger effects met their conditions simultaneously. This is in a separate section in the rulebook on Other Rules. The section we're going to be looking at is when multiple cards are activated simultaneously. It says if effects of Speed Spell 1 cards, like trigger effects, are activated at the same time, they will be resolved in a special chain, meaning they don't activate in response to other cards, they start a new chain. For example, Player A controls B Buster Drake and Sangan. Player B controls El Shaddoll Construct and Shaddoll Dragon, and one of the players activates the spell card Dark Hole. For this example, we will say that Player A activates Dark Hole, making them the turn player. This is because Dark Hole, as Speed Spell 1, is not a quick effect and cannot be activated on your opponent's turn, so it could not be activated by Player B at any point in time. The only Speed Spell 1 effects that should be activating at any point other than your own main phase is trigger effects, whose effects activate when something happens, such as being destroyed by a card, which is what's going to be happening here. So in this scenario, the turn player performed an action that started a chain. They activated Dark Hole. It preceded the chain rules. Neither player had any response to Dark Hole, so Dark Hole then resolves. And then we proceed to the yellow box after the chain resolves to see if any trigger effects had met their condition. In this case, 4 trigger effects have met their condition. All 4 of the monsters destroyed by Dark Hole have an effect that activate when they're sent to the graveyard by a card effect. Sangan says if this card would be sent to the graveyard, it does something. B Buster Drake says if it's sent to the graveyard, it does something. El Shaddoll Construct says if it's sent to the graveyard, it does something. And Shaddoll Dragon says if it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect specifically, it does something. But in this specific scenario, Dark Hole is a card effect, so Shaddoll Dragon also meets its trigger condition. All 4 cards are going to be able to activate because their trigger conditions were met. Even though they're all Speed Spell 1, they can all be activated in response to one another, following a very specific set of rules that are listed here in the rulebook. We often refer to this set of rules as SIGOC, or Simultaneous Effects Go On Chain. So the rules of SIGOC are that the first cards that are placed onto the chain are the mandatory trigger effects of the turn player, followed by the mandatory trigger effects of the non-turn player, followed by the non-mandatory effects of the turn player, followed by the non-mandatory effects of the non-turn player. So in this case, the only mandatory effect to be activated is Sangan. So player A will place Sangan onto the chain as Chain Link 1. Now, if player B had any mandatory effects to activate, they would go onto the chain as Chain Link 2, and so on, depending on how many they had. If they had multiple mandatory effects, they would put them all onto the chain, but they can put them in any order they'd like. But in this case, there is only one mandatory effect, and because it's for turn player to player A, they have to activate Sangan as Chain Link 1. After we place mandatory effects onto the chain, we activate non-mandatory effects. So in this case, all 3 of the remaining cards are non-mandatory, and the way they go onto the chain is that the turn players have to be activated first. So because B Buster Drake is a non-mandatory effect, the turn player has the option to activate it. If they would like to put B Buster Drake on the chain, it would go here as Chain Link 2. They do have the option not to activate it at all if they choose not to do so. It's also only illegal to activate this card if there is a Union Monster in their deck, as its effect is to search for a Union Monster. If there are no Union Monsters in their deck, it is not legal to activate. Sangan has an effect to search for a 1500 attack power monster or lower from their deck to the hand, but because its effect is mandatory, it must go on the chain. There is no choosing not to activate a mandatory effect, even if the card cannot be resolved. The next effect that would go onto the chain is either El Shaddoll Construct or Shaddoll Dragon in either order. So the optional effects of the non-turn player can go onto the chain in either order that they would like. So in this case, they're going to put Shaddoll Construct as Chain Link 1 and Shaddoll Dragon as Chain Link 2. If they wanted, they can do Shaddoll Dragon as Chain Link 3 and El Shaddoll Construct as Chain Link 4. Because their effects were optional, they both have equal priority on the chain link, and they can put them on the chain in any order, and strategy in the game will dictate whether or not you'd like to activate either of these effects in either particular order. Let's take a look at one more example where multiple trigger effects meet their activation conditions simultaneously, where strategy is part of the decision-making in how we want to structure our chain link. We are playing Salamangrate, a deck that all monsters contain the word Salamangrate, and we normal summon our monster Salamangrate Spinny. We then declare that we are going to perform a link summon, and we perform the link summon of Salamangrate Baylinks, who has an effect that says if this card is link summoned, you can add one Salamangrate Sanctuary from your deck to your hand. Now, because we sent our Spinny to the graveyard in order to perform the link summon of our Salamangrate Baylinks, we have also met the trigger condition of our Salamangrate Gazelle in our hand, which says if a Salamangrate monster is sent to your graveyard, except a Salamangrate Gazelle, or during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand. So Salamangrate Baylinks met its condition to add a field spell, Salamangrate Sanctuary, to our hand, and Salamangrate Gazelle met its trigger condition to summon itself because the Spinny was sent to the graveyard when we performed the link summon of the Baylinks. So we can activate these in either order. We can either activate Baylinks as Chainlink 1 and Gazelle as Chainlink 2. The chain will resolve backwards, Gazelle will be summoned, and Baylinks will add the field spell. Or we can activate Gazelle as Chainlink 1 and Baylinks as Chainlink 2, so we add the field spell and then summon Gazelle. Now, some players like to do this in order to prevent their opponent from responding to the last thing in the chain. So if they wanted to avoid being ashed, which is a card that prevents a card from adding a card from deck to hand, they might put Baylinks as Chainlink 1 so that its search for the field spell cannot be responded to by an Ash Blossom. In the next video, we'll talk about any remaining details I may have left out while going through the entire rulebook. We've effectively gone through the entire rulebook with the exception of a couple of miscellaneous things I either missed or are part of the other rules or glossary section.
A trigger effect is an effect that can only be activated when a particular condition is met. Trigger effects are all considered to be Speed Spell 1 and activate at the start of a new chain. In this video, we will be discussing trigger effects that activate in the graveyard or in the hand. Specifically, we will be discussing Virtual World Hime Nyan Nyan, which is a card that is currently being played in Virtual World, and many duelists ask about its trigger effect. But we'll look at other examples that are similar, such as Altergeist Multifaker, Darkest Diabolos, Lord of the Lair, and Time Thief Chronocorder, and why some of them can or cannot activate at certain times, and the difference between trigger effects that are met while in the hand or in the graveyard. If you're new to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel, my name is Benji, and this is the Ask Judgeman series, where I discuss rulings in Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're interested in other ruling content, check out the rest of the Ask Judgeman series in the playlist in the iCard above. Consider subscribing to be notified when our next video is released, or check out the How to Play series to learn how to play different archetypes as they are released into the game. Virtual World Hime Nyan Nyan has an effect that if a level 3 monster is normal or special summoned to your field while this card is in the graveyard, you can special summon it as a tuner, but it is banished when it leaves a field. The question most players have been asking recently is that if you were to send Nyan Nyan to the graveyard with the effect of Virtual World Lulu, would you be able to special summon Nyan Nyan from the graveyard using its trigger effect, because Lulu is level 3, and it was special summoned? The answer is no, and the reason for this is that Virtual World Lulu's card text says, "And if you do," which is to send a card from the deck to the graveyard and then to special summon itself. That means that these effects occur simultaneously, meaning that Nyan Nyan would not be in the graveyard when Lulu's effect resolves to summon itself. They would be placed onto the field and into the graveyard at the same time. Therefore, Nyan Nyan was not in the graveyard to activate its effect. In another series you can find on this channel called Singles Only, I'm playing a Time Thief deck, and in that Time Thief deck I play a card called Time Thief Chronocorder, which happens to have a similar scenario come up between Nyan Nyan and Lulu, as it does with Chronocorder and Time Thief Redoer. Only Time Thief Chronocorder can summon itself. Let's look at why it is able to, but Nyan Nyan is not. Time Thief Chronocorder will often be attached to Time Thief Redoer as an Exes material. Time Thief Redoer has an effect that allows it to detach different types of cards that are attached to it, such as monsters, spells, and or traps, meaning you can do any amount of those, but only one of each, to resolve multiple effects. Detaching to activate Time Thief Redoer's effects is not a cost, but the wording of its effect does mean that a detach does occur prior to resolving its effect. Its effect for detaching a monster is to banish it from the field until the end phase of the turn, which, if a Time Thief Chronocorder was in the graveyard, would meet its trigger effect, which is to special summon itself from the graveyard if an Exes monster leaves the field by a card effect. Time Thief Redoer would leave the field by its own effect, allowing Chronocorder to activate. But because of the wording on Time Thief Redoer, where it says detach that type of card, then resolve these effects, Chronocorder would be detached as a monster if it is the card chosen to be detached, therefore in the graveyard, in the middle of the effect, but prior to the banishing of the Time Thief Redoer, meaning its trigger is met because those two things are considered to have happened separately, even though they did occur during the same chain. And trigger effects activate and resolve in the following chain when their trigger has been met. So the big difference between this scenario and the scenario with Nyan Nyan is that Lulu specifically says, "and if you do," which according to problem-solving card text is considered to happen simultaneously, while detach then implies that the detaching and the effect resolving for Time Thief Redoer is considered to occur in sequence, rather than simultaneously. One of the more interesting cards with a trigger effect that occurs in the graveyard is Darkus Diabolos, Lord of the Lair, who says if a dark monster is tributed that you control, you can activate this effect if this card was in the graveyard when the monster was tributed, to special summon this card from the graveyard. But it also has a secondary method of summoning itself, using the same trigger in the hand, even if it was not there when the monster was tributed. This means if Diabolos is in the graveyard, when the monster is tributed you can activate its effect, but not if later in the chain Darkus Diabolos appears in the graveyard using some sort of card effect that either sent it from the field to the graveyard, or sent it from the deck to the graveyard, or moved it from the hand to the graveyard. It had to be there prior to when the monster is tributed and when the chain resolves. Now, there are several cards that have this effect that allows them to activate while they're in the hand, and they function similar to how Darkus Diabolos does when it mentions even if not. That text implies that if Darkus Diabolos is added to the hand after the monster is tributed, whether it be by a card effect or drawn from a card effect, that you would be able to activate Darkus Diabolos even though it wound up in your hand after the monster was tributed, but as long as it occurred during the chain prior to when the trigger would be allowed to activate. Cards with similar effects that can activate if they make it into the hand after the trigger is met, but at the resolution of the chain, include Altergeist Multifaker, who can activate in the hand if a trap card has resolved. That's why you're allowed to activate Multifaker if it is added to the hand by the effect of Personal Spoofing. Personal Spoofing has just resolved, and Altergeist Multifaker is in your hand. It doesn't matter if it made it into your hand after the fact. The reason this is allowed is because cards in your hand are considered private knowledge. There is no way to know if you already had a Multifaker in your hand or not, if you had a Darkus Diabolos in your hand or not, if you had a Salamangrate Gazelle in your hand or not, upon the resolution of an effect, with the exception that it is the only card in your hand or all cards in your hand are known. The game is designed to be played as if no cards can be known at any point that are in private locations. So even though we are very much aware that the card made it into the hand at the resolution of another effect, we have to assume that the card could have been there beforehand. That's just the way cards like this function. You assume that they could have been in the hand regardless of how they got into the hand. An exception is not made just because we are very much aware of where the card came from, or the card is limited to one and it is the only possible copy that could have been there. While we're talking about trigger effects, we should also discuss cards that when they are triggered simultaneously. An example that we should mention is when Dark Hole is activated, destroying multiple monsters on the field that activate when they're sent to the graveyard. In a scenario where multiple trigger effects meet their trigger at the same time, trigger effects are placed onto a chain in a particular order. You start with mandatory effects of the turn player. If I had 3 of them, I would put them onto the chain in the orders I would like, for chain link 1, 2, and 3, followed by the mandatory effects of the opposing player. If they had 2 of them, they would put them on the chain as chain link 4 and 5. Then we follow up with the optional trigger effects of the turn player. If I had 1 of them, it would have to be chain link 6. Or it could not be on the chain at all if I choose not to activate it, because it is an optional effect, followed by the opposing player's optional trigger effects. Let's say they had 2 of them. They would be 6 and 7. And now I would not be allowed to activate my optional trigger effect because I've passed on the opportunity to do that when I was supposed to. The last thing I wanted to mention about trigger effects is that if there are multiple trigger effects in the hand that would special summon a monster, you can only use one in a particular chain. This is not in the rulebook, and it is something that every player should know. An example of when this would occur is if a Salamangrate player were to go into a copy of Salamangrate Balinx using a Salamangrate Spinny. They have now met the trigger condition for both Salamangrate Gazelle and Salamangrate Fowl. Gazelle because the Spinny has been sent to the graveyard, and the Fowl because the Balinx has been summoned. But you can only choose to activate one of their effects in this chain, because they both include an effect to special summon themselves, and both of their triggers were met simultaneously. In this scenario, it probably makes more sense to activate Balinx as chainlink 1, Gazelle as chainlink 2, summon Gazelle at the resolution of the chain, add Salamangrate Sanctuary to your hand as chainlink 1, for the effect of Balinx, and then on the resolution of that chain, activate Gazelle to send a card from deck to grave as chainlink 1, and then you can activate Fowl as chainlink 2. It is now a separate chain, so you can perform the chain in this sequence to prevent your Gazelle from being ash blossomed. In both chains I just described, they each only included one effect that would be special summoned from the hand at any particular point, and they both consisted of only optional trigger effects from one player, which is more common than multiple players having multiple trigger effects going off simultaneously. If you have any other questions regarding trigger effects, you can leave them in the comments below. I'll make sure to read them and perhaps use them to make our next video. If you have a better idea about what the next episode of Ask Judgeman should be based on, you can also leave that down in the comments. Make sure you check out the playlist of other episodes of Ask Judgeman here on the end screen, and make sure to subscribe to make sure you don't miss our next episode. Hopefully you learned something in this video, and you'll misplay less and win more.
In this video, I'll discuss all additional rules as well as some definitions from our glossary in the back of the rulebook that I haven't covered in the previous videos. The first rule is regarding monsters that can be special summoned based on some conditions, such as Link Monsters, Synchro Monsters, Exes Monsters, Pendulum Monsters, and certain effect monsters that have special conditions to summon themselves. Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning, can be special summoned from your hand by banishing a light monster and a dark monster from your graveyard, and cannot be normal summoned or set, so this would be a special summon monster, and Link monsters must be Link summoned. The section of the rulebook we'll be looking at is called Special Summon with a Card Effect. Monsters can also be special summoned onto the field through the effect of another card, which is different from a special summon monster, such as Blackluster Soldier and Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf that we were just looking at. You cannot use a card or effect to special summon those monsters from your hand, deck, or graveyard unless it was properly summoned first. For example, if a Synchro Monster is sent to from your extra deck to the graveyard without being Synchro summoned, you cannot use a spell card to special summon it from the graveyard because Synchro Monsters have to be Synchro summoned before you can special summon it by another card's effect. So if you activate a card such as Nadir Servant, which sends one monster from your extra deck to the graveyard to add a Dogmatica card from your deck to your hand, and you sent Cyframe Lord Omega, you cannot then activate Monster Reborn to target a monster in the graveyard and revive it if that monster was not properly summoned first. So all three of the monsters we've seen so far, Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf, Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning, and Cyframe Lord Omega all require to be properly summoned first. Sunlight Wolf would need to be Link summoned, Omega would need to be Synchro summoned, and Blackluster Soldier would need to be summoned from the hand using its summoning condition. Now there are some cards in the game whose effects directly contradict the rules of the game, and anytime a card does that, we apply the rules of the card over the rules of the game. One card that comes to mind is called Waking the Dragon. Its effect is, if this set card in its owner's control left the field by an opponent's card effect and is now in the graveyard or is banished, which is its activation condition, you can special summon one monster from your deck or your extra deck. So this allows you to actually special summon certain kinds of monsters. But not all monsters can be summoned this way. If a card has a restriction on it that says it must be summoned in a particular way, then it cannot be summoned by Waking the Dragon. But Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf and Cyframe Lord Omega could be summoned by Waking the Dragon because it summons them from their extra deck. But they wouldn't be able to be summoned from the graveyard if they weren't properly summoned from the extra deck first. If they're summoned by Waking the Dragon, they're not considered properly summoned, but they are being summoned. But if they went to the graveyard, they could not be revived with Monster Reborn. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno is another monster similar to Blackluster Soldier, which says it cannot be normal summoned or set, and it must first be special summoned from your hand by banishing 2 dinosaur monsters from your graveyard. This card has text that specifically says it must first be special summoned this way. So you cannot special summon Ultimate Conductor Tyranno without summoning it properly using its summoning condition. Although there are some cards that override this even. Cards that specifically say they ignore a monster summoning condition to summon them can be used to summon a monster from a place it's supposed to be. So Double Evolution Pill says you can banish 1 dinosaur and 1 non-dinosaur from your hand and or graveyard to special summon a level 7 or higher dinosaur monster from your hand or deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. Now because Ultimate Conductor is supposed to be kept in your hand or deck, this card is a valid target for Double Evolution Pill because its summoning conditions are being ignored. So generally you cannot special summon a monster that must be special summoned using its own summoning condition, such as being Link summoned, Synchro summoned, Exes summoned, Pendulum summoned, or special summoned by its own summoning condition from your graveyard or some other unusual place that it's not supposed to be, unless it was summoned properly first. If the card is in the location where it's supposed to be, if you activate a card that ignores its summoning condition, you can still summon it. So that concludes the main part of the rulebook. Now we're going to be looking at other rules. Now I have addressed many parts of the other rules while talking about other topics in the previous videos of this series. So I'll be skipping quite a few of them. I'll be skipping the first 2 things on the Forbidden and Limited list, tokens, and public knowledge, because I've addressed all of those previously. So we're going to start by talking about if both players conduct actions simultaneously. Anytime a card is activated that says that both players must perform the same action simultaneously, one player has to go first, and the player who's going to go first is going to be the turn player. They will choose their targets or select the cards that they need to select, and then the opposing player will do so as well, even if it is possible for both players to do it in a secretive way before revealing the information. For instance, on Infernoid Tierra, if it were fusion summoned using 3 monsters, it has an effect that says both players send 3 cards from their extra deck to the graveyard. Whoever fusion summoned Infernoid Tierra was most likely the turn player. The turn player would choose their 3 monsters to send from their extra deck to the graveyard first, which means the opponent would see what they are,
and then they would be able to send 3 cards from their extra deck to the graveyard. A similar type of effect can be found on Dogmatica Maximus, which says, send 2 monsters with different names from your extra deck to the graveyard. Also, your opponent sends 2 monsters from their extra deck to the graveyard. So in this case, if you're activating Maximus, you would send your 2 cards with different names to the graveyard, and then they would send 2 monsters. Even though both parts of both effects are considered to happen simultaneously, the turn player always performs their part of the action first. As I just mentioned earlier in this video, the rulebook specifically says when there are disputes between the rules or a card's effect, the card's effect takes precedence. For example, normally you can only declare an attack with a monster once per turn, but if its effect says you can attack twice, you can attack twice. Generally, every card effect in the game is violating a step of the rules because every card's effect is not something that's done normally if you were only working with normal monsters, so this should make sense. A couple of examples, one of which we mentioned before and one we haven't, would be Void Imagination has the effect to fusion summon by sending itself from the field to the graveyard when it's already face up to perform a fusion summon. Now, because it's a continuous spell card, normally a continuous spell card would need to remain on the field to resolve its effect, but it actually sends itself to the graveyard as a cost, which kind of violates the rules of the game on how continuous spell cards work. So this card wouldn't do anything if it followed the rules of the continuous spell, so this card has to be able to work around that. And the card we mentioned earlier, Waking the Dragon, allows you to special summon monsters from your extra deck, which you normally wouldn't be able to do. So that also violates the rules. So whenever a card's effect violates the rules of the game, you go with the card's effect over the rules of the game. Addressed earlier, there are some actions in the game that you cannot chain to. You can only create a chain by responding to the activation of a card or effect. The summon of a monster, attributing to perform a summon, changing a monster's battle position, paying a cost to summon a monster like Blackluster Soldier are not effects that activate, and therefore you cannot respond to them in chain, which is why in the fast effects timing chart, this is where the turn player takes an action that does not start a chain, and rather than being able to immediately respond with chain rules, we check for trigger effects, and then priority is actually still maintained by the turn player who can activate an effect and start a chain before they pass priority to the opposing player to start a chain. So an action that does not start a chain means that priority stays with the turn player to perform a first action. Now there are some actual cards in the game that also say that you cannot respond to them, but this is different than what's being referred to in the rulebook. A card such as Super Polymerization says, discard 1 card, fusion summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from either field as fusion material. Neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this card's activation. This kind of restriction that says neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this card's activation just means that no card can be activated later in the chain than this card. There are other cards in the game that you can't respond to, and there are cards that sometimes only one player can respond to. Next we'll be talking about Exes materials. Monsters that are used for an Exes summon are called Exes material and are placed underneath an Exes monster to show that they are attached to it. Monsters that have become Exes material are not treated as cards on the field. They are not even considered monsters. Matter of fact, any type of card can be an Exes material, so a spell card can be Exes material, usually when placed onto a monster by a card effect. Trap cards can be Exes material. When an Exes monster would leave the field, all of its Exes materials are sent to the graveyard, and at that time they are not treated as monsters, which is why in an earlier video I mentioned that under Dimensional Fissure, Exes materials do go to the graveyard when an Exes monster leaves the field. If an Exes monster is flipped face down or becomes controlled by an opponent, the Exes material are not sent to the graveyard, they remain attached to the Exes monster. Some cards have the activation condition of when they leave the field. This condition is met as when a monster is sent from the field to the graveyard, banished, returned to the hand, but not when it is returned to the deck or the extra deck or banished face down. Now I am aware that the rulebook here specifically says that that would count if it were returned to the extra deck, but there is actually a rule update that occurred since the last time they've updated the rulebook, so I'll just briefly put that on screen. That is the 2021 Master Rule updates. This happened on April 1st, 2021. Part 5 says on page 51 of the rulebook, where it says under leaves the field, when a monster leaves the field is shuffled in the main deck or becomes Exes material is no longer considered to be on the field. However, its effect that activates when it leaves the field will not activate. So a monster does not leave the field. So for a monster to leave the field, it needs to be on the field, and it needs to be either sent to the graveyard, banished, or returned to the hand. But a monster does not leave the field if it is returned to the main deck, or the extra deck, or it is banished face down. If the monster is banished face down, or in the deck face down, or in the extra deck face down, it's not somewhere where it can activate to reveal what it is to activate. So in any place where it would be face down, it can't trigger.
And that's it for other rules. Now we'll just briefly look over the glossary of terms that show up on other cards. First is to attack directly. Attacking directly means that a monster attacks a player's life points instead of the monster's. In this case, damage is dealt to the player, equal to the attack of the attacking monster. Some monsters have effects that allow them to attack directly, even if an opponent controls a monster, such as Zodiac Borbo, which we mentioned in a previous video. Banished cards, or on older cards that might say removed from play cards, are cards that are placed into its own separate zone, which I've mentioned earlier in previous videos. Is called the banished zone, which doesn't really exist on the field. Even though the cards are removed from play, you do have to put them back in your deck for the next game. A monster is considered to have battled if it has declared an attack or been attacked and both monsters made it through the damage step up to damage calculation. So if a monster leaves the field before damage calculation, the monsters are not considered to have battled, although they will be considered to have attacked. A very common play that occurs in a lot of decks is a player will attempt to declare an attack with their Exes monster, which allows them to perform the special summoning condition of Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder, whose requirement is to be Exe summoned over an Exe monster that has battled this turn. So if an Exe monster tries to battle, players will attempt to prevent the battle from occurring by removing the monster during the damage step before damage calculation, so that the monster has never battled. So if an Exe monster hasn't battled, Divine Arsenal AA Zeus cannot be summoned, using its alternate summoning condition. Battle damage is the damage inflicted to a player by a monster attacking either their life points directly or when battle occurs between two monsters and there's a difference in their attack values. Damage inflicted by card effects is called effect damage. Cards on the field consider cards in the monster zones and the spell and trap card zones, but not cards in your deck, extra deck, or graveyard or banish zone, because those cards are not technically part of the field. The field are the active cards in the game. So your field spell, your spell and trap card zones, your main monster zones, and your extra monster zone. A colon and a semicolon are on cards, and they are used to tell us a little bit about the effect of a card using problem-solving card text. Text before a colon is the information on the condition to activate a card. Text before a semicolon is what you do when the card is activated, often referred to as the cost, but technically the activation condition can also occur before the semicolon. Any text that comes after the semicolon is what happens when the effect resolves. So here's a couple of examples. If you were to normal summon or special summon Fallen of Albaz, which is its activation condition, which can't be used during the damage step, it doesn't fit the requirements of the cards that activate in the damage step, which we covered in a previous video. So its condition is when it's summoned. Its cost is to discard a card, which you can see is before a semicolon. Its effect is to fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters on either player's field, including this card, but you cannot use other monsters you control as fusion material. So when you normal summon Albaz, you can trigger its effect, starting its chain as chain link 1. And because it has a cost, the cost is paid when the card is activated. So immediately once you say chain link 1, I'll activate Fallen of Albaz, you discard the card. And then when the chain resolves and you're resolving chain link 1, you perform the fusion summon. No Punk Foxy Tune has an effect as well. You can send this card from your hand or your field to the graveyard as the cost to activate this effect. So when you activate this during your main phase, because it's not a quick effect, it sends itself to the graveyard as a cost. It then, as part of its effect, sends another card from your hand to the graveyard. This one is not a cost. So when you activate No Punk Foxy Tune, it immediately sends itself to the graveyard when you activate it because it's a cost. Then when its effect resolves, when the chain resolves backwards, it sends a card from your hand to the graveyard, and if it successfully makes it to the graveyard, it'll special summon a punk monster from the deck that isn't level 8. So a discard can occur as part of a card's effect, or it can occur as a part of a card's cost. But if it occurs as part of the card's cost, it occurs when the chain link is started, rather than when the card resolves. Cards you control are cards that are on the field, but your field. So cards in your main monster zones, or your extra monster zone, or your field spell zone, or your spell and trap card zones, or your pendulum zones are cards that you control. Cards in your possession can include all cards that belong to you. That includes your deck, your extra deck, your graveyard, your banished cards, cards that are in the process of being summoned to your side of the field, the Exes materials attached to the cards that you control. If a player takes control of a card from their opponent and moves it to the other player's field, they now possess the card, but if the card would be returned to the hand or sent to the graveyard, it will return to the owner. So the only way you can control someone else's card is for a card effect to let you control it or to have it in your hand, but whenever the card would be used, it would eventually return back to the opponent. A card is destroyed if it's sent to the graveyard by a battle or if it's destroyed by a card effect. A card that is sent to the graveyard, returned to the hand, or anything other than specifically being said to be destroyed is not considered being destroyed. To discard a card is to send a card from your hand to the graveyard, although
Other cards might say just send a card from your hand to the graveyard, which is not considered a discard. So a discard is a very specific type of method in which a card is sent from the hand to the graveyard. Discard is often referenced as a cost on cards or part of the effects of cards. It's also what you do during your end phase if you have more than 6 cards in your hand. Any card that becomes equipped to a monster is called an equipment card. In different scenarios, you might have a monster equipped with a spell. It may or may not be an equipment spell, trap cards, or monster cards. In the rulebook here it says equipped traps remain trap cards, and equipped monsters are considered to be equipment spell cards, while they're in the spell and trap card zone. If a monster is equipped to another monster, if a card is equipped to any monster, it normally can't be moved from one card to another, although Union Monsters are a special type of monster I mentioned much earlier, and they have ways to move from one card to another. Obviously, any card effect that says it would move an equipment spell to another card can move it, but Union Monsters can kind of move themselves. Here's an example. Beebuster Drake is a Union Monster. It says once per turn you can either target a light machine monster you control and equip this card to that target, or unequip this card and special summon it. So if Beebuster Drake is not equipped to a monster, it can equip itself to a monster, and if it was equipped to a monster, it can unequip itself to a monster. So Union Monsters can kind of get onto other monsters by using their effect to equip and unequip themselves over time. And now the last page of the rulebook. An equipped monster is a monster that currently has an equipment card on it, and is often referenced on certain cards' effects. It'll say to do something to an equipped monster. If a monster is destroyed or flip face down, the equipped cards it has lose their targets and are destroyed and sent to the graveyard. To excavate is to take cards from the top of your deck and reveal them to both players. Then before you do anything else, you apply the instructions on the card, and the cards that are excavated are then placed wherever the card that says that they go. Cards that are being excavated are considered to be in the deck until they are sent somewhere by the instructions on the card. For example, Reasoning is a spell card where your opponent declares a level from 1 to 12. You excavate cards from the top of your deck until you excavate a monster that can be normal summoned or set. So you'll just keep kind of dealing cards from the top of the deck into a pile until you reach a monster that can be normal summoned or set. Then, if that monster has the same level as the one declared by your opponent, you send all of the excavated cards to the graveyard. So the cards are all considered to go from your deck straight to the graveyard. If they call the level wrong, which more likely than not they will because there are 12 levels to choose from, and their odds of hitting the correct level from 1 to 12 is not that likely, you special summon the excavated monster, and then all the remaining cards are sent to the graveyard. So this is a kind of card that requires you to excavate, and it tells you where the cards are placed, but they're all considered to go from the deck to those places. So if the monster is summoned, it comes from the deck to the field. If the cards all go to the graveyard, they're considered to go from the deck to the graveyard. Some cards refer to a monster's original attack or defense. The original attack and defense of a monster is the attack or defense value printed on that card. So if the card's attack has been modified by an equipment spell, and a card refers to its original attack, you're not using its current attack, you're using its original attack. The word current attack may appear on cards as well. The monster Nibiru the Primal Being has the following effect. During the main phase, if your opponent normal or special summons 5 or more monsters during this turn, it has a quick effect. You contribute as many monsters on the field as possible, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand, and then special summon one Primal Being token to your opponent's field. It says this token's attack and defense become the combined original attack and defense of the tributed monsters. So you have to see what the original attack and defense are of the monsters when you summon the token for the Primal Being token. Now, important to note that the Primal Being token's attack and defense are actually question mark. So if a card were used on the Primal Being token, based on its original attack and defense, the original attack and defense of the Primal Being token are actually 0-0. So if a card's original attack and defense are question mark, it is considered to be 0. If it said that the original attack of the token would become the combined original attack and defense of the monsters tributed, then the Primal Being token would have original attack and defense equal to the attack of the total monsters tributed and the defense of the total monsters tributed, but it doesn't. Its original attack and defense are question mark, which are considered 0 in most cases. Not all cases. There's a card called Small World, in which its attack and defense are considered question mark. A cost is an action that your player is required to perform in order to activate a card or summon a monster. So anything before a semicolon would be required to activate a card. Banishing a light and dark monster, as we mentioned earlier on Blackluster Soldier, would be the cost to summon the monster. Performing a tribute to summon a tribute summon monster are all considered versions of costs. Other common costs are discarding cards, paying life points, or banishing cards. You have to pay any costs before you declare that you're activating a card. Usually when you have a card that activates and it starts a chain link, when the card is activated, you pay the cost. But technically the cost is paid before the next card can be activated. If the activation of the card is negated or the summon of the monster is negated, you do not get a refund for the cost that you have paid. Some monsters can do what is called piercing damage or piercing battle damage. Piercing damage is damage inflicted to a monster when a monster in attack position declares an attack against a monster in defense position, and the attack of the attack monster is higher than the defense of the defense monster. Normally, when you attack a defense position monster, no damage is inflicted to the owner of the defense position monster should it be destroyed by the battle. But piercing damage just means that the damage is inflicted to the owner of the monster in defense position. When a card effect says to choose something randomly, there's no actual official method for doing so. So any method that both players are comfortable doing is fine as long as it's properly random, in the sense that all options available are equally as selectable. So here's an example, which I'll talk about in just a moment. Revealing a card means to show a card to your opponent. Usually it's a card that is face down or concealed in your hand. To show it to your opponent is to reveal the card. Usually after you reveal a card, it is returned to being face down or hidden again in your hand. An example that we are going to discuss is also important for selecting things at random would be Danger Bigfoot. Its effect says you can reveal this card in your hand, so the activation condition for this card is to show it to your opponent. You then put it back in your hand face down. Your opponent then randomly chooses one card from your entire hand. So the way that they would select the card in your hand is you would probably spread out your hand after shuffling it so your opponent doesn't know where the Danger Bigfoot is, and then they just select one of the cards, as long as they can't tell which one is which. You can also assign each card a number on a die and have them roll the die for that number. Usually any number that didn't have a card assigned to it would be considered a re-roll, so you just roll again. That way that the probability of selecting any card randomly is equivalent. Whenever you search a deck, if a card effect asks you to search your deck or to add a card from your deck to your hand or to special summon a monster from your deck, you pick up your deck, you go through it, you find an appropriate target, you either summon it or add it to your hand after making sure your opponent gets to see it and verify that it fits the criteria of the card that was activated originally. You then shuffle your deck and allow your opponent to cut your deck, and then you place your deck back in your deck zone. In order to activate a card that would search your deck or summon a monster from your deck, a target should exist in your deck. So you should be familiar with your deck list to make sure that that is something you can do when you activate the card, with the exception of a mandatory effect, which must be activated even if there is no valid target. A card is considered to be sent to the graveyard if it makes its way into your graveyard from any location: your hand, your deck, your extra deck, your field spell zone, if it's destroyed, if it's tributed, if it's used for the material for a monster. There is one exception, that if you have a card that is banished and it is returned to the graveyard, it is not considered to be sent to the graveyard. So if you were to activate the card Burial from a Different Dimension, which says you can target 3 monsters that are banished, and return them to the graveyard, and you targeted Destiny Hero Celestial, Destiny Hero Celestial would be returned to the graveyard, which is important because there are some cards that have this clause on them. The effect of Destiny Hero Celestial says while you have no cards in your hand except the turn this card is sent to the graveyard, which is its activation condition, you can banish this card and 1 Destiny Hero monster from your graveyard and draw 2 cards. Because Destiny Hero Celestial was returned to the graveyard from Burial of a Different Dimension, it was not sent to the graveyard this turn. So a card that would normally activate when it's sent to the graveyard will not activate if it's returned from the banish zone. And if it had an effect that could not be used the turn it was sent to the graveyard, if it was returned to the graveyard from the banish zone, you can use it that turn. So this is just a strange exception, but most other things that would send a card, if the card winds up in the graveyard in just about every other way, it's considered to be sent to the graveyard. Whenever shuffling your deck, there is technically no restriction on how you shuffle your deck. It just should be fast. It should not take too long to do, and it should not damage your cards, and the cards should not be visible while shuffling them. They should be face down in some manner. To tribute a card means to send a monster you control to your graveyard. You can tribute a face-up or face-down monster unless a card says otherwise. Ritual spells tribute monsters from your hand or your field, so that's something that's different. Tributing a monster is one possible cost for summoning a monster that's level 5 or higher. And generally you can only tribute your own monsters unless a card says otherwise. And that's going to wrap up the rest of the rulebook. I hope you learned how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! If you have any questions, leave them in the comments. If I missed anything go throughout the entire series, feel free to leave comments and let me know what you want to hear about in the future. That way I can make sure that if I have to cover additional things, I do.
Hello and welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel. My name is Benji and we're going to continue doing the rulebook series, but this is not actually in the rulebook. This is done on some Konami blog articles. This is Conjunctions, which is part of Problem Solving Card Text, which is something that came about in 2011, which was meant to help everybody understand every card that gets printed, as every new card is printed using Problem Solving Card Text, and even old cards get reprinted using Problem Solving Card Text. and even certain cards have been updated in the official card database that haven't yet been reprinted to have problem-solving card text, which is a particular use of punctuation as well as keywords and conjunctions to help you determine what happens when a card is activated and other cards are chained to it. So we're going to be focusing on conjunctions in this video. We're going to do that by using a self-made card. So this is my self-made card. It is called Hard Leg Joe. And the reason I did that is he's a Yu-Gi tuber, and he did this in a video about 7 or 8 years ago. And I actually thought it was a great idea for explaining conjunctions. So we're actually going to use this card. It's called Hard Leg Joe, and this is how it's going to work. The card effect says, target a monster in the graveyard, special summon it. That is part A of its effect. It then says one of the following 4 conjunctions, which are all 4 conjunctions in the game, which connect it to part B of the effect. Part B is to inflict 1,000 points of damage. It should say to your opponent. I was a little lazy with the writing of this card. So let's see how it would work if it had different conjunctions. So there are 4 conjunctions, and the purpose of conjunctions is twofold. The first part, it tells you if the card 2 effects, A and B, occur simultaneously or sequentially, meaning are they considered to have happened at the same time or one after the other, which is important for cards missing the timing. The second part tells you what happens if a card is chained in response to the card, what will happen if only part of the effect could resolve. And each conjunction has its own way of working. So the then conjunction says that if A happens, you will do B. If A does not happen, you do not do B. And if A happens but B cannot happen, A still happens. So I'll try and explain that a little more clearly in a moment. The then conjunction is also the only one of the conjunctions which is considered to happen sequentially. So the first thing happens, then the second thing happens separately, even though it's in one chain link. For this reason, a card such as Torrential Tribute would miss its timing, because cards that miss timing are all cards that, when optional effects, they're not required to happen, but the last thing that happened in the previous chain or card effect had to be that the condition for the card to be activated had been met. So Torrential Tribute's conditions to activate is that a monster has to be summoned. So because our card special summons a monster from the graveyard, you would think it would meet the conditions for Torrential Tribute. But because the effect using the then conjunction is considered to happen sequentially, the last thing actually happens when this card resolves is actually that 1,000 points of damage is inflicted. So the last thing that happened was not a monster being special summoned. So Torrential Tribute would miss its timing to be used in the next chain, assuming this card was used using the then conjunction, because the last thing that happened was damage was inflicted, not that a monster was special summoned. So that's the relevance of the then conjunction with timing being sequential. Now we'll focus on what happens if you cannot resolve both parts of the effect. So assuming that the card was activated legally, there was a monster in the graveyard to special summon and target, and your opponent could take damage when you activated it. What happens if they were to chain Called by the Grave, targeting to banish the monster from the graveyard? You have to do A in order to do B, so if the monster is banished, you actually do not inflict the 1,000 points of damage, because that's just part of how the then conjunction works. A is required for B, but not vice versa. So let's take a look at the alternate, which is your opponent chains a card like Hanewada. You still target the monster in the graveyard and you will special summon it, but you can then not do 1,000 points of damage because damage cannot be inflicted. A was required to do B, but B is not required to do A. And that is the case with some of the conjunctions. So the then conjunction requires you to do A in order to do B. The and conjunction, on the other hand, says that you must be able to do both. So if your opponent were to banish a card using Called by the Grave, or activate Hanewada, because you can't do both, neither one will resolve. Also, the and conjunction, both things are considered to happen simultaneously, so Torrential Tribute would not miss timing, because both the monster would be summoned and the damage would be considered to inflict at the same time. So this card would not cause any missing timing issues if your card needed to special summon a monster or inflict damage, but because of the and conjunction, both things actually have to happen in order for the card to resolve at all. So not only do you need to special summon a monster, you also need to inflict 1,000 damage. So if you can't do A, you can't do B, and if you can't do B, you can't do A. So the and conjunction is a bit of a harder conjunction, because you can't get away with only doing one of the effects. The and if you do conjunction says that A must happen in order for B to happen, which is similar to the then conjunction. So Called by the Grave would prevent the 1,000 points of damage, and Hanewada would not prevent the monster from being special summoned, but would prevent the damage. But the difference between the and if you do conjunction and the then conjunction is just whether the effects are considered to happen simultaneously or sequentially. So under the and if you do conjunction, the monster is considered to be summoned and the damage is considered to be inflicted at the same time. So Torrential wouldn't miss timing, but the interaction between Called by the Grave and Hanewada would be the same as with the then conjunction. If you don't do A, you don't do B. If B is unable to be done for some reason, you can still do A, assuming the card was legal to activate when it was initially activated. The also conjunction is actually a pretty interesting conjunction. It's also considered to happen at the same time. So again, the then conjunction is the only one where things are considered to happen sequentially. And if you do and also are all considered to happen simultaneously, so Torrential Tribute would not miss timing. The then and if you do conjunctions both require A for B to happen, and requires that both have to happen. The also conjunction just means that only one of the card effects needs to resolve. So if your opponent were to activate Called by the Grave, you would still inflict 1,000 damage. If your opponent were to activate Anewada, you would still special summon the monster. And that's pretty much the differences for all the conjunctions, and that's how it works. You can apply this to any card in the game. There are cards that have multiple conjunctions, and that's where things tend to get confusing. Make sure you click this video link to the rest of the rulebook series. If you've never read the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rulebook, I go through it in 19 videos. It's very helpful if you have any questions.
I'm having trouble understanding when cards count as being sent to the graveyard and when they don't count. Can you help me with that?
Sure, cards going to the graveyard can be a bit confusing, but I can explain the different ways that might happen.
Great, thank you.
Firstly, there's an odd rule most players aren't familiar with but is in the rulebook, but who reads the rulebook?
There's a rulebook.
Yup, when a card is returned to the graveyard from the banished zone, it is not considered to have been sent to the graveyard. This means it can play around restrictions like other than the turn this card was sent to the graveyard. So burial from a different dimension would allow you to use some cards immediately like Shuranui's Spectral Sword.
That's helpful to know.
Secondly, when a card is sent to the graveyard, it means it has made it to the graveyard from any place except being returned from the banished pile. That includes being sent, destroyed, tributed, or discarded or by a game mechanic. Cards can legally be activated that would send a card to the graveyard for an effect, such as Foolish Burial or the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bar Ditch, even if all cards are being banished instead currently, such as by Dimensional Fissure. It may not resolve correctly depending on the problem-solving card text. Bar Ditch has the then conjunction, so if the monster it sends to the graveyard was banished instead, the then conjunction won't allow us to set a Fog Blade, but you can use Foolish Burial without a problem. It will just send the monster to the banished pile instead.
Okay, that makes sense.
Thirdly, a card is considered to be sent to the graveyard by a card effect when it was not sent as a cost to activate a card. Costs are things that come before a semicolon, such as discarding DD, Crow, or a requirement for summoning such as for Black Luster Soldier Envoy of the beginning. Although an effect that would make a player take an action that sends the card to the graveyard is not considered to be sent by a card effect, such as by Herald of the Abyss.
I see. So the pendulum mechanic doesn't allow pendulums on the field to go to the graveyard as they go to the extra deck face up instead. Can I use cards that would send these cards to the graveyard?
Yes, for effect, but not for a cost. To be sent to the graveyard to activate a card or effect of a card specifically means to be sent as a cost. This is the type of condition written on all of the Atlantean monsters to be activated. It's not legal to activate a card that would send cards to the graveyard while Macrocosmos is active because those costs cannot be paid. So some cards with that cost cannot be activated in some scenarios, or if the cost was a Pendulum Monster even without Macrocosmos in play. This is because pendulums on the field would go to the extra deck instead and costs must be paid as they're written to activate a card. So Forbidden Droplet often cannot be used very well in the Pendulum deck, and isn't very good versus Masked Hero Dark Law or Kashtira Arise Hard, as both prevent you from paying costs that would send cards to the graveyard.
Okay, that's good to know.
Finally, to tribute a card means to send a monster that is face up or face down from your field to the graveyard by default, but it is not required and may be directed elsewhere by some card effects or the pendulum mechanic. You cannot tribute your opponent's monster to activate the Code Talker even if it points to their monster because tributes by default must be sent from your field. Some cards will also allow you to tribute cards from other places such as Necros of Valkyris, which can tribute from hand. And others may also allow you to tribute spells or traps instead of monsters such as Masterpiece, the True Draco Slaying King. Some even let you use your opponent's cards as the tribute, such as Rikakon, but these exceptions must be written on the card. Ritual Summoning also has an exception, which also lets you use monsters in your hand by default according to the rulebook. Tributed cards are not considered destroyed or discarded. They are still considered to be sent to the place they go, by effect or cost, depending on the situation.
Got it. So what about destroyed cards and discarded cards?
When a card is destroyed, it is sent to the graveyard by default, but it's not required to go there specifically and may be directed elsewhere by some card effects. Destroyed cards are not considered to have been tributed or discarded, but they are still considered to be sent to the place they go, by battle, effect, game mechanic, or cost, depending on the situation. Some cards still require themselves to be destroyed and sent to the graveyard, such as Bayvice Rasors, and won't be able to trigger under Macrocosmos. Cards that are already in the graveyard or banished pile can't be destroyed, but cards anywhere else can. This has been relevant recently in Tier Limit, as Rolkalos can negate cards that activate in the graveyard or banished pile but can't destroy them, in which case it won't do the then part of its effect by due to its then conjunction. Normally you can't activate a card whose effect you can't fully resolve at the point of activation. It seems to be an official ruling that allows any card that negates activations to also be used against cards that can't actually be destroyed or banished because they're already destroyed or banished.
Okay, and what about discarding cards?
Discarding a card is also sent to the graveyard by default, but it's not required and may be directed elsewhere by some card effects. This means you can activate the effects of danger monsters even if Macrocosmos is in effect. Discarded cards are not considered to have been tributed or destroyed, but they are still considered to be sent to the place they go by battle, effect, game mechanic, or cost, depending on the situation.
I think I understand it now.
A traditional fusion summon with polymerization also sends the materials to the graveyard by default when the card would resolve, but they're not required to go there when the card resolves. This is why Renoheart get banished when summoned by its own effect but is used as fusion material even though it should go to the bottom of the deck when Havnes resolves.
This is a lot to remember, but at least now I'll catch a few more weird interactions while playing Masterduel. Thanks.
Happy to help. Welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel where I help you try to misplay less and win more. Here are 5 tips and rulings regarding delayed effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! The precedent ruling on how delayed effects work is from a ruling on Infern Noble Knight, Captain Roland, that says it can be used even with no warriors or equipment spells in deck. A similar ruling also exists on Destiny Hero Decider, which says it can be activated even with no targets in the graveyard. Although the rulings do not directly address the question whether the cards would at least need to exist on your deck list, which would at least imply a target could later be in the deck or graveyard to possibly be able to resolve the effect fully. The precedent technically says how cards that would add cards to hand at a later point, even if you cannot resolve them currently, would work. This is important because, generally, in order to legally activate a card, you must be able to resolve all mandatory parts of its effects at the time you would activate it, unless Konami says otherwise, such as using interrupted Kaiju Slumber while either player controls a Kaiju, or the part of the effect that couldn't apply would apply in a delayed manner based on this precedent. Here are some cards that are similar in the sense that they would add cards to your hand later and should still be legal to use despite not having targets. For example, if you summon your opponent's Bestial Magma Hut with Dark the Dark Charmer, you can activate it even if you do not have any dragons in your deck, or in your graveyard, or even in your deck list. You can use Psy-Frame Lord Lambda to search a Psy-Frame even with none in your deck list if your other Psychic is banished while it was face up. You can use Barricade Board Blocker to discard a card even if your deck list contains no field or continuous spells. This general rule that cards with delayed effects can be activated even though the delayed effect cannot apply will also lead to some scenarios which might not seem legal to activate a card, but you can. Here are some of those. Max C is legal to activate even if you cannot draw cards due to having resolved Pot of Prosperity or you are under the condition of Droll and Lockbird. This is funny because in Masterduel your opponent might misplay by trying to use it at points like this in the game and use it even though they cannot draw cards. You can activate Book of Eclipse even if your opponent has used Pot of Prosperity and will not be able to draw cards during the end phase because that part of Book of Eclipse is delayed. You can't use Book of Eclipse if no monsters on the field can be flipped face down, as that part of the effect applies when the card would resolve and not later on. Also worth mentioning, you can Ash Book of Eclipse when it's activated but not during the end phase when they draw. This is also true for Max C. Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, when summoned by the effect of Verte Anaconda using Fusion Destiny, is also relevant. If you use DPE to destroy itself during the same turn, you are allowed to activate its effect when destroyed to special summon a Destiny hero on the next standby phase despite being unable to perform additional special summons this turn. But it's not because it's next turn, it's because its summon is a delayed effect so it ignores the restriction of Verte Anaconda. Numeron Calling or Rekindling can summon monsters that would normally be banished during the end phase, but if your opponent chains Artifact Lancia or just resolves it before you activate them, they're still legal to use even though you will not be able to banish the monsters summoned during the end phase, specifically because that part of the effect is delayed. Similarly, you can use Lost Wind, Omni Dragon Brotar, Multi-Roll, or many other cards that would need to be banished when they leave the field regardless of Lancia having resolved because that effect does not occur when the effect would resolve. Should those cards be destroyed under Lancia, they'd be sent to the graveyard instead of being banished. What else would you like to see 5 tips about? Check this video for details about missing the timing.
Hello and welcome to the Legacy Crusaders YouTube channel. My name is Benji and today we're talking about jargon in Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically the term affects the player. It's important to know what players are talking about when they say something affects the player, if they're going to be using it correctly when talking to another player, or if a player isn't familiar with it so that they can explain it to the other players, or ask for clarification if something is unclear. So I'm just going to discuss this particular piece of jargon. The one and only card in the game that actually specifically mentions affecting a player or targeting a player is Mystical Ref Panel, which is a card that has exactly 1 print and is one of the most confusing and most difficult cards to actually understand what this card does. So if we read it closely, it says activate only when a spell card, specifically a spell card that targets one player, is activated. The effect of that spell card is applied to the other player instead. Now, this does not tell you what this card does. This card actually has an entire rulings database of the specific cards that it actually affects. This card, as far as I know, is very successful in one Nationals format, where it was played by the winner of Nationals using Domain Monarchs to draw cards off of their opponent's Pantheism of the Monarchs, but with the exception of that, I don't know when this card has been used before, but there is a link to this webpage from the Yugioh organization, which is the place that translates all kinds of rulings from the OCG database and provides leaks of cards from the OCG by translating them for us. So if you'd like to know more about Mystical Ref Panel, you can look there. But targeting a player is not what we're talking about in the sense of Mystical Ref Panel. We are talking about this new card here, Destructive Daruma Karmaken, which is a new trap card that just came out in Darkwing Blast. It is a TCG exclusive, and being a TCG exclusive, that means we do not have any official rulings on how this card will work. Let's read the text of this card. It says, changes many monsters on the field to face-down defense position. Then, if either player controls a face-up monster or monsters, they must send all face-up monsters they control to the graveyard. Now, whenever you see a card that says the word "they must," implies that the player is forced to take an action. So the player is forced to send the monsters that they control to the graveyard. Therefore, this card does not affect the monsters. It is forcing the player to do something. This is the closest thing to what actually would be referred to as affecting the player. When a player is forced to do something, or if a player cannot do something, that is when a player is affected. Now, it is not officially a game term, but it is important to know that this means that a card is not affecting certain cards. So this means that this card can be used to deal with unaffected monsters, which is pretty cool. So this card has the ability to deal with unaffected monsters by forcing the opponent to send them to the graveyard if they remain face up. The next card we're going to talk about is Mystic Mine. Mystic Mine is a card that people say targets a player or affects a player, and the reason for that is the effect of Mystic Mine specifically puts a restriction on a player. So let's read Mystic Mine. It says, if your opponent controls more monsters than you do, your opponent cannot activate monster effects or declare attacks. If you control more monsters than your opponent does, you cannot activate monster effects or declare attacks. So this card actually puts a restriction on both players, depending on who has more monsters, that they cannot declare attacks nor activate monster effects. So this card also does not affect monsters, which is why unaffected monsters cannot declare attacks under Mystic Mine. Please watch my video on 5 tips on Mystic Mine if you want more information regarding that. But this is another card that somewhat affects a player in the ability that it prevents certain actions from even being taken. Next is Evenly Matched, which I believe is one of the first cards that people even thought of when they were thinking of cards that affects the players, because they wanted to know if this would trigger things like Sky Striker Ace Ray, if you were removing their cards using a card effect, or by game action, by the action of a card's, or by the action of a player. So here's what Evenly Matched says. It says, at the end of the battle phase, if your opponent controls more cards than you do, you can make your opponent, that is the keywords, banish cards from their field face down so that they control the same number of cards as you do. If you have no cards, you can activate this card from your hand. So this card forces your opponent to do something that normally they can't do, which is just to banish their own cards. So the opponent is banishing the cards themselves. So this is a action taken by the player, which is not the effect of the card. So the card itself is not what's making the cards be banished. It is the action of the player, which is the card forces them to do. Generally, cards that affect the player will say something along the lines of, they must, or your opponent must. Some implication that the player is doing something and not that it affects the monsters. The next card that does this is called Trickstar Light Stage. It was theorized for a while that Trickstar Light Stage would trigger the effect of Waking the Dragon, which says if a card is sent to the graveyard by opponent's card effect, you can special summon a monster from your extra deck. Trickstar Light Stage does not trigger that effect because it forces a player action. So let's read Trickstar Light Stage and see what the player action is. It says that when this card is activated, you can add a Trickstar monster from your deck to your hand. That part is not the part we're looking at. Once per turn, you can target one set card in your opponent's spell and trap card zone. While this card is in the field zone, that set card cannot be activated until the end phase, and your opponent must activate it during the end phase or else send it to the graveyard. So this is the part that affects the player. The player has to make a decision during the end phase if they would like to activate the card or send it to the graveyard. This is an action forced upon the player, so the player is making a choice. This is not the effect. The effect of the card makes the player make this choice, but the card being sent to the graveyard is sent by the player's decision. The next card we're going to be discussing is Goes in Match. This will also apply to There Can Be Only One or Rivalry of the Warlords. All of these cards force both players to make a game action. So the effect says each player can only control one attribute of monster. Send all other face-up monsters they control to the graveyards. They control is a player action kind of term. So whenever you see the words they control or they must, these are signs that a card affects the player in the sense that it does not affect the cards themselves. So the cards are being moved, but the action is being taken by the player. Therefore, it plays around cards that are unaffected by card effects. Now, the one exception that seems to exist is on some slightly older cards are cards that affect cards in the hand, such as Mind Crush. They actually say the words like they must or they discard, but apparently these cards actually do affect the cards, which is interesting, so this might be an exception, so I'm just going to address it. Mind Crush says declare one card name. If that card is in your opponent's hand, they must discard all copies of the card, otherwise you discard one random card. So both players must have at least one card in the hand in order to activate Mind Crush. And apparently if the card is discarded by the effect of Mind Crush, it is considered to affect the card. I believe this just might have to do with the fact that cards in hand are unknown, and the fact that cards in hand are unknown, it's probably not the easiest way to phrase it that they would use a word other than... so the word they tends to imply that a card affects a player. Seems to be the exception are cards that affect cards in the hand. And if you have any more questions about Rivalry of the Warlords, please click this video. I put this up a long time ago. It covers Rivalry of the Warlords, goes in match, and there can be only one. And I'll see you guys next time.